Hi, y'all, and welcome to day 4 of the Donna Adelson trial. We have been covering the trial since it began, and of course, we covered Charlie's trial as well. This trial is being broadcast from the court, right from the courtroom. We are able to see Donna Adelson on trial for murder, conspiracy to murder, and solicitation to murder in the death of Dan Markel. Dan Markel was Donna Adelson's son-in-law, actually her ex-son-in-law, because he and her daughter Wendi had gotten divorced. Well, the two of them, according to the prosecution, really didn't get along. That Donna Adelson hated Dan Markel. She just despised him. And according to the prosecution, she used her son, Charlie Adelson, talked him into this, got together with him. He hired his girlfriend, Katie Medbanua, to hire her ex, Sigfredo Garcia, who hired his friend, Luis Rivera. And then Sigfredo and Luis Rivera went up to Tallahassee, Florida, where Dan Markel lived, and shot him while he sat in his car, engine still running, in his carport at his home in Tallahassee, Florida. And Donna Adelson is now on trial for her part in what happened to Dan Markel. The way that the prosecution sees it is that Donna Adelson was so set on having her grandchildren move down to South Florida, where she lived, that she would do anything, including murder her ex-son-in-law. She would even go that far. The big question for many over the years has been, was Wendi Adelson, the daughter, involved? Or was this purely Donna Adelson, her mother, and her brother, Charlie? And Charlie's been convicted. Donna is now on trial. Wendi has never been charged, and that's been a significant issue in the case from the beginning. During this trial, though, what we are seeing is both sides suggesting over and over again that Wendi is actually the person guilty. It's a complete and radical difference from what we've seen in other trials. We've seen the prosecution hint at that, talk about that she was at least involved, at least knew. We know that they've at times called her a co-conspirator. We know that more recently they called her a cooperating witness, and they seem to, although they still seem to think she had something to do with it, maybe a little less. But this time, guns blazing, Donna Adelson's team has come in, and they are suggesting and hinting and giving evidence all over the place that would implicate Wendi. It was especially dramatic when Wendi took the stand. It was also dramatic all day yesterday, as we heard from Jeffrey Lacoste, as we heard from who was Wendi's boyfriend at the time of the murder. Well, depending on who you ask, boyfriend slightly past or still boyfriend. And we also heard from Katie Medbanua, the girlfriend of Charlie Adelson, who was accused of hiring the hitmen. We've heard from some of the most important witnesses, but there is one gigantic missing piece. And I don't know whether we'll hear it today or tomorrow, but that is Charlie Adelson. He is serving life in prison for his role in the murder of Dan Markel. At his trial, he told a very elaborate story, which involved Katie extorting him. According to the way he explained it, and he took the stand, so he actually testified, the way he explained it was that the two hitmen went up to Tallahassee. They shot and killed Dan Markel, and they did that just in order to extort or bribe money out of Charlie Adelson. They didn't do that because Charlie asked them to. They did that on their own. It was their decision to do that. And then they came back to Charlie and said, look, we've done this. We did you a favor because we know you hate him. And we're going to frame you if you don't actually if you don't go ahead and pay up and give us money for what we've already done. That was his theory. It was very smooth as he testified. He was a great witness in terms of being able to smoothly answer questions, but the jury did not buy it, and he was convicted. So the question is, if he comes and throws all of that into Donna's trial, then is that going to blow up her trial? And that's what we're waiting to find out. So that will be extremely exciting. Let me go ahead and shout out our first 5 in today's chat: Lynn and C. Lynn Adams, and Annie Legg, and Bella Leona, and Aqua Hologram. Special welcome to all of you, and welcome to everybody this morning. Glad to have you. Really looking forward to today's excitement. We've already had some big witnesses, but we've got more to come. I believe that they could rest as soon. They'd already said that they would rest in 5 to 7 days, which would be tomorrow through maybe the end of the week. And I believe it could be sooner than the end of the week. I think it probably will be, because they have been moving very fast. And the cross examinations have been a lot shorter than they were in Charlie's trial. So let's go ahead, and I have some questions over here to answer. Oh, thank you. Not a question, but a very nice super chat and a comment. I appreciate that. Thank you, Brooke. Very kind. I really appreciate how kind y'all have been. This is the first time I've ever done anything like this, and it hasn't always been completely smooth, and y'all have been nothing but gracious and gentle with me, which I really, really appreciate. Honestly, at times I thought, okay, I can't do this, but y'all have always been so nice. You've encouraged me along. So thank you, Brooke. Much, much appreciated. Neil Morrison, Bill Slim's fan, asked me, why do you think Wendi has not been arrested yet? And my view is that they are concerned they don't have enough evidence to convict her. If there's anything a prosecutor hates, it's losing a case. That's true for all lawyers, but frankly, defense lawyers typically have to get used to it, because 98% of trials are won by the prosecution, according to some of the Pew Research stats that have been done in federal court. So I think that they didn't think they had enough. They wanted to make sure they had enough evidence, and they seem to have been doing a very, very slow rollout. It's now 11 years after Dan Markel was killed, and this is just now getting to Donna Adelson. We started, Luis Rivera pled guilty, one of the hitmen. Then there was a trial involving Sigfredo Garcia, one of the hitmen, and his on again, off again wife, girlfriend, Katie Medbanua. She was also the girlfriend of Charlie. Now, they had, in that first trial, Sigfredo was convicted right away, but Katie, there was a hung jury. There's another trial for Katie, and in that other trial for Katie, she was asked, okay, would you like, before she ever got into it, she was asked, would you like to have a plea deal? And she turned it down before the trial. So at her second trial, she was then convicted, also sentenced to life plus 30. Charlie was then arrested, and he was then tried, and Charlie was convicted. He also received a life sentence, and now we're all the way up to Donna, but it's taken a really long time to get to that. So I believe the reason she hasn't been arrested is they were concerned they couldn't win, and they were just doing this slow rollout and saying, okay, we have more evidence about Charlie than Donna. Did we get that? Yes. So we tried Donna. We have more evidence about Donna than Wendi. Do we try that? In this trial, however, there seems to be a real push and a real effort to pull Wendi in. So I think that certainly indicates where the prosecution's mind is, and surprisingly, where Donna seems to be willing to go too, even though Wendi is her own daughter. So Wendi, Wiggle Piggle asked about Wendi's immunity, but it changed over the trials. How will it affect a potential trial against her? Wiggle Piggle have absolutely no embarrassment over being confused. This is just plain confusing. It's just really a brain teaser to figure out exactly how it's going to work with Wendi's immunity. When she comes to testify at trial, she has use and derivative use immunity. By statute, Florida law gives her that. Anytime the state subpoenas somebody, then they can avail themselves of this use and derivative use immunity. What that means is whatever is said there at the trial, that can't be used against Wendi. So if she had her own trial, the state can't get up there and read, on such and such a day at Donna's trial, she admitted blah, blah, blah. They can't do that. They can't use the words she said. They also can't use the word she said to derive evidence, to use that to go out and look for evidence. Like, oh, she mentioned this checking account. Let's go look at that checking account. So that's another thing they want to do. Check every bit of evidence they can think of beforehand. So they've already touched it and seen it, and therefore it wasn't derived from what she testified to at trial. when it comes to, and there was a specific issue with that in this particular trial because the state subpoenaed Wendi. She would be protected. She would get use and derivative use immunity, but so did her own mother subpoenaed her. Now, if she testified for her mother, then she would not get use and derivative use immunity. That's something only the state can give, and it's done by statute. If she tried to do that, then if she tried to testify for her mother, she's not going to get that immunity. So she moved to quash or put down, disallow her own mother's subpoena. In the end, it didn't matter, but for a while, the defense was fighting that pretty hard. They were saying that's not fair because when she comes to testify, we're going to be able to cross-examine her, but only about topics that the state raised. And what if we have some new topics that might help us? We'd like to be able to ask about those. And Wendi said, yeah, but I have the right to use the Fifth Amendment to protect myself, and I want to protect myself. I don't want to answer your questions because I don't get any kind of immunity for that. And the judge said, yeah, I'm going to weigh her Fifth Amendment over your right to call this witness to assist you in your case. It went all the way into the trial. They were still fighting it. In the end, it was time for the defense to make a proffer, a demonstration, say, here are the items we would have asked her about if you had allowed us to, Judge. They didn't actually do that. They withdrew it. They'd already asked everything they needed to ask of Wendi. So in the end, that's not going to be an appellate issue. It was withdrawn and there's nothing left of that. But is it confusing? I'll say it is very, very confusing. So good question. And thank you very much for that. Oh, well, thank you, Breeze Coyote. That is very kind of you. All right, let's see if any of the others of you have any questions. If you want to put question marks at the beginning. Now, I'm going to turn the air down. It's a little hot in here. Give me a second. A question for you. My husband and I used to go round and round on this. If you want it to be colder in your house, do you turn the air up or do you turn the air down? We could not agree on that. So I'm curious. Oh, it sounds like they're coming into court. I'm so excited about today. I can't wait. Okay, let me add that to the stage so we can start watching. I don't see any movement yet. I just heard some noise. So that made me think, okay, maybe we're there. It doesn't look like anything is happening yet. All right, I'll try to tamp down on my excitement. All right, so and I'm looking for your turn up the air conditioner, turn down the air conditioner answer. George and I differed on that. We did not agree. And he was sure he was right. He was just convinced. All right, turn up. That was George. George agreed with you. Why did the defense let the discovery violation slip? It wasn't so much that they let the discovery violation slip. The court gave the jury an instruction about it, saying disregard what you just heard. They may even, it's possible that at sidebar, they made some kind of motion to dismiss this case, motion, but I doubt it. And here's why I don't think they did any of that. I think the trial is going decently well for them. I don't think they could do better. This is a very, very hard case for the defense. This is not an easy case. No case is. This case is not an easy case. So I think that one of the things that they feel like is this is going pretty well. And if it's going pretty well, you don't want to try it. Donna's been waiting for 2 years almost from her arrest for this trial. So they don't want to put it off. They'd like Donna to be tried. I do at lunchtime, probably at lunchtime, we are going to cover, do you remember yesterday I said that Katie Medbanua said something entirely different at Charlie's trial than she said here about Donna Adelson? And I said, I am really concerned that there was no cross-examination on that. And it was really different. Well, I pulled those 2 sections and we're going to go over that because I think that's a significant problem because she changed what she had to say about that. And I want you to see that and to hear that. So we'll do that probably around lunchtime. All right. So Yes, Alex, I'm definitely as excited as y'all. I'm very excited. Irish Amy, too. I see y'all are all excited, too. All right. Who will we see today? Asks Kat. I don't know. It's a surprise to me, too. But I figure Charlie, that's who I figure because they can't have too much left. Even at their best estimate, they thought it would be 5 to 7 days, which would give them 2 to 4 days left. And they've been moving fast. I figured 2 at most. So I figured they're down to, final witnesses, pretty close to. And they've even moved fast on things like the more tedious stuff, like the phone and where they put in a lot of technical information. They moved fast on that. They had good exhibits. They put up the stuff they needed and they've gotten off the stand. It's been a very efficient trial. The fact that this is their fourth go round gives everybody an advantage. Well, it gives the prosecution an advantage in getting things smooth. And the defense has been very brief in its cross-examination. All right. Does it mean that Wendi won't be arrested because of the immunity? Good question, Smoo Manchu. And no, it doesn't mean that. She doesn't have immunity in the sense that she can't be arrested or she can't be tried for what's happening. I'll just talk to y'all till it goes live. So that isn't what it means. It just means that she can't, the actual words she said can't be used against her, either right then and there, the actual words or things derived from them. It doesn't mean that she is actually going to be off scot-free. No one can ever prosecute her. She can still be prosecuted for that crime. And each time as she testifies, the state makes sure to state that, to make sure she understands that, to have her agree to that so that there's no misunderstanding or claim later that she thought she could never be prosecuted for this. Unity wants to know, can they get Wendi on perjury if they can't get her on murder? She has been extraordinarily consistent across her testimony. I think that would be hard. It would have to be perjury in the sense that she really committed this crime. And I don't think they might as well just try her for the crime. So I don't think so. I don't think that they're going to try perjury with her. I don't think that's going to be an effort. But it could be an issue with Charlie if in any way he contradicts what he said at his trial, if he's on board to help his mom in some way. And what he said at his trial is pretty different from what her defense is here. So it will be absolutely fascinating to see how it all weaves together, how Charlie's testimony weaves in. We do know that at least as of the time he was first in jail, moving to prison right after his conviction, he and his mother were still talking all the time. They were very close. The parents, Harvey and Donna, were providing for his son, and they were making sure arrangements were made that he would be cared for, even as they thought they were leaving the country. But Donna Adelson was very close to Charlie, and you could hear that in their talks. She was at the same time talking about how Wendi wasn't calling her back, Wendi wasn't communicating with her. And we know from Wendi's testimony that she hasn't spoken to her mother since November 20th of 2013. So almost 2 years, coming on 2 years. And that would have been 1 week after Donna was arrested. They could, of course, have talked through attorneys. That doesn't mean there wasn't communication, but it was also very clear when Wendi took the stand that Donna was by no means pulling punches and protecting Wendi anymore. All right. Oh, by the way, would you please hit the like button? That will let YouTube know, hello, we're awake, we're here. Turn it up to make it colder. Well, y'all are all with George. You all have that wrong. That's exactly what my husband thought. I feel like you turn it down. You want it to be colder. So that's so interesting. That is exactly what he thought. Well, maybe I had it wrong. Maybe I should have conceded all this time. Maybe I should have conceded. All right. Do you think the judge is being overly critical with Donna about the emotion? Asked Mary Collier. My answer to that would be yes. I don't think that it's even possible for people to hold their emotions in that much. I think he felt like she was being intentionally demonstrative. She was trying to make a show in front of the jury. Oh, I'm so sad. I'm so deeply wounded, along with the Markel family, at the loss of my precious ex-son-in-law, Dan Markel. And I think he felt it was disingenuous. It wasn't real. She was just faking that. But I don't think it's necessarily something the jury can't figure out. I think they can figure that out. And if it goes on too long, is too much, I think the jury will call that out and find that to be inappropriate. I understand he doesn't want big displays in his courtroom. Of course not. That could mess up the trial. That could create appellate problems. So he doesn't want any of that. And I get that, but I do think he's being a little too hard on her. He wants very much to try this case cleanly. And I totally sympathize with that. To me, I didn't feel like she went too far in this sense. I think the jury's going to figure it out. So my personal opinion, I think they've got that. Okay, let's see. Hey, Tundra is a new member. Welcome. We are so glad to have you, Tundra. We are working on scheduling with Anna our next members live, the Crime and Craft, where you will bring your craft. I'm going to get people to send me pictures in advance so I can pop those up and show you what people are working on. I'll be doing crochet, but you can do whatever you want. And we're just going to talk about some of the cases we've covered. You have to type in questions. You have to promise that so we have something to talk about. Okay, Pascaline is asking me, and Pascaline is from Paris and has been following this trial. We are so glad to have Pascaline along with us for the Adelson ride that we're on. So she's thinking that Charlie cannot pursue an appeal, cannot testify for her mother because it would ruin his appeal. A huge issue, right? Is that he's got to be afraid anything he says or does could jeopardize his appeal. In theory, that shouldn't be possible because he has this use immunity. He has derivative use immunity. So they can't take his words here and they can't use it in his appeal against him. Nonetheless, can that create some pressures around what the prosecution does or says? And could it put him at jeopardy for perjury? Big issues. We are going to be finding out exactly how he's going to navigate this. It's a really sticky issue for his attorneys and for Charlie. This is not easy. And how it will affect Donna's case is going to depend a lot on what exactly he chooses to do. It's going to matter. Great question. We really are glad you're following along with us from Paris. Tundra, super sticker. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Okay, and Kara J, I thought carriage, but Kara J, could be carriage, I guess, is having a hard time understanding exactly what the defense theory is. On the one hand, they're saying the prosecution got it right in convicting Charlie, but also they're suggesting Wendi set Charlie and Donna up. True. I think they'd be happy with either way, but I do think there's a little bit of inconsistency with that. When they came in at first, Donna, in opening statements, clearly aligned herself with the Dan Markel side. Here we are over here, and we are, here they come, here they come. Okay. I agree with you that there's some contradiction there. We can talk about that. Thank you very much, Kara J. We'll talk about that some more. Okay, there's Donna Adelson, light blue sweater, like it. Well done. She's been so much better dressed
in the first few
days in terms of portraying
the morning, members of the jury. We are about to resume with the examination of Sergeant Corbett. Before we get started today, I did want to ask you as a group, we are still good on the snacks. Everybody has enough? All right. Headed back to Costco this weekend if need be, but let the bailiffs know. Ms. Dugan, you may examine as necessary.
All right, so before we go back to your PowerPoint demonstrative, I want to show you one thing. And before I show it to you, Judge, I'd like to offer State 64 JJ into evidence by stipulation.
That's correct, Your Honor. 64 JJ is admitted at this time.
The sound will pick up in a minute when people get in place around their microphones.
Right, Sergeant Corbett, does this appear to be an email from Donna Harvey at gmail.com?
Yes.
Okay, subject, bad news.
Correct.
And it was sent on June 25th of 2013 at about 11 p.m.
That would be GMT or UTC time, so we would need to subtract 4 hours from that to be local time, but yes.
Okay, thank you. So sometime the night of June 25th of 2013.
Correct.
And that was the same day as I believe the plan of action email that we saw yesterday from your PowerPoint, which was sent just a couple of days after Wendi's relocation was denied.
That's correct.
Okay. And so in this email sent about 5 days after Wendi's relocation was denied from Donna and Harvey to some friends, does it say, not in the mood to talk right now and hope you'll understand. Wendi's hearing for relocation was denied. No chance at the appellate level for an appeal. We are all very disappointed. We'll talk soon, I promise. Love, Donna.
Yes.
Does it appear her understanding is it's denied and there's no chance for an appeal?
That would be correct, yes.
Okay, well, let me switch you back over. Thank you. Okay, so where we left off yesterday, we went through some of the email showing Donna Adelson's involvement in the divorce, text messages showing her venting to Charlie Adelson about the divorce. Are you familiar with Luis Rivera's statements to law enforcement in 2016 after his arrest that he and Garcia traveled to Tallahassee not only in the month of July of 2014 to kill Dan Markel, but also made an additional trip in the month of June of 2014?
Yes.
And were you able to corroborate that from the phone records?
Yes, we were.
Okay, so now I want to go in chronological order then, from the start of the June trip all the way through the July trip when Dan Markel was murdered. How did Garcia and Rivera get to Tallahassee for the June trip?
In a rental vehicle.
And were we able to find the rental contract for that vehicle?
We were, yes.
All right, can you show that to us?
Yes, so this is slide 107. I'm referencing here a rental contract from Comfort Rental Car in Miami. And again, yes, this would be the vehicle that was rented to come to Tallahassee for the June trip.
What date was the car rented?
So looking at the details here, we can see the date out, and I'm looking to the right side of the screen here is June 2nd of 14. And we see at the bottom here, the vehicle is due back in 6/5 or June 5th of 14.
Okay, so it was a 3-day rental then.
Correct.
About what time on June 2nd was it rented?
Well, presuming the 24-hour rental periods, as it is due back at 8:50 p.m., then it would have been rented around 8:50 p.m. on the 2nd.
8:50 p.m. on the 2nd?
Yes.
Okay. What type of car did Garcia rent for this first trip to Tallahassee in June?
Again, looking to the right here of slide 107, it is a silver Nissan Altima.
And the contract was signed by Garcia?
That is correct.
Does Luis Rivera's name appear anywhere on that contract?
It does not.
Are there any phone records to show how this rental car was picked up?
Yes.
Did you get location information from Medbanua's records that night that helped shed some light on that?
We did, and this may be the time to point out for Mr. Garcia, his carrier was Metro PCS, kind of transitioning into T-Mobile at that time, and we were unable to obtain location records for his handset for the June trip. We do have location information for Ms. Medbanua and for Luis Rivera, but we do not have any records with location for Mr. Garcia for this particular time frame.
Okay. So what do we see here?
So what we see here is just a map depicting Ms. Medbanua's residence at the time and the location of the Comfort rental car near the airport here. And as I progress to slide 109, this is representing the cell sites that Ms. Medbanua's handset communicated with the evening of June 2nd. And we can see on the right-hand side of this, around 8:25 p.m., her handset was communicating with the cell site that would be near her residence. At 8:34, she's now communicating with a cell site further to the west. And then we see at 8:53 through 8:58, she's communicating with a cell site that would be servicing the area of the airport or Comfort rental car. And this will be consistent with her handset traveling from her residence to the area of Comfort rental car.
And would that put her cell phone then consistent with Comfort rental car around the same time that Garcia is renting that car if there's 24-hour rental periods with that contract?
Yes, and we see here slide 110. Again, we're depicting the particular sector that her handset was using by the large red arrow. And we can see that that sector would specifically be consistent with servicing the Comfort rental car. We see she has events from 8:53 through 8:58 on that particular cell site and sector. And as we recall, the rental contract vehicle was due back at 8:50.
Does she stay in that area for a while, or does she kind of immediately return back to her residence?
So what we see next, we saw those events through 8:58, and then we have an event at 9:17, and then another event we see to the right. This is slide 111. To the right side, we see cell sites at 9:43 and 10:01, which will be consistent with her returning to her residence. So she does stay in the area of Comfort for a short period of time.
Okay. Did you look at her records to see who she was talking to during this trip to the car rental and back?
Yes.
Okay. Who was she talking? Okay. I'm sorry. What do we see here?
So this is a summary of the call detail records. Previously, we saw the actual raw records as they come from AT&T. We saw that there was a lot of information on the page. So with our analytical software, we're able to produce these summaries, which allow us to assign names. We can convert the date and time to our local time, and it just makes it easier to read those call detail records.
Let's stop for just a second. I believe I recall Katie testifying yesterday that she had no idea about this earlier trip. I should talk more softly, I'm sorry. That she had no idea. I'm trying to match the sound from the court, which is always a little lower. But I believe she said she had no idea about this first trip in June. I know she said that at other times when she was testifying, but I'm thinking she said it yesterday. And here there's evidence that her phone and she, if she had her phone, went to pick up the car. So I'm trying to find that in my notes because I feel like that's something that happened yesterday. Does anybody remember for sure? I'm not spotting it in my notes right yet. I'll keep looking, but I just wanted to say that would be a contradiction that I would think the defense would want to hop on if that's the case.
So this is just a summary of the calls for the subjects that you see here for the evening of June 2nd around the time of this rental car.
Okay, I found it. No, she said she did know about it, that Charlie gave her $200 to $500 because she understood that there was going to be a scoping trip and that she gave the money to Garcia. Now, that is not what she said prior, but that is what she said.
So who was she talking to on the way to Comfort Rental?
Geico, the 800 number that returns to Geico Insurance.
And is that the first line up on the call detail records we see?
It is, yes.
And does Geico Insurance sell car insurance?
They do.
Now, obviously, we see some of the co-conspirators talking to each other here on the call detail records. Do we expect most of these co-conspirators to be talking to each other on a daily basis, given that some of them are family members, some of them are dating, they have relationships outside of this crime?
Certainly.
Okay. Are you going to be walking us through in your presentation today certain time periods of communication between the parties that stood out in this investigation?
Yes.
What causes a particular period of time to stand out?
The particular times of interest would be those that overlap with physical events or specific events in the crime, in the conspiracy of the crime. So this is the evening of the renting of the vehicle that Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera are going to drive to Tallahassee in to commit the homicide. So this seems, in the scheme of things, to my understanding, the first kind of physical doing act of this homicide. And so that would be a relevant time frame to look at.
Okay. All right, so using a timeline, can you walk us through the communication between the parties for this particular significant time, this first car rental for the first trip to Tallahassee for the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes. And so using the timeline, we will kind of look at what's happening as far as Ms. Medbanua's travels compared to who she's communicating with when. And this is taken from that same exact summary that we just saw. But as I move on here, we see that in the time frame, we saw the cell sites of her traveling to the area of Comfort Rental Car between approximately 8:25 and 8:53 p.m. is when we see that she has the phone call to Geico.
Okay, was she talking to Garcia at all during that drive to the Comfort Rental area?
She does not have any communications with Mr. Garcia during this time frame.
Since they don't have communications with each other, could that be consistent with her giving him a ride to the car rental since he is the person who rented the car at that time?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Overrule, the witness may testify based on his analysis of these records.
It is certainly consistent when we don't see communications between two parties that they could in fact be together and have no need to actually call one another.
Okay. They could just not be together and also not talking to each other.
That's correct.
All right. But the reason that this could be consistent with her giving him a ride there is because once she's consistent with that area, it seems that that's the time that the car is being rented.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, who attempts to call Catherine Medbanua once she is consistent with Comfort Rental, dropping off Garcia?
So again, at the time frame, her handset will be consistent with the area of Comfort Rental. We see an incoming call from Charlie Adelson at 8:57 p.m.
This all fits with the prosecution theory that everybody communicated in a line. Donna never called Luis Rivera. Luis Rivera never called Charlie. Instead, all communication went Donna to Charlie to Katie to Sigfredo to Luis Rivera, and then the other direction. They didn't intermix. They had a very rigid hierarchy in which they communicated.
After Medbanua, if she has dropped off Garcia at this point to rent the car, and this car ends up obviously being the one that is driven to Tallahassee to kill Dan Markel, who did she call on the phone at this point after Garcia is dropped off?
So again, from her cell sites, we saw she had an event at 9:17, which was kind of the first indication that she was moving away from the area of Comfort Rental Car. And what we see is that at 9:17:58, she places an outbound call to Charlie Adelson.
So as soon as she's no longer in the area of Comfort Rental, she's calling Charlie Adelson.
Correct.
How long is that conversation?
A little over 25 minutes.
What time do they get off the phone?
Approximately 9:43 p.m.
Okay, 9:43 in about 25 seconds, it looks like.
Correct.
Right after Charlie Adelson hangs up with Catherine Medbanua at 9:43 and 25 seconds, who does he call less than a minute later?
Charlie calls the Adelson residence.
Adelson residence. What do you mean by that?
The home phone or landline phone for Donna and Harvey Adelson.
Okay, so this is a landline that presumably they would both use that's located in their house.
Correct.
Okay, and how long does that conversation between Charlie and the Adelson residence last?
Also just over 25 minutes.
Who does Catherine Medbanua call once she is back in the area of her home?
What we see in just after 10, she calls, text. There's a few communications back and forth here with Sigfredo.
Okay, do Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson then talk on their cell phones that night?
Yes, there are two calls, and we can see 10:16 that Harvey Adelson calls Charlie Adelson. At 10:27, Charlie Adelson calls Harvey Adelson.
So this is Charlie and Harvey talking on Harvey's cell phone, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, does Charlie Adelson call or receive calls or messages from Donna Adelson's cell phone that night?
Not that night, no.
So
you just heard reference to Charlie calling the landline for his parents right after talking to Katie from 9:44 to 10:09. The state has suggested, at least in Charlie's trial, that Charlie called the landline when he wanted to be super confidential to make sure nobody was listening in on what he was saying, and that he only did it very, very rarely. So it was unusual enough that they noticed it in his call record. And one of the things we learned from the jail calls was that Charlie and Donna kept talking about how ridiculous that was. And Charlie said, yeah, they thought me calling the landline meant something when you've had that landline for many, many years. So we know that Charlie's team at least thought that that was a big nothing, didn't matter.
If Charlie Adelson talked to Donna Adelson on the phone that night, then it would have been that 25-minute call to the landline right after he hung up with Catherine Medbanua. Is that right?
That,
Overall, he is not definitively saying what did or did not occur, what might have been possible.
So I would suspect right there the defense is objecting. Well, look, you don't really know who made this call. The defense knows that this is going to come in, but that objection, simply making that objection, alerts the jury to the point. You actually don't know if it's Donna talking to Charlie.
You may continue.
so yes, it is possible that he spoke to Donna, and that would have been on that landline call.
Because then he talks to Harvey on Harvey's cell phone later that night.
That's correct.
Can you walk us through any other calls or texts between any co-conspirators that night?
So we see an additional text between Catherine and Sigfredo, and then Catherine calls Charlie again 10:41 p.m. For about a 23-minute phone call.
Are you familiar with, I want to go back to this landline call. Do you mind going back to the slide right before this? Are you familiar with statements by Charlie Adelson from the 2016 wiretap in this case that we'll hear beginning later today, where Charlie Adelson tells people on his cell phone that he'll call them back on a landline?
Yes.
As someone who's familiar with technical operations of law enforcement and wiretapping, is there a perception that talking on a landline is safer than talking on a cell phone?
Yes, I think that may be a perception.
Okay. Does Charlie Adelson most often talk to Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson on their cell phones or on the landline?
Most frequently on their cell phones.
Okay. But we see that after he gets off with Catherine Medbanua that night, he does call the landline.
That's correct.
Okay. And this is right after the car is rented, the rental car.
Correct.
All right. What percentage of total communication does that Charlie Adelson has with Donna and Harvey is to their landline?
I'll have to move forward here just a little bit. We had talked about the call from Catherine to Charlie. There's a final call or some communication between Ms. Medbanua and Mr. Sigfredo, Mr. Garcia later that evening of the 2nd. And then to get to your question, and this is slide 122, just a breakdown, looking at Charlie Adelson's communication records and trying to eliminate all the duplicate events that we saw previously where one phone call may make 3 events in the record. So trying to whittle all those down. What we see in this time period between May of 2014 through August of 2015 is 28 communications with the landline and 1,378 with the combined cell phones of Harvey and Donna Adelson. So a little under 2% of the calls to the residents.
And think about the ways you can interpret this. One way you can interpret this is just that Charlie made these phone calls because he was concerned that maybe they were being wiretapped, maybe they were being listened to, and he thought that the landline would be safer. In his jail calls, he denied that. He said, this is ridiculous that they think this is even important. Does that suggest or mean that it really, truly was ridiculous and unimportant to him? Or does that mean that he and Donna were using the jail calls to talk about things in order to make sure that if they were recorded, somebody would know that and would hear their opinion, which was that they thought It was absolutely ridiculous. And he had the reason he called the landline was just random, not anything particular. The state is showing a really radically smaller percentage of the time that the calls were made to the landline. So they're suggesting there has to have been a reason for that. The only problem with that argument is if they want to say, okay, this was Donna and he's calling her on the landline, how do they explain the 2 phone calls to Harvey on the cell phone? Was it a different topic? Or was he calling the cell phone of Harvey because he wasn't really worried about cell phones versus landline? It's a little hard to figure out exactly the argument there.
So during that little over a year time span, he only has 28 calls ever with Donna and Harvey's landline. Is that right?
That's correct.
And one of those is that 25-minute call right after Medbanua would have dropped Garcia off to have the car rented.
That's correct.
Are you familiar with Rivera's statement that he did not participate in the car rental for the June trip to Tallahassee?
Yes.
Were you able to corroborate that with the phone records?
Yes. So looking at slide 123, we see Mr. Rivera. His cell sites are in the blue, listed by the blue dots here. We see that his cell sites are consistent with the area of his residence and a significant distance away from the comfort rental car.
Do we have any other evidence that shows who rented the car for this June trip to Tallahassee on June 2nd?
Yes.
What's this?
So there was a citation issued to Mr. Garcia driving that rental vehicle, that Nissan that we saw from the rental contract at Comfort. And this is the evening of June 2nd.
Good detective.
And what time did he receive this traffic ticket?
9:48 p.m.
So would this have been approximately an hour after 8:50 p.m. and about an hour after, or about maybe 45 minutes, I guess, after Catherine Medbanua is leaving the comfort rental area?
Yes.
Okay. And what kind of car was he in when he received this traffic ticket?
It is a 4-door silver Nissan.
Okay. So it seems as if as soon as he rented that vehicle, within an hour, he's getting a traffic ticket in the vehicle.
Yes.
And are you familiar with Jeffrey Lacoste's statement that he drove a silver Nissan sedan at the time that this happened?
Yes.
Now, this traffic ticket that Garcia received, this would have received, or it would have created a record in law enforcement databases that he was in possession of this Nissan silver sedan, right?
Correct.
So after he got this traffic ticket, what did he do?
Well, what we saw was an additional comfort rental contract where it would appear that he returned the Nissan and obtained a different vehicle. So this is slide 125, and we can see that on June 3rd, he now has a blue Hyundai Sonata.
Different color, different car. Interesting. I didn't know that fact.
And does Rivera's name appear anywhere on that rental contract?
It does not.
All right, and that's on June 3rd, you said?
Correct.
So what can you tell us about the travel of Mr. Rivera's handset on June 4th of 2014?
So what we see again, just looking at Mr. Rivera's cell sites represented in blue here, we can see that in the early morning hours of the 4th, on the lower right hand of slide 127 here, we can see he has activity in the Miami area. And as time progresses through the early morning hours until just after noon, he continues to communicate with cell sites that would be consistent with travel from the Miami area to Tallahassee.
And are you familiar with Rivera's statement that he and Garcia did surveillance of Dan Markel at a park near Dan Markel's home during that trip?
Yes.
Was his phone ever consistent with being in a park near his home, Dan Markel's home on Truscott Drive?
Yes, and slide 129 here, we see that, again, the blue dot representing Mr. Rivera's cell site usage is close to Mr. Markel's residence, which is indicated here on the top right by the flag and the address of Trescott Drive. And in addition to his cell site location, we talked previously about having some GPS information from the rental vehicle. And we can see by the square icon there that there is a GPS location for the rental vehicle, again, in close proximity and actually at, I believe that's Winthrop Park there.
Think about all the different things that law enforcement had to put together to create this. They had to put together the traffic tickets. They had to put together cell phone records. They had to put together the rental contract for the vehicle, the ticket that then caused the change in the rental car vehicle. At least that's what they're suggesting. Seriously good detective work done to try to piece together this entire story, which they're laying out for the jury.
And if they're located right there where that blue square is on the map, and the killers are familiar with the type of car that Dan Markel drives, would they be able to see then his ingress and egress from Trescott Drive onto Benton Road?
They should be able to see him passing on Benton Road, yes.
And after this GPS ping near Markel's home, where does Rivera travel at that point?
What we see in the next slide, 130 here, is that immediately after that, we see the cell site usage starting at the top around 3:25 p.m. and continuing through until the late evening hours of the 5th would be consistent with traveling back to the Miami area.
Does he get back in looks like the early morning hours of June 6th?
That's correct.
Close 12:47 a.m.?
Correct.
Now, did you look at the communication between all the co-conspirators during this trip to Tallahassee to see if there was any opportunity for information to be relayed?
Yes.
Let me throw one other thing in there. Remember the timeline they did for the night of the rental contract? The people who were on there, they mentioned co-conspirators, and they mentioned Katie, and they mentioned Sigfredo, they mentioned they mentioned Donna and Harvey. At no point did they mention Wendi. Nobody called Wendi that night, apparently, or they would have mentioned it, I assume. Nobody texted Wendi. So the communication was all within that South Florida group, not with Wendi. Interesting.
So what we see, again, from the time of the rental car on the second through the 4th, again, to answer the question, is there an opportunity for communications to occur between these subjects? This, again, is another summary of the call detail records, just showing the communications between, again, the primary subjects of the investigation.
Okay, and how much were they talking?
So in that time frame, if we go back to kind of our organization here and split out, we can see just numbers of communications or attempted communications. These may be text messages, calls, but just records of communications or attempts. We see that there are a number between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson, between Charlie Adelson and Catherine Medbanua, and between Medbanua and Garcia. And then as that continues, so for the total number of communications, we can see those between each of the subjects.
And you can immediately see what the defense argument is going to be. Like, what's so, and we'll back up to that little graphic. What's so unusual about a mom calling her daughter, or about a man calling his girlfriend, or a girlfriend calling her ex with whom she shares children? Those are normal conversations. Those are things that regularly happen. What the prosecution is trying to do is put that together with the timeline, the overlay on top of it, and to give an idea of just how much communication there was, so we can see how everybody connects up during this period of time.
See those between each of the subjects.
Okay, and is Catherine Medbanua the only one who is talking to Garcia or Rivera during that trip on this chart?
That's correct.
And is Charlie Adelson the only Adelson family member who talks to Catherine Medbanua?
That's correct.
And do Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson also have communication or attempted communication?
I'm sorry?
Do Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson also have communication or attempted communication?
Yes.
Okay. Now, going next to June 7th, which would be the day after the killers arrived back in Miami without having killed Dan Markel on this trip. Earlier in the presentation, yesterday, right before we broke in the afternoon, we saw we're back in March of 2014. Donna Adelson tells Charlie Adelson she has to talk to him about something private while she's on the road on the way to Gainesville, and says to erase this text. Do you remember that?
I do, yes.
Okay. And then a few minutes after she sends that message, she says the subject of the private call is going to be about Dad's birthday.
Correct.
Dad's birthday gift, actually. Is that right?
Yes.
And she does not tell him to erase that text where she's saying the subject of the private call.
That's correct.
Now, in June, specifically on June 7th, did Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson exchange texts about this birthday present for Harvey Adelson again?
Yes. So slide 137, we see two chats between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson, where Charlie indicates he's okay, have fun, still working on Dad's B-Day present. And Donna Adelson responds, I know it's a tough B-Day, being 70 and all, but I know you'll come through.
Okay, and this still working on Dad's B-Day present would be the day after the killers arrived back in Miami without having killed Dan Markel.
Correct.
Okay, and this birthday present was mentioned back in March. Would that be about 4 months before Harvey Adelson's birthday?
Yes.
All right, going forward to July 3rd.
Well, let's stop there too, because that was another topic in those jail calls between Charlie and Donna about, it's just a birthday party. Who doesn't give birthday gifts? Who doesn't have surprise parties? But the prosecution is saying, if you look in context, this is code. This isn't really a talk about his birthday party. This is really a talk about what they're going to talk about. And it's become code, just like the TV did, for the murder of Dan Markel and the things that they're going to do together.
Was there an evite to Harvey Adelson's birthday sent to Wendi Adelson that day?
Yes, a reminder email that was sent on July 3rd.
Okay. And when is the party?
So as we see, kind of focusing in here on the details of this email, the party, friendly reminder that Donna's event is coming up on Saturday, July 5th, 2014 at 7:30 p.m.
Okay. And was it addressed to Wendi, and we blurred out their names, but her two sons, and listed Wendi and her two sons' last name as Adelson?
Yes.
Was Dan Markel still alive on July 5th of 2014?
He was.
And what last name, or an Adelson, though, is listed as the boy's last name here when this is sent?
And I'm sorry.
Sorry, Adelson is listed as the boy's last name, though, regardless of the fact that Dan Markel is still alive on this date?
That's correct.
That's really interesting, because there's not really a lot of excuse for that. That clearly was not their last name. So that is surprising. I am sure the Adelsons would say, well, we just wanted to indicate they're related to us, and they're related to their mother, the daughter of the person having the birthday party. But that is a pretty important point. I had not realized that before. That's super important.
And this was about 2 weeks before Dan Markel was killed?
Yes.
Now, Donna is listed as the host here, but was there further evidence in the records that Donna Adelson was not only the host, but was also the person who sent these evites?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us about that?
There was at least one other email from the Donna Harvey at Gmail account to Evite inquiring about whether the Evites had been sent. The title of the email, I believe, is Have My 14 Invitations Been Sent? She's following up. It is signed by Donna Adelson, following up on whether those Evites have actually gone out. And it indicates that basically she's unfamiliar with the process, but she had listed the attendees under the contact section on their form.
So she's the one that's listing the invitees for the contacts for Evite
Per that email, yes.
and checking to make sure the invitations did get sent through the Evite service.
Correct.
And does she also send a message to another person saying, did you get the Evite? Did you get my Evite?
Yes.
All right. I want to move on to then a couple of days later, July 6th. So would this be the day after the party?
Yes.
Okay. What message was found in the cell bride of Wendi Adelson's cell phone on July 6th?
So this is slide 142. There is a text message from Wendi Adelson to Dan Markel asking if he is in Tallahassee for the dates of July 14th through the 18th.
And she says she wants to know because she wants to know if she can have the kids on the 16th.
Correct.
And he replies, yes, you can.
Correct.
So chronologically, this would have occurred after the trip to Tallahassee in June by the killers, but before the July trip to Tallahassee when Dan Markel was actually murdered.
Correct.
Now, the dates that Wendi Adelson is asking Dan Markel about, what is significant about those dates? What happened on July 15th?
Those dates encompass the rental car and the trip to Tallahassee and ultimately Mr. Markel's death.
Okay. So July 15th was the day that the killers rented the car to come to Tallahassee.
Correct.
And then they were in Tallahassee from the 16th through the 18th,
Correct.
with Dan Markel being killed on the 18th.
Correct.
And where was Wendi Adelson when she sent this message?
So
Oh, thank you. Let me ask you about this. Was there already a schedule in place as to who would have the kids during those dates that Wendi Adelson asked Dan Markel about?
yes, there was. So this is an email from Wendi Adelson's Gmail account referencing the schedule for the children for this particular time. And we can see in the email that Mr. Markel is listed to have the children the 11th through the 17th.
We're trying to link
The date she
Wendi.
was asking about is the 16th.
Correct.
And in the top of that email, does it say that she gets the kids every Wednesday anyway?
That she has the children every Wednesday anyway?
Yeah, the last sentence. I imagine you'll have the chance to have them on Wednesday nights during the weeks in May, June, and July.
Yes, that she would imagine to have the chance.
Okay. So what she was asking about seems to already be established in this schedule that was already established in January, 7 months earlier.
Correct.
Just to let y'all know, I opened up a poll. So if you're not looking at your phone or your computer, look, if you want to vote in the poll, go ahead and look at it.
All right. So where was Wendi Adelson when she sent the message to find out whether Dan Markel would be in town that week?
So that message was sent the morning of the 6th, and the closest cell site or event we have with location, she's communicating with a cell site in South Miami Beach that will be consistent with the continuum.
And the continuum was the residence of Harvey and Donna Adelson at the time.
That's correct.
And this would be the day after the birthday party.
Yes.
All right. What did Wendi Adelson do after sending that message?
So this is slide 146. There is a calendar entry which created an event for July 7th of 2014, which indicates cancel cable and get Apple ID and Netflix instead.
Okay. Obviously, this is something a lot of people do, right? Cancel cable and end up getting streaming services.
Yes.
All right. But you can stream from anywhere, right? Is that one of the perks of having streaming over cable?
It would be one of the perks, yes.
Cable is typically, especially back in 2014, was maybe confined to a more fixed spot like a home.
Correct.
And this was on July 7th then. So was Wendi Adelson still living at the Off-Road Ridge Drive in Tallahassee at that time?
Yes.
But by the following month, she had relocated to Miami and was no longer in that home.
That's correct.
All right, moving on to July 11th. What do you see on July 11th?
So on July 11th, again, I'm on slide 148. This is
Let me stop for just a minute. The critical point about where Wendi wrote that email to Dan, text message to Dan about when he would be in town, she was in Miami. She was staying at the home of her mother and father, and they had just had the birthday party for Harvey. All of those things are being used to tie the entire family together as a unit. There's no specific evidence that Donna wrote, that Charlie wrote. It was Wendi who did that, but she was with her family at the time, and she was in their home. They had just gathered together again for this party. So I've got a poll up. If you are not looking, you might want to look over there, see if you want to vote. I asked, was Harvey's birthday gift code talk? So I want to know what you think. I'll end it in just a little bit, but curious about your view.
email from Donna Sue, the Donna Harvey Gmail to Wendi Adelson regarding a Best Buy service or service for the television.
And what does it say?
It says, if you can't keep Friday, July 18th between 8 a.m. and noon, call to reschedule. It states we took this, the contract we took out is repair in-house if possible. If not possible, they will take it no charge.
And here, Dad is being referred to in the third person. Contract is under Harvey Adelson with Dad's cell phone number.
Yes.
Okay, and it's from Donna Sue at the top.
Correct.
If they need the purchaser, that's my name with my cell phone number, it says. Is that right?
Correct.
And what does Donna Sue say the contract is? Repair in-house if possible. If not possible, they'll take out at no charge. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. Did you find any more information about, besides?
Sorry to pop in again, but what they talked about yesterday, there was an implication from the defense that this whole TV repair thing was really being set up by Harvey. Since he's not on trial, kind of a safe bet, right? But in fact, what they're trying to say is, yeah, even though it said Harvey because the contract for the TV was under Dad's cell phone number. But the person, the prosecution is now suggesting, who actually set up this repair time is Donna.
Besides this email from Donna about this TV repair that was supposed to take place on the morning of July 18th.
Regarding?
The Best Buy repair?
I mean, we know that it occurred, that technicians come to her house that morning.
Okay. And was there also emails between or messages about the TV being in Harvey Adelson's, as it says here, I guess just consistent with this, some Best Buy documents that were consistent with this about the contract being under Harvey Adelson's name that Donna's then communicating to Wendi?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on to July 14th. Was this the night before the car rental for the killer's July trip to Tallahassee?
Correct.
All right, were Charlie Adelson and Medbanua together that night?
They were, yes.
Okay, and how do we know?
We have communication. So then again, this is slide 151, a summary of communications between Ms. Medbanua, Charlie Adelson, Sigfredo Garcia. We see some voice activity and a text between them. And then we also have text messages recovered from Mr. Adelson's iCloud account, kind of go along with these. So we see that there is a phone call from Mr. Adelson at 8:53 p.m. And then we find the text message chat that says, just tried calling you at 8:56.
And do they appear to meet as far as their phone locations are concerned?
Yes. So this continues on. Ms. Medbanua basically indicates for Mr. Adelson to come down to her location. She lived south of him in South Florida. He responds or updates with an ETA of 5 men. And then he again updates his location as he's getting closer. We see here on slide 153 at 9:27 p.m., Mr. Adelson has an event with a cell site consistent with Ms. Medbanua's residence.
And after leaving the area of Medbanua's residence that night, does Medbanua contact Garcia?
She does, yes.
Okay, so what do we see here?
So this would be after Mr. Adelson was in the area of her residence. We see events after midnight, 12:42 a.m. and 1 a.m. that would be consistent with him leaving that area, potentially returning to his home.
Okay, and can you tell me about the communication after that?
I can. So what we see July 15th is the rental of the Prius. And to your point, again, and I'll stop here real quick. This is just another summary of the events between our primary subjects. And I'll highlight some of these as we talk about them. So these are events from the early morning hours of after the morning of the rental vehicle. And yes, we see that Ms. Medbanua makes a number of outgoing calls to Mr. Garcia between 12:48 a.m. and 1:56 a.m.
And who does Garcia call first thing in the morning?
Well, one of his first calls in the morning is to Comfort Rent-A-Car.
And that was the same rental car that he used for the June trip to Tallahassee.
That's correct.
Okay.
Idea Charlie is stirring the pot, saying, let's get going, let's get moving, and everything starts to move again.
But also the same one where he had to rent the second car, use the same service again.
That's correct.
All right. Now, did he end up calling another rental car company a little later in the day?
Yes. As we again look at the calls throughout the day, we see that at 4:28 p.m., he makes an outgoing call to Save Gas or Hybrid Rental, another rental car agency.
Okay. And were we able to, now throughout that day, when he's calling Comfort and then calling Hybrid, are he and Luis Rivera in communication?
Yes.
And are he and Medbanua in communication?
Yes.
All right. Was law enforcement able to find a rental agreement from Safe Gas?
We were. As we look at the rest of the call detail summary, we see here at the bottom, this is slide 160, that there is communication at just after 6 p.m. between Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera. And as asked, we were able to locate the rental agreement for Hybrid Rental. And what we see is at 6:15 p.m. is the timeout for this vehicle. We see that they rented the Toyota Prius.
Okay. And who rented the Prius?
It's in the name of Luis Rivera.
And whose number is listed at the top under the name brother?
Mr. Garcia's.
Okay. And were their locations also consistent with Save Gas?
Yes, if we look at both Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera's cell site locations, they are consistent with the area of the Save Gas or Hybrid Rental.
All right. Right after this car is rented around 6:15, this car that is the car that's going to make this final trip to Tallahassee to kill Dan Markel, are Medbanua and Charlie Adelson playing phone tag around that time?
Yes.
And did they finally talk on the phone about 15 minutes later at around 6:30?
Yes. So again, we're now looking at a call detail summary. This is slide 163 that shows the communication between them, our subjects, the evening of the 15th. We saw the communication between Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera just prior to the rental car pickup. As you mentioned, there is an attempt between Ms. Medbanua and Charlie Adelson. We see there's a very short duration calls. And then at 6:36 p.m., there is a 10-minute phone call between Charlie Adelson and Catherine Medbanua.
After that call, the 10-minute call with Medbanua, who does Charlie Adelson call within, I guess, about an hour or so after this car is rented and after he talks to Medbanua?
So we can see that starting at 7:30, Charlie Adelson calls the Adelson residence, the Donna and Harvey Adelson residence, for a 22-minute phone call, and then again at 7:54 p.m. for an 11-minute phone call.
So the landline again, remember that's important to the state. They think the landline is called when Charlie thinks he needs extra security because he's about to talk about something damning.
Okay, so 22 minutes and then 11 minutes. Charlie
Yes.
Adelson calls the landline that night.
Correct.
Do the phone records show us which parent he may have been talking to on the landline at that time?
We know that there is a phone call from Harvey Adelson's cell phone to the residence later on. So he would have not been at the residence later on in the evening. At this time, there's no indication.
And can you walk us through that?
I can. So this is 8:06 p.m. We see the call from Harvey Adelson to the Adelson residence, about a 12-minute phone call.
Okay, and that would
I think what you're seeing here is the state going through and in advance dealing with what they know the defense is going to argue, because with each and every witness, the defense has been arguing, you don't know that it was Donna. It could have been Harvey. It was Donna Harvey email. It was their home together. You don't know who was on the phone. You don't know who wrote that email. So they're trying to deal with this in advance by showing that Harvey may have been elsewhere. Harvey was speaking on a cell phone. Therefore, it funnels down to it being Donna.
have been, is that about the last phone call from Charlie Adelson to the Adelson residence was at 7:54 p.m.
Correct.
and they talked for 11 minutes?
Correct.
Okay. So at that point, it's going to be about, is that 8:05 when they get off the phone?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. And then who calls the Adelson residence at 8:06?
Harvey Adelson.
Okay. So it was 1 minute later that he called the Adelson residence.
Correct.
So would that be consistent with Charlie Adelson talking to Donna Adelson at the residence, since Harvey Adelson wouldn't be calling himself at the Adelson residence 1 minute later?
Could be, yes.
Very precise. I like that.
Earlier, we talked about how rare it is that Charlie Adelson calls his parents' landline. He only calls 28 times total in the, I think it was around 15 months in your time span around the time of this murder. So we saw during the June car rental, there was one call to the landline. Is that right?
Yes.
And for this car rental, there's two calls right after the landline. Is that right?
Correct.
Sorry, two calls to the landline right after the car rental. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. So 3 total of those 28 were right after these cars were rented.
Yes.
Next, where did Garcia go after the car was rented?
Well, you have your fourth call to the residence
Thank you.
at 8:20 p.m.
Okay.
Again, Charlie Adelson calling the residence for a 10-minute phone call.
All right. So 4 total of the 28 then,
Correct.
around the time of the car rentals. All right. What do we have next?
So on the 15th, continuing, we see that there is a number of communications. This again is after the time of the rental car. There's a number of communications or attempts between Ms. Medbanua and Mr. Garcia. Those continue through the evening and they end about 9:30 p.m. This is slide 172. If we look at the locations, slide 173, again, all of those attempts to reach each other ended at 9:30. And we can see that beginning at 9:30, Mr. Garcia's cell site locations will be consistent with the area of Ms. Medbanua's residence.
Did Garcia and Rivera's phones appear to leave the Miami area then the following day, July 16th of 2014?
Yes. And I'll point out also on this slide, in addition to the cell site locations, we did have GPS location for the rental vehicle, which we can also see here on the map by the blue square icon, that the rental vehicle, in addition to Mr. Garcia's cell sites, but the rental vehicle location would be consistent with Medbanua's residence as well.
So just like we saw on the June trip, the cell sites that we're getting from the cell records are lining up and are consistent with the Spirion GPS records from these rental cars.
Correct.
Okay. Can you walk us through the travel of the cell phones on July 16th?
Yes. So we see again, slide 175 here. We have cell site locations for this trip for both Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera. And we can see that they're consistent with leaving the South Florida area the early afternoon of July 16th. And as we see through both of their cell site usages, as we continue kind of up through this map, we can see they reach the Tallahassee area in the early morning hours of the 17th.
Now, on the 17th, are they ever consistent with being near the Markel residence on Trescott Drive?
Yes, we do see here that both Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera have cell site and sector usage that will be consistent with Mr. Markel's residence. And this is on July 17th in the late morning to early afternoon hours.
Okay, and that cell site, is that right near Winthrop Park where we saw them in the last, for the June trip?
That's correct.
Just a second. About the June trip. Wanted to ask you one more thing about the June trip. Law enforcement didn't know about this June trip before Luis Rivera informed them there was actually another trip to Tallahassee. Is that right?
That's correct.
Staying, please rephrase your question.
Did law enforcement know about the June trip before Luis Rivera's statement?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And so once we found out about the June trip, were we able to get Rivera's records? And Rivera had records that showed his locations for both June and July.
That's correct.
But Garcia's records had locations for July, but because it had been so long since this trip, they didn't have locations for June anymore. Is that correct?
It wasn't the delay in getting the records. It was the transition of the companies that those records were unfortunately not available to us.
Thank you. Okay. So we just talked about their locations were consistent with being near Markel's home on July 17th. Are you able to show us the communication on the call detail records between all the co-conspirators on the 16th and 17th during this trip to Tallahassee?
Yes. So again, should we slide 179? We are looking at another summary of the communications between the subjects, and this spans July 16th in the morning through the early morning hours of July 18th.
Okay. And do we have the same pattern here where Medbanua is the only one contacting Garcia and Rivera, and Charlie is the only Adelson talking to Medbanua?
That's correct. If we go back to kind of the tally of communications, again, we can see the highest number of communications between Charlie Adelson and Catherine Medbanua, between Medbanua and Garcia, and then as the other.
Wait, I want us to talk about that for just a second. So let me stop there. Notice the ones in red, higher levels. Not nearly as many between Donna and Charlie, many between Charlie and Katie and Sigfredo Garcia down there at the bottom. Very few with Wendi and with Harvey, and only with Donna. And Donna, of course, is the one on trial right here. So this chart somewhat helps with roping Donna in, but not a lot. It's somewhat helpful. But if the jury is carefully focused on exactly what's being proven here, Donna is trying to break the line at Charlie. She's trying to say the bulk of what's happening is Charlie, Katie, Sigfredo, Luis Rivera. They're the ones doing this. I'm separate. I'm over here. And I think she would almost have to protect Harvey and Wendi if she's arguing that. But as we know, she has not been protecting Wendi. So I find this really interesting. Think about it in terms of what her argument is as you watch this.
Between Medbanua and Garcia, and then as the others, as the others have communications as well.
Okay. And these communications, they also cover attempted communications. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And some of these communications may be text, some may be calls, some may be mundane. Some of these people have relationships anyway. We're just showing all the communications or attempted communications that did take place.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So I want to focus on the night before Dan Markel's murder, late that night. Using a timeline, can you walk us through the communication that evening on July 17th, going into the early morning hours of July 18th?
Yes. So again, kind of same format here. We see, this is slide 185. We see calls between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson at 10:18 and 10:29, both of them for just over 4 minutes.
Okay, and what's next?
We see at about 11:40, there is communication between Mr. Garcia and Ms. Medbanua.
Okay, and what happens after that?
Additional communications between Catherine and Sigfredo, and then Charlie calls Catherine just after midnight.
Okay, and is there any more after that?
There is, we see that Ms. Medbanua calls Charlie again at 12:34 a.m. for a short duration call. And then Charlie calls her back at 1:03 a.m.
Okay. And the Charlie calls Donna at 1:02 a.m. Was there no duration on that?
No duration on that.
Okay. All right. So then moving on to later that morning, which is going to be the morning of July 18th when Dan Markel was murdered. What can you tell us about all the co-conspirators' communication that morning between 8 a.m. and 12:30 p.m.?
Hugely important
So
time.
again, another call detail summary between those subjects. Here, slide 192, we're referencing the time when the shooting of Mr. Markel occurred. And in combination with the iCloud return with text message content, in the forensic examination of Wendi Adelson's phone, the communication records from the carriers, we kind of have a more complete idea of the communications between these persons the morning of the 18th.
Okay, and the yellow line there shows out what time in the call detail records the homicide occurred.
Yes.
Can you walk us through all the cell phone evidence that morning?
So again, just looking at the communications between our primary subjects, Wendi had the calendar event that for 8 a.m. for fixed TV.
And I want to ask you about that. Did she often have calendar events in her phone?
She did, yes.
And she would often delete those events?
Correct.
All right. When was this calendar event deleted?
I do not know.
Okay. Was it when she was with law enforcement the afternoon of July 18th? Did they take her phone and run a Cellbrite report on it?
Yes. So this extraction occurred on the late evening hours of July 18th.
Okay. And in the Cellbrite, it would have shown that the calendar event was deleted. Is that right?
Correct.
So would she have had to have deleted it before her cell phone was Cellbrighted that evening?
Yes.
Okay. So sometime between 8 a.m. when the event is on her phone and that evening it was deleted.
It could have been deleted before that date.
Okay. All right. So first call to Donna Adelson and Wendi Adelson. Can you show that to us?
Yes. So again, we see at 8:09 a.m. there's a call from Wendi to Donna.
Okay. Let me ask you one thing from the night before. Was it unusual for Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson to communicate or attempt to communicate at 1 a.m. that late?
They're communicate over a pretty broad range of time. I think it was pretty clear that that event was a misdial that he immediately corrected and called Ms. Medbanua. That's why there was no duration to it.
Okay, thank you. All right. So moving on to that morning, we saw the calendar event, and then does Donna place the first call that morning between the co-conspirators to Wendi?
Wendi calls Donna. Let's back up. So yes, Wendi actually calls Donna at 8:09.
Okay. And what's next?
Donna attempts back at about the same time frame. Little phone tag maybe. And then we see a text message from Donna to Wendi again about the Best Buy service.
And she says, they're on their way over now to help with the TV sets in your living room.
Correct.
All right, what's next?
Wendi has a text to Charlie stating, "This is so sweet."
And that was deleted?
Correct.
And would that have had to have been deleted then before the Cellbrite that afternoon, sometime between when it was received at 8:20 and the Cellbrite that afternoon?
Correct.
All right. What's next?
Wendi receives a voicemail from Dan Markel.
Okay. And do you have that voicemail where you could play it for us?
I believe so.
Hey, Wendi, good morning. 9 o'clock on Friday. Just wanted to say down something to pick the boys up early this afternoon and take our shooting. That happened for you around 4:30 or 5. So either at your cell or at the house. So let me know if that's okay with you. And also love to chat to you about that situation for school. And Thursday stuff and all that. I'm gonna be at the gym probably between 9:15 and 10:30. But happy to chat. For a walk in school, just like that. Bye.
What time was that voicemail left for Wendi Adelson?
9:04 a.m.
One of the last things
Okay,
Dan Markel
What
would have
happens
done.
after that?
So Charlie calls Wendi, or attempts to call Wendi, at 9:12.
And that's 29 seconds.
Correct.
Okay. What's next?
Wendi texts Dan Markel stating, "The repairman at my house now. I am picking up the boys at 3 p.m. So your swim idea is a no-go today."
So do we know exactly what time she listened to that? Was it 9:04?
9:04 was the voicemail.
Do we know exactly what time she listened to that 9:04 voicemail?
We do not.
But it seems she would have listened to it before this text at 9:12.
She does seem to acknowledge the content of the voicemail in this text message reply.
So she heard it sometime between 9:04 and 9:12.
Correct.
Okay. Now, in that message, he mentions he's going to the gym, right? At
He did.
9:15. But from the surveillance videos that we have, by the time he got to the gym at 9:15, were the killers already tailing him?
Appear to be so, yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with Luis Rivera's statement that they had been tailing him?
Super, super important point, because somehow they had to know Dan Markel was going to be at the gym. That is one of the key links back to the Adelson family. And it's not a link that can be explained by something that Donna knew or something that Charlie knew without some kind of input from Wendi. It was Wendi who knew he was going to the gym. And that's one of the reasons the state is pushing so hard on this. Who would have known that he would go to the gym so that the killers could already be there?
Him all morning. They followed him from his house to the preschool that morning.
Correct.
All right, so can you walk us through these messages starting at 9:12 a.m. that Wendi Adelson has with Dan Markel?
Yes. So again, she indicated that the swim idea was a no-go. Mr. Markel responds about his day ending at 4:30.
Meaning that he gets to keep the boys under the schedule until 4:30.
Correct.
Okay.
As again, in this message, he says, "Under our schedule." And he continues, "And you had them until 5 last week." This is at 9:13 a.m.
Okay.
Wendi Adelson responds, "Because you needed to food shop." This is at 9:15. Mr. Markel replies, "You weren't making them available until 5.
And at this point, he's already in the Premier parking lot around that time.
Would be correct, yes.
Okay.
Wendi
What is-
responds, "If it was 4:30 last Friday, you should have told me that. Why tell me now?" This is at
Big
9:19. And also at 9:19, Wendi receives a call from Charlie, last a little over 18 minutes.
Okay. So at the point where the Dan Markel's already at the gym at 9:19, right?
Yes,
And the killers have already followed him to the gym at that point, right?
correct.
This is per surveillance footage from Premier.
Correct.
At this point, Wendi and Charlie have an 18 and 17 second phone conversation.
An 18-minute and 17-second, yes.
Okay. What happens next after this phone conversation?
So after the phone call started, Wendi would have received the incoming text because I was being nice. And then about the time that phone call would have ended, Wendi texts Dan back.
And does she say, nice was fun while it lasted. See you at 4:30 today at my house then?
Correct.
So after this 18-minute phone call with Charlie Adelson, does she seemingly change her stance in the argument? She kind of concedes the argument and agrees with what Dan Markel is asking. He can keep the boys until 4:30.
Correct.
And then within about an hour,
I must say, if you were in on a plot to kill your ex, it would be pretty dumb to have a text argument with him that morning. Like, why not just be like, oh, of course, feel free to keep them for swimming because you know he's going to be killed. So it's not going to be any skin off your nose. You're going to have to pick up the kids anyway. And you don't mark yourself in any way. So this is kind of odd.
of this message was Dan Markel killed.
He was shot, yes.
Shot, thank you. Walk us through what happens next.
So there are additional communications. Charlie attempts to call Donna at 9:38. Charlie attempts to call Catherine at 9:57. Return attempt just after. And then Charlie and Catherine talk for almost 7 minutes at 9:58.
Okay.
Charlie calls Wendi 10:06, short duration. Catherine attempts Charlie again, 10:07, 10:08. The return call at 10:09 for about 6 minutes. And that's the last of the communications prior to the shooting.
Okay. Is Charlie also that morning playing phone tag with the attorney representing him in the divorce, Stephen Webster?
Dan Markel is.
I'm sorry, Dan Markel, thank you. And did Dan Markel have communication where he's playing phone tag with Stephen Webster?
Yes, this is slide 220, and we see from Mr. Markel's records several incoming, outgoing text or voice attempts with Stephen Webster.
And are they basically setting up a time to talk later in the morning?
Your Honor, that's not evidence, it's also speculation.
Staying as the facts, not evidence, that you can lay a foundation for this was doing.
Have you reviewed the text in these call detail records?
Briefly,
Did it appear that they were setting up a time to talk later that day?
yes.
Okay. Is the last outgoing communication from Dan Markel 10:34 a.m.?
Yes.
And Dan Markel would have been killed within a few minutes of sending that outgoing message.
Correct.
All right, I want to shift now to the cell phone locations in this case. You walked us through at the beginning of your presentation yesterday, Dan Markel's locations on the morning of the murder, Trescott, preschool, gym. What can you tell us about Rivera and Garcia's locations that morning?
So again, as you mentioned, slide 222 here, we see the locations that he was. We know his approximate arrival, the arrival of the Prius into Premier Health and Fitness just after 9 a.m. And what we see now up to slide 224, these are the cell site locations for Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera. Again, Mr. Garcia is in orange, Rivera in blue. But these are the first events with location. We have the morning of the 18th, July 18th. And we see that Mr. Rivera and Mr. Garcia's location are both consistent with them being in the area of Premier Health and Fitness.
And what was the last event with location data that we have for them while consistent with Premier Gym?
It's going to be these that you see here. So 9:58 for Mr. Garcia, 9:46 for Mr. Rivera.
When was their next event with location after these events?
It was afternoon.
Okay, can you walk us through that?
I can. We see, again, Mr. Markel's vehicle leaving the Premier Health and Fitness, 10:38. The Prius traveling just after. And then we see the location information here. This is slide 227. And again, just looking at the cell site locations, Mr. Garcia's in orange, Rivera's in blue. We see that those events we just saw at Premier Health and Fitness are at the top. And the next event we have, you see, is the 12:30 event for Mr. Garcia, where they appear to be on 75 traveling southbound.
So from Tallahassee to around the Gainesville area, there were no events with location.
Correct.
Could that be consistent with them turning their phones off after they left Premier Gym?
It could, yes.
Sometimes when people commit crimes, do they try to turn their phones off during that time?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Sustained unless you can lay a foundation for this particular point, Mr.
I'll move on, Judge. All right, so let's start at 12:30.
So part of the point of the question is just to get the idea in the jury's minds. Why would someone turn off their phone? Well, one reason might be that they're committing a crime. And that's exactly what these two people were doing, as Luis Rivera admits. And Sigfredo has been convicted.
Who was the call to 12:32?
So this is a summary of Mr. Garcia's records for the morning of the 18th. And what we see is his first outgoing call, which happens to be that same event we have with location at 12:30, was to Miss Medbanua.
Even though the call appears to be a short duration, is there any evidence that it went to voicemail or Medbanua did not answer the call?
There's no evidence it was not received.
But remember the timing on this, because Wendy's trip down Trescott is right around this time. So that's an issue that the prosecution has to deal with.
What do the phone records indicate about the status of Garcia's phone from the last event at Premier to the time he called Catherine Medbanua at 12:30?
Well, we do see at 12:18 and 12:19, we see two incoming calls that do not create locations, which means they did not actually reach the handset. The handset was not in communication with the network. So we know, at least for those times, that the handset was not, again, in communication with the network. Power down, battery dead. However, and then we also see these short codes, this 122 and 129, that are coming into the phone at 12:29. And these are consistent with notifications to the handset about missed calls or voicemails or other things. So those events would be consistent with that phone being powered back on or returning to the network at about that 12:29 time frame.
Okay. And once it comes back on at 12:29, the first call is to Medbanua?
Correct.
Switching gears here, I want to talk about Wendi Adelson's locations during that morning and early afternoon time frame when Dan Markel was murdered. Are you familiar with Wendi Adelson's statement about her locations on the day of Dan Markel's murder and the route that she took on July 18th after her TV repair appointment?
Yes.
Okay, can you walk us through that?
So again, we see her residence here at the time, the Aqua Ridge Way. This is slide 230. Again, just the flag there indicates the area of her residence.
So is Aqua Ridge kind of off Centerville Road, north of I-10?
Yes.
All right. Based on the location info from her call detail records, can you determine the approximate time she encountered the roadblock on Trescott Drive?
I can, yes. So we also have a receipt from ABC Fine Wine and Spirits that is time-stamped at 12:49 p.m. on the 18th. So looking at communication records with location, we see that she begins a voice call at 12:31 p.m. Her cell site is listed as the purple dot and starts at 12:31. We can see, this is slide 232, as we come down to about the middle here, she has an event at 12 or communication during this phone call with a cell site at 12:35. And then that call ends at 12:47. So we see again, that will be consistent with her leaving the area of her residence sometime around the 12:31 timeframe and being in the area of, and this 12:47 cell site could be the ABC Liquors as well. We know the receipt time's just a couple of minutes later. So with that, and to slide 233, with that receipt being at 12:49, the voice call ending at 12:47, she would have passed by Premier or Mr. Marty 7.
I'm going to stop
She
it
would have
there. Let's go back. I want to be looking at the map. That map, I must say, the indication from the state is that she went way out of her way to go down Trescott Drive. And it is true that there was apparently a liquor store much closer to her home that she could have gone to. But in terms of if she is going to go to this particular store, it does seem reasonable to kind of take the shortcut. It's 6 of one, half dozen of the other as to whether she continued on the same road or took the route past her house. So I do think that map is clear, and it's a little bit surprising to me based on the state's argument.
receipt being at 12:49, the voice call ending at 12:47, she would have passed by Premier or Mr. Markel's residence just prior to that.
Okay, meaning maybe somewhere around 12:35 to 12:45.
Correct.
Did Dan Markel have he and Wendi Adelson's children the morning of July 18th?
I'm sorry?
Did Dan Markel have the children the morning of July 18th and he took them to school that morning?
He did, yes.
Okay. Looking at Wendi Adelson's call detail records, were you able to see her calls, who they were from and to, and the times on July 18th of 2014?
Yes. So slide 234, a summary of her calls that morning. And we can see in the highlighted sections here, calls that would have been made or received after the time that she would have passed by the Markel residence.
And just to remind you, have you heard Donna's name in, I don't know, the last 15 minutes of testimony? I don't think we have, but we sure have heard a lot about Wendi. This time period is so important. This is where they're going to try to link Wendi in. And I don't think there's any question after this trial that they want to link Wendi in and that they're doing their best to do that. They are trying to show that she set out on this trip right when she first learned about the murder. The notifications go on in Sigfrido's phone at 12:29. So that's when everybody learns, yes, we've finished. We've actually committed the murder. And that's when she gets on the move. She leaves her residence at 12:31. So there are still some missing pieces, but I think that's what the state is trying to show us.
When she encountered that roadblock, the crime scene tape with the police cars behind it in front of the Markel residence, did she attempt to call Dan Markel to make sure he or the kids were okay?
She did not.
Did she attempt to call the children's daycare, creative preschool, to make sure that they made it to school and there wasn't some type of incident?
She did not.
Did she attempt to call 911 or law enforcement to see what was going on since her children had been staying on that street?
She did not.
Did she just continue to the liquor store and then on to lunch?
Correct.
Priorities.
Are you familiar with the area of Thomasville Road and I-10 where the restaurant Mosaic used to be, which was the restaurant she went to lunch at that day?
I am.
Were there any liquor stores in that area back in July 2014?
There were, yes.
Okay, can you walk it? Thank you.
So what we see, slide 237, again, we are showing the residence, her residence at the time on Aqua Ridge, and her ultimate destination, which was Mosaic off of Thomasville Road. So clearly the next slide here shows, as calculated by the mapping software, the most direct route between those two locations as far as where she was headed.
And then were there any liquor stores in the area of Mosaic at that time?
There were. So at that time, there was Publix Liquors on Thomasville Road there, very close to Mosaic. There was Market Square Liquors off Thomasville, and also another ABC location a little further north on Thomasville Road.
Would those Publix and Market Square liquors be a lot closer to Aqua Ridge and Mosaic than the one she ultimately went to?
They would, and this is slide 242, which shows the route she ended up taking versus what is calculated as the most efficient route. We can see there's a difference of about 9 minutes longer to go the other way.
So she went 9 minutes out of the way to go to the ABC liquors next to Dan Markel's home.
Correct.
All right, switching gears again. July 18th, the last slide that we saw of Garcia and Rivera's locations was around the Gainesville area when the phones were powered back on and the 12:30 call was made by Garcia to Catherine Medbanua. Does the next map show Garcia and Rivera continuing to come back down to the Miami area?
Yes, we do see here slide 244 as another large time frame without location information, but we see in the late afternoon, early evening hours, the use on the phones returns, and we see that they are getting into the South Florida area.
Okay, once back in Miami, did they stop somewhere where they were caught on video?
Yes, so we have an ATM withdrawal from Mr. Rivera. We can see that that occurred at 6:46 p.m. And through the records, we were able to determine the location of that specific ATM where that transaction occurred.
This
in
picture
Fort
is
Myers.
crazy. They're just right there.
So slide 247 shows the location of the ATM by the yellow flag in the middle. The, again, blue and orange circles represent the cell sites their handsets were using at the time. And we can see that their locations are consistent with the area of that ATM around the time of that transaction.
All right. Moving on to July 18th. Okay, thank you.
So from that ATM, there were also surveillance images obtained of Mr. Rivera driving, Mr. Garcia in the passenger seat, and
Right
again,
there.
the green Prius.
That's crazy.
And then after that was Garcia in communication with Catherine Medbanua that evening.
Yes,
Was Medbanua also in communication with her friend Yendra Mascaro that evening?
yes. So here again, slide 250 is the summary of the communications at that afternoon and evening. And we can highlight here several communications between Ms. Medbanua and Mr. Garcia. And in addition to those, we do see communications between Ms. Medbanua and Ms. Mascaro.
And was there evidence that Medbanua went to Rivera's house to meet up with Garcia on the night of July 18th?
There was, as we see again, Ms. Medbanua's cell sites represented here in red. She has events up to 8:46 that are consistent with the area of her residence. And we can see as we move across the slide here, 253, events at 9:20 and 9:23, and ultimately 9:42 that will be consistent with her traveling away from the area of her residence and toward the area of Mr. Rivera's residence.
And are you familiar with Medbanua's statement that she dropped her kids off at Yendra Mascaro's residence for the night that night, on the night of July 18th?
Yes,
And whose residence is on the way to Rivera's?
Ms. Mascaro's.
And is Medbanua then at Rivera's residence by around 9:42 p.m.?
I'm sorry, you have a question.
Your Honor, there's a question from the jury.
You use the bathroom.
Thank
The
you.
bailiff will take you to the restroom.
Okay. Just they wanted a break. Okay. I thought we haven't had any questions from the jury yet, especially in the middle of cross-examination. Okay. They're going to take a little break. And that gives us a chance to talk because this is hugely important information and it's a bit of a surprise because it's not about the defendant. Very little has been said about the defendant, Donna Adelson. very much has been said about the not yet a defendant, Wendi. So we will be talking about that. I'll also use the chance to tab forward and catch up a little bit. I try to pause it when I talk so we don't miss.
Believe to accommodate the issue that we discussed previously at sidebar about scheduling, we'll need to stop this morning at 11:30, but once the jurors come back out,
Okay.
we'll at least get another hour of the testimony in.
Okay.
The defendant needs to use the restroom. Bailiffs, please take her at this time.
Okay. We will fast forward through all that while we also talk. Biggest surprise throughout this trial has been how Donna Adelson has sometimes been front and center, but a lot of times not, and how both sides seem to be putting Wendi front and center. It has happened over and over again. We have seen that in the state's direct, and we have especially seen it in Donna's. And to me, that was the biggest surprise of the trial. I had assumed that Donna was going to stand firm on the protect Wendi at all costs, and that is not at all what we've seen. So I think the timeline they're building around Wendi is critically important. There can't be any question that the state would like to prosecute Wendi if they can possibly make that work. If they can, okay, I'm all the way at the end. Okay, so if they can make that work, that's what they want to do. So they have Sigfredo and Luis Rivera follow Dan Markel. They're caught on camera at the gym following him. Did they follow him from his home, perhaps to the daycare, and then to the gym? Maybe. They may have started at his home and had that route for him. I don't remember specifically what they said about that, but they're there, already there at the gym. So they knew that morning to follow him, and they knew not to shoot him prior to the time that he dropped the kids off. That was something obviously no one would have wanted. So now Dan goes to the gym. They follow him behind him. They wait till he leaves and they follow him home. And that's shown on that video camera. And then the bus video that we saw earlier, their phones turn off. At least the implication is they stop responding, connecting with the cell tower. They turn back on at 12:29 when notifications show up. So at 12:18 and 12:19, the phone for Sigfredo is still not on. It must still be powered down because there are calls not making it through. And then at 12:29, it gets powered back on because notifications come up. The very first phone call Sigfredo makes is to Katie at 12:30. 1 minute later, Wendi leaves her house and heads toward the liquor store. She goes down Trescott Drive, which is her old residence where Dan Markel lives, where Dan Markel was shot. What she finds is, yep, there is a roadblock set up and there's some kind of crime scene being set up. She, at least supposedly, should have no idea what's happened. She should not know why there's a crime scene not far from her former home, where her husband lives, where her children are. And the prosecution makes a great deal of the fact that she never seems to be all that concerned. Like, is Dan okay? This is right in his area. She doesn't seem to be concerned about the kids. Hey, are the kids all right? Should I call and check on them? What's going on? Is Dan able to pick them up? None of that happened. She seems unconcerned about that. Although that could be explained by the fact that she knows Dan dropped them off at school. She's been communicating with him that morning. So I imagine she would say, I knew he dropped them off, so why am I worried about them? And Dan and I have been fighting all morning, so for me to suddenly start calling about how he's doing would look odd. That's just my theory of what she would argue. But she, according to the prosecution, shouldn't have even been going to that liquor store. She had one closer to her, and she went out of her way, and she routed directly by his house. It wasn't technically out of the way, as we could see from the map. It wasn't out of the way in the sense that she, said, I'd like to go by my house. It's going to take, add 5 minutes to this same liquor store. It might have added more time to go to that liquor store, but it seemed like 6 of one, half dozen of the other in terms of distance once she chose that liquor store. But I do believe that road, being a residential road, maybe even has some speed blocks and so forth. It might not be one you would normally choose. She said, well, yes, just habit. That's kind of how I was used to going to the liquor store. And so I know she's testified about that in the past. But all of this talk about Wendi and the roadblock and Wendi and Trescott Drive is linked back to the timing. So she left the residence 1 minute after Sigfredo called Katie. That is very fast. And the state didn't show us any communication in that minute. They did have WhatsApp. Were they communicating on WhatsApp?
You can be seated.
Well, I'll stop it.
Are they good to go?
Was she maybe waiting for that? Was she waiting for this call, like ready to head out so she could see whether or not things had been discovered yet? Had she been just chomping at the bit all morning to get the word? We don't know.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Yep, we're all the way back up. This timeline is so important. I wish they could plug that 1 minute gap. I wish they could show Wendi getting knowledge from Katie. Obviously, they wish that as well. The prosecution wishes that as well. But it's not clear how the word got out in that 1 minute enough to cue her in. Maybe she just left, figuring it was time if she's involved. Of course, Wendy's going to say she wasn't involved at all. She just coincidentally left at that time, and there wasn't enough time for her to have gotten the message. And that is a problem. It's tight. It's a very tight timeline. But it's also coincidentally closely timed. But again, we're looking at the defendant. We are looking at the defendant right there in her light blue grandmother sweater with her hair pulled back. She has not been mentioned. In the last, they mentioned her as having calls with Charlie maybe 20 minutes ago. And since then, we haven't heard about her. We've been hearing about Wendi. We've been hearing about Wendi going to the liquor store. I think it's so critical to notice what the state is doing and what their focus is. What will happen when Donna's team gets back up? Now, Charlie's team was big into proving that Wendi might have gone to this liquor store for a reason. There could have been, it maybe wasn't that much further. There were lots of things they were trying to prove to suggest Wendi's choice was very reasonable, that she had made this choice responsibly. It wasn't something connected to the murder. But I bet you Donna's team doesn't do the same thing. We will find out in just a few minutes. I'm highlighting way too much for our summary. Like, oh, this is important and that's important. It's really hard to cut it down. So we've had a small sidebar. Don't really know what that was about.
Everyone can be seated. Ms. Dugan, you may continue with the examination of Sergeant Corbett.
Okay, so the night of July 18th was Catherine Medbanua's cell phone consistent with Rivera's residence by around 9:42 p.m.?
Yes, just after that. We see from the call summary, the last communication between Ms. Medbanua and Mr. Garcia was at 9:46 p.m. And what we see as her events at 9:46 and 9:47 are very consistent with Mr. Rivera's residence. So that kind of coincides with the end of their back and forth communication, with her location becoming consistent with Rivera's residence, where Mr. Garcia's location was also consistent.
Okay, and could that be consistent with her communicating with Garcia? That communication ends once she arrives at Rivera's residence, where Garcia and Rivera are also there.
Correct.
Now, after being there for a little while, does Catherine Medbanua communicate with Charlie Adelson?
She does. And again, back to the summary, we see that there is an outgoing call from Mr. Adelson at 10:12, very, very short duration. And then Ms. Medbanua calls Mr. Adelson back at 10:20 for about a 2-minute phone call.
And tell us about Catherine Medbanua's location for that 10:20 call to Charlie Adelson.
So what we see, the 10:20 and 10:22, is the last times that her location is consistent with the area around Mr. Rivera's residence.
Were we able to find any other evidence of her and Charlie Adelson's plans for the night of July 18th?
Yes, and again, that was slide 257 we just spoke of. This is communication from Mr. Adelson's iCloud, and the afternoon and evening of July 18th, where she asked, how's work been, hon? He says, been busy. And then later, about to start a big case, which she acknowledges.
Okay, and did they discuss their plans for that night?
They did. 8:22 p.m. She texts, you're still at work. Mr. Adelson, Charlie Adelson responds, just finishing. I'm not really feeling good. Maybe we can just hang at my house.
And that message from him is at 8:23 p.m. to Catherine Medbanua?
That's correct.
Okay, and he says he's not feeling good before she comes to his house.
Correct.
All right. Are you familiar with a call that Wendi Adelson made while at TPD in front of TPD investigators to inform Donna Adelson of Dan Markel's shooting?
Yes.
And was that call made by Wendi Adelson to Donna Adelson at 7:04 p.m.?
Yes, there were actually two close together there.
Okay, thank you. Which co-conspirator did Donna Adelson call after that?
So looking at Donna Adelson's locations and communication, there is a text message from Donna to Charlie, a chat that says, call us ASAP.
Okay, and what about after that?
So what we see is looking at the combined location information from both Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson's cell phones, their locations. We see that they are consistent with leaving the South Beach area around or a little before 8 p.m. and beginning to travel north. We see locations here on this slide through about 8:29 p.m. And if we continue, we see events at 8:35 p.m. again in the North Miami area. And then we don't have any other usable events with location until 10:53, at which point they're in the north area down here.
Okay. Can you go back to just the slide right before this? Okay, so she receives a call from Wendi Adelson around 7:04 p.m. She's in touch with Charlie Adelson by she's attempting to get in contact with him by around 7:12. And within an hour, they are leaving South Beach and headed north in Miami.
Correct.
They being Donna Adelson.
And Harvey Adelson.
And Harvey
yes.
Adelson. Thank you. All right, so can we go to your next slide? You said that their last cell phone communication with location data was in North Miami at 8:35 p.m. And their next event with location after that was at 10:53 p.m. Are you familiar with Catherine Medbanua's statement that Charlie Adelson told her that his parents had just been at her home the night of Dan Markel's murder before she arrived at the home?
Her home or his home?
His home, Charlie Adelson's home.
Yes.
Charlie Adelson's parents had just been at Charlie Adelson's home before Medbanua arrived that night.
Correct.
Okay. Is Charlie's home located between the location we see there for the cell site at 8:35 and the location for the cell site at 10:53?
Yes, we see here the location referenced by the flag of where Mr. Adelson's residence was at the time.
Is there evidence in the phone records that Donna Adelson went to Charlie Adelson's home on the night of Dan Markel's murder?
So there is another communication from Miss Donna Adelson at 8:59 p.m. stating outside your house.
Outside your house, and she's sending that message to Charlie Adelson, is that right?
Correct.
What can you tell us about her locations that night and how long she could have spent at Charlie's residence after sending this message?
Your Honor, Jack calls for speculation.
Overruled, he may answer based on his analysis of the records. However, Sergeant, you are not to speculate or offer any opinions beyond anything that you have not directly researched for these matters. You may answer the question.
Yes, sir. So the question asked of me is, it possible for, given the cell site locations and times, is it possible there was a period of time where Donna and Harvey could have stopped at Charlie Adelson's residence? So to do this analysis, I looked at the events that we had with usable locations, and we see that there is this 6-minute phone call. And this is the 8:35 location we saw in the previous slide. But we see this phone call actually begins on the cell site in the bottom of this slide, which should be 263. And it ends on the cell site at the top. So to conduct an analysis of potential time between points, we need to establish a point to start measuring from. So my estimation of the approximate handsets location between these two cell sites for this phone call is approximately the area of that 832 little call out here in the middle. So that is the point that I started, again, with based on these two phone call, or the beginning and ending cell sites, estimated that the handset was approximately in the area of that marker at 832. Same thing for the ending phone call, or the next phone call that we had at 1053. We see the cell site that it begins on and the cell site that it ends on a little further north. And so that will be consistent again with the handset continuing to travel along the area of the turnpike. And for our ending time here, I again estimated the location of the handset to be where that white call out box is at approximately 10:53 p.m. So with those 2 points and using the Esri route planning tool, Esri is the mapping software that we use, it tells us that that travel should have taken approximately about 1 hour and 4 minutes. And what we see is between 8:32 and 10:53 is actually 2 hours and 21 minutes. So the distance traveled is not consistent with the time consumed.
I say this is, in my view, probably the most critical evidence against Donna of all. The evidence about whether she went to Charlie's home and whether she dropped off money. That ties in with what Katie said about the money being wet, about whether or not Charlie's mother had laundered the money. She had literally washed it, and about her delivering the money to Charlie. One of the things I want to do at lunchtime is break down what I talked a little bit about yesterday. I said I thought Katie Medbanua was starkly contradicting her testimony from Charlie's trial. I've got those two pulled up so you can see for yourself what the difference is between them. This is all important. Did Donna stop at Charlie's house? It's not the only evidence against her. It's not the only thing they have, but it's one of the most tangible physical potential connections. This isn't super strong. She took more time to get from point A to point B than it would have taken if she didn't stop. Therefore, maybe she stopped at Charlie's house. So that's sort of the argument that they're making. It's really, really important. They need the jury to understand and to believe this. So we'll be looking at Katie's testimony at lunch. We'll be breaking that down, talking about what that means. It's also extremely significant because in this trial, Katie said that Charlie said his mother had brought and washed the money.
You spoke about Esri. Is that also the how Department of Transportation estimates mileage as well?
Yes, if you go to the official Department of Transportation site to get mileage for business travel, they use the same software.
What can you determine about when Donna Adelson would have reached Charlie Adelson's residence according to this estimated travel time.
So if we look at this, and again, we see the area of Charlie Adelson's residence. We have the message at 8:59 that says outside your house. Charlie responds to that about 20 minutes later with 10 men, 10 minutes. So again, using the same route planning, we see that that should have taken approximately 25 minutes to travel from our 8:32 starting point to Charlie Adelson's residence. And so that would have put the estimated time of arrival at his residence 8:57, and the text message is sent at 8:59. So that would be pretty consistent.
So the text message time is consistent with the estimated time it would take to get from the last known location to his house.
Correct.
And in that text message, she says, outside your house to him.
Correct.
And then he gives her an estimated amount of time before he'll be at his house, 10 men.
Correct. And what we see looking at Charlie Adelson's locations, the 9:19, when the text message is sent, we can see the cell site that his handset is using. As we continue down slide 268, we can see that he has communication at 9:21, and then the next cell site he has is, or cell site time he has is 9:40, and that 9:40 time he has become consistent with the area of his residence. So he reaches his residence sometime between 9:21 and 9:40. If we look at the 9:19 time of the text message, that 10 minutes is about correct for when he would arrive home.
So he says he's 10 minutes when he's about 10 minutes away en route to his house
Correct.
after receiving the outside your house text. Is that right?
Correct.
And what do we see here?
This is just a close-up of that, again, showing the cell sites when he would be consistent with his residence, arriving sometime before 9:40.
And where was Donna Adelson's next event with actual location data after she said she was outside Charlie Adelson's house and he responded 10 men?
Again, the next event that we have is the 1053 events, looking at their combined records. Is the next usable location event that we have. So if we look at the time that it would take to travel from Charlie Adelson's residence to that point, we see that based on the route planning, approximately 48 minutes. And again, the actual travel time based on those cell site usages was 1 hour and 54 minutes. So we have about an hour of unaccounted for time.
So it took her 1 hour and 54 minutes to travel to the 1053 location from North Miami, which left 1 hour and 6 minutes unaccounted for.
This would be the travel time from Charlie Adelson's residence
Thank
to
you.
that 1053 point. Did take 1 hour and 54 minutes, which was estimated to only take 48.
So how long could she and Charlie Adelson then have overlapped at his house during that time?
The maximum would be approximately 1 hour and 6 minutes.
And that would be including the time that she would have been waiting for him to arrive?
It would, yes.
Okay. So let's say she waited 10 minutes or so for him to arrive. Actually, he sent it 20 minutes after arriving after he received the text, right?
Correct. Charlie's response to Donna was about 20 minutes after she had texted outside your residence. And that indicates a 10-minute estimated time of arrival. So about 30 minutes would be probably the shortest that she would have waited, but you still have a little over a half hour of overlap.
Okay, thank you. So total amount of time, 1 hour, 6 minutes, and they could have spent about 30 minutes or so together during that time at his residence.
Could have had, yes.
What else do you know about Donna Adelson's travels that evening?
So we have an additional chat later on.
Does he
where-
check back in with her to see if she got there okay?
Yes. At 11:56, Charlie texts, "Did you get to your hotel? Okay, love you." She responds Thank you for asking. We have it on MapQuest. Hilton Inn on International Drive. We should arrive at 1:25 a.m. Get some rest. We'll talk in the morning. So again, looking at the point of the 1053 estimated location to the location she states she's going to, we see that should have taken about 2 hours and 20 minutes, and which would have made the arrival time around 1:13. Her stated arrival, estimated arrival was 1:25. So again, these are pretty close.
So no large amount of time unaccounted for during that journey.
That's correct.
The large amount of time that you have unaccounted for where she says she's outside Charlie Adelson's house is from the 8:35 spot to the 10:53 spot.
Correct.
Okay.
So obviously they're trying to put the two of them together because getting Donna to the house, delivering money, super important. That could really make the prosecution case if they convince the jury of that.
Did you have an opportunity to do this drive that Donna Adelson took from North Miami to the 1053 location on the night of July 18th?
I did, yes.
And when did you do that drive?
I did that July 18th of this year.
And was that on a Friday night this year, just as her drive was on a Friday night in 2014?
Yes,
And on the same date, July 18th?
correct.
Can you tell us about that drive?
I simply traveled to that area, to the area of that first estimated location at 8:32. I started an exit south of that so that I was at traveling speed, and I traveled to Charlie Adelson's residence. I noted the time and mileage that it took me to get there, and then I traveled from Charlie Adelson's residence to the 1053 spot just to make sure that the roadways, all of those which have not changed, allowed for me to get off the turnpike, get back on, continue travel, and about how long it took me to do it.
Were you able to easily get off the exit for Charlie Adelson's house and then get back on again?
Yes,
And was the time it took to drive from Donna Adelson's 832 location in North Miami to Charlie Adelson's residence consistent with the estimated time?
it was. I was within just a few minutes.
Ms. Kappelman just reminded me, you said it was on the same day. Did you also do it at the same time of day?
I did, yes.
Okay, so Friday evening around between 8:30 and 11.
Yes, within just a couple of minutes of 8:32, it was a little hard to gauge my travel time to get to that exact point. Might have been off a minute or two when I crossed that specific point, but it was very, very close to the exact time of day.
That's really important, right? It deals with a lot of the defenses that would come up, which are, well, you don't know if the traffic was really bad. Maybe they encountered a big problem with Friday night traffic. Maybe there was an issue related to construction that was being done. And so they're trying to deal with that by saying, hey, he drove this. And pretty much those times weren't just estimates, they were accurate. And please hit the like button.
And was the time it took to drive from Charlie Adelson's residence to her 1053 location consistent with the estimated time on Esri?
It was, yes.
Okay. All right. So moving on to the next day, July 19th. If you could walk us through the morning after the murder of Dan Markel, where's Charlie Adelson located at that time?
Charlie Adelson has locations consistent with his residence.
And what can you tell us about the communication from Medbanua's phone that morning?
I can. So first we looked at her locations, and we recalled that we had that after 10 p.m. Cell site location where she was leaving the area of Mr. Rivera's residence. And actually the next locations that we have for her is the morning of July 19th. And we see again, this is slide 274, and we can see that her locations beginning at 9:44 would be consistent with her traveling south from the area of Mr. Adelson's residence to the area of either her residence or Mr. Rivera's.
Now, once or before this 9:44 a.m. Call, did she have some calls the night before that were routed to voicemail?
Yes, that were not They did not reach the phone, yes.
What was her last location then before the locations we see here? Was it the 10-20 something location we saw from the night before when she's leaving Rivera's residence and talking to Charlie Adelson?
Correct.
Okay. And in the text messages between her and Charlie Adelson that night, she was planning to go over to his house that night because he wasn't feeling well.
Correct.
Okay. So looking at this slide, does it appear that her phone is then the first active location or the first active event with location we have? She's coming south down from Charlie Adelson's residence that next morning.
Correct.
Are you familiar with Catherine Medbanua's statement that she spent the night at Charlie Adelson's home the night of Dan Markel's murder, and the next morning she took the money that he gave her for the murder to the area of Rivera's residence?
Yes.
Was there evidence of that in the phone records?
So what we see, again, back to your initial question, as far as the cell phone or the call activity, we're looking at the summary of calls in the morning of July 19th. And we see those events that we saw on the map, consistent with her travel south. She is attempting to call Mr. Garcia. So we have a number of outgoing calls between 9:44 and 9:46, including a text message where she's trying to reach Mr. Garcia.
When she can't reach Garcia, does she start trying to call some friends of his to try to get a hold of him?
Yeah, so immediately after that, at 9:47, she makes an outgoing call to Anthony Ortiz.
Does she also try to call Luis Rivera that morning to find Garcia?
She did not.
Okay. Does the attempted communication with Garcia stop at 10:31 a.m.?
Yes, so again, our first set of calls here, she's trying to reach Mr. Garcia. She's unable to. She calls Mr. Ortiz. And now what we see starting at 9:49, Mr. Ortiz is attempting to call Mr. Garcia. Luis Rivera is now attempting to call Garcia. And it starts this flurry of back and forth phone calls with Luis Rivera and Anthony Ortiz trying to find Mr. Garcia, or trying to reach Mr. Garcia. And that continues through about 10:20 in the morning.
Okay, so Medbanua is calling Garcia's friend Ortiz. Ortiz is trying to call Garcia, and Ortiz also calls Rivera to try to get a hold of Garcia.
That is correct.
Okay. Eventually, do all of these attempted calls to Garcia stop? And at what point?
Well, they certainly tame down. What we see for the first time is at 10:20. So we've had this period of time where everyone's trying to reach Mr. Garcia. Catherine Medbanua gets a call from Luis Rivera from his actual primary phone number. And they talk for about 1:40 minutes. So after that, then we see that Ms. Medbanua communicates with Mr. Rivera a couple of times. She does again try to get hold of Mr. Garcia. But all of that concludes at about 10:30 in the morning.
And was there any evidence as to why there wasn't location data for Garcia that morning and why no one can get a hold of him?
He had, dumped his phone. He had.
Objection, Your Honor, facts not in evidence.
Stand to establish the foundation for the witness to testify to this.
What could you tell from his phone records, the evidence in this case, about why no one could get a hold of Mr. Garcia?
So Mr. Garcia's records indicate that in the early morning hours of the 19th, that phone left the network, was no longer in communication with the network. There are a number of inbound calls that never reach the handset. They do not produce location information or duration. So his phone is not in communication with the network. And that continues through the end of the records. That phone never returns to service, never makes or receives an actual phone call from that morning of the 19th through the duration of the records that we have.
So right there, that suggests to us that Sigfredo Garcia will not be testifying, because they could have brought Sigfredo to say, yes, I dumped my phone. But instead, they were trying to get this witness to say that Sigfredo Garcia had dumped his phone. He got those words out before the objection from the defense was sustained, because this witness doesn't technically know that fact. But he does know all the facts to build up around it, that no one could get hold of him and his phone wasn't used again, that indicate that it was dumped. But that's why he wasn't allowed to go quite that far to saying that Garcia had actually dumped his phone. It can indicate that once he lays the foundation for that.
Also about the locations of Rivera and Medbanua at 10:31 and the time period after that, once all of these attempted communications stop.
So again, we have the flurry of communications. That last call is at 10:31 a.m. And if we look at Miss Medbanua's locations at 10:31, she is consistent with Rivera's residence, and Mr. Rivera's cell site locations are also consistent with his residence.
And are you familiar with Rivera's statement that he was able to find Garcia that morning at a girl's house and brought him back to Rivera's residence?
Correct.
Now, when is the next communication on Catherine Medbanua's cell phone after that with location data?
The next that we see is at 11:23 a.m.
This is about 50 minutes later.
Correct.
All right. And is her location at 11:23 a.m. consistent with Mascaro's residence?
It would be consistent with the way to Mascaro's residence.
Okay. Thank you. Could this be consistent with her then leaving Rivera's residence after a period of time and heading back towards Mascaro's residence to pick up her children?
It could be, yes.
All right. Switching gears again. Were you involved in securing a wiretap of some of the suspects in this case back in 2016?
I was.
What is a wiretap?
A wiretap is an active way for law enforcement to be able to gain information or intelligence. Everything that we've talked about in the historical records are just that, historical. We're getting records that already existed and having those provided to us. A wiretap is an ongoing intercept where we are able to, in real time, see the calls that are being placed, the outgoing, inbound, durations, all of those things, in addition to the content of most of those. So text message content and voice content, we're actually able to listen to those calls in real time while they're occurring. So this is a real-time, ongoing, active monitoring of the communications.
In order for a wiretap to be in place, does there have to be an order signed by a judge? That order has to be sent to the phone carrier so that the calls can be monitored by law enforcement.
Correct.
Were we able to monitor the content of the calls between the subjects in this case back in the time that these events happened, back in June and July of 2014?
No, again,
Wouldn't
we were
that have been
investigating after the fact. All of that was historical. The carriers do not retain the content of voice calls. They don't record everything that you say and make it available to us. So we had no option to listen or know the content of those communications back then, outside of what we recover in text messages.
Okay, so the wiretap in this case is during the investigation, once law enforcement had identified the identity of these subjects and was trying to listen to see whether they talked about the crime.
That is correct. It is prospective. It is ongoing, real time.
All right, can you explain to the jury what type of equipment is needed for a wiretap?
Well, we use a variety of equipment. There is carrier-based equipment. They have equipment that is able to basically mirror those phone calls, that traffic, and provide it to law enforcement. We have equipment, computer servers that are able to receive that communication and then provide it to monitoring stations, which are essentially laptops. We have headphones and software that allows us to see this information. It decodes the information that is sent to us from the carrier. So we can see in real time, it pops up with the time of the call, the phone numbers, cell site locations sometimes, and other information. And if it is a call that has audio, then there's an indication that there's audio, and we're able to actually listen to that through the headphones.
Does the software give the listeners, law enforcement, the ability to stop and start the recordings?
It does, yes.
And are synopsis of the recordings done by law enforcement?
Yes.
Is there any involvement by the actual phone carrier, like the company?
There is, yes.
Is monitoring of the calls done live and in real time?
It is.
And do the people who are monitoring these intercepts have to go through a certain type of training in order to do that?
They do. They have to go through what we call minimization training. The interception of communications requires that non-relevant or communications that are not pertinent to the actual crimes be minimized or not listened to. So we call that minimization training, and everyone who listens to or has opportunity to hear any audio from the wire has to go through that training.
Okay, and are the people monitoring it also thoroughly briefed on the case?
They are. Part of that training is a requirement to read the affidavit that was authorizing the wiretap and to get a briefing from the case agents so that they know in great detail all the elements of the case so that they're able to detect during the phone calls if that conversation is actually relevant to some part of the investigation. They need to know financial things, relationships, hierarchy, those kind of things. So again, they are briefed by the case agent and they're required to read the documents.
If the phone conversation is not relevant to the crime or is privileged in some way, is there a mechanism to stop that recording by law enforcement?
Yes.
And is that the purpose of that to protect people's privacy if they're not talking about something relevant to the crime?
Yes, the purpose of that is to allow us to minimize those parts of the conversation that are not pertinent to the crime and in compliance with the order.
Is minimization a choice by law enforcement, or are they required to minimize irrelevant portions?
It's a requirement.
Okay. Are you limited in time, or is law enforcement who's listening limited in time, in the time that they have to decide whether what they're listening to is relevant to the crime or not?
There are a number of things that go into that. Time is one of them, yes. We have a guideline for how long we should listen to make that determination. And then we have some guidelines for how frequently we can come back and check the ongoing conversation to see if that conversation has turned criminal or turned into something relevant to the investigation.
So the officer can then go back in and listen in again to see if they are now talking about something relevant.
Correct. We call this spot checking.
And can the listeners of the call tell if a law enforcement officer is doing that?
The listener of the call, I'm sorry?
Can we, as the listeners here in the courtroom, tell if an officer is doing that?
Yes. In certain versions of the software, there's an audible tone to indicate that it's been minimized. There's printouts from the software that tells us when audio was listened to and when it was minimized. And there's just absences in the conversation, blank spaces where that recording did not occur.
And is the portion of the call, so the portion of the call that's minimized then is not recorded?
Correct.
When listening, though, and trying to decide whether something's relevant or irrelevant, are law enforcement officers also on the lookout for suspects trying to mask the meaning of what they're saying in case law enforcement's listening? Maybe they are talking about the crime, but they're using words that don't sound criminal in order to do it.
That's correct.
Is that quite common?
It is, yes.
Which phones were tapped in this case?
Mr. Charlie Adelson's and Ms. Catherine Medbanua's.
And was that Charlie Adelson's phone number ending in 9223 and Medbanua's phone ending in 1312?
That's correct.
Okay. And who supervised the wiretap in 2016 in this case?
A number of supervisors. I supervised from a technical standpoint to make sure that the information was being received and operating functionally. The case agent supervised the investigative standpoint. It's a representative from the state attorney's office to monitor the legal side of things. And we have to do periodic reports or updates to a judge during the ongoing wire, alerting him of our progress and seeking authorization to continue. So there's a good bit of oversight.
And who keeps or maintains the recordings of the wire calls?
A designated officer.
At TPD?
In this case, yes.
And those recordings, are they stored in a secure manner at TPD?
Yes.
On a few different recorded conversations.
I think this would be a really hard job to have. It's not that it wouldn't be interesting while phone conversations were happening, but since they're done live and in real time, there would be all this time that you would just be sitting there waiting for somebody to get on the phone. And then you'd have to constantly be getting off and waiting for the time period to go back. I think it'd be hard.
Conversations throughout the wiretap. Are you aware of statements made by Charlie Adelson that he does not know who Tudo is?
I am, yes.
In your review of Charlie Adelson's iCloud, like his text messages in the iCloud, were there messages where he and Medbanua are having conversations about mundane things, but he says Tudo to her. He refers to Garcia as Tudo.
He does, yes.
So the phone records indicate that despite what Charlie Adelson says on the wire, he did know Garcia's nickname was Tudo.
That would be from the iCloud return, but yes.
Okay. All right. I want to move on to the bump in this case, which the wire calls came after the bump. Can you tell us the date and time of the bump in this case?
So these are the records of Donna Adelson's communication during that time frame. This is 4/19 of 2016. And what we see is the bump happened at 1:47 p.m.
Who was Donna Adelson's first call after the bump? And meaning the bump is when the undercover agent approached her on the street.
The first call was to Charlie Adelson.
Did she call Wendi Adelson or Harvey Adelson during that time?
Immediately after, no.
Did she call Catherine Medbanua at any point?
No.
Anyone else associated with this case besides Charlie Adelson?
No.
And when was her first call to Charlie Adelson after the bump?
2:09.
So about a little over 20 minutes later?
Yes.
All right. Was Donna Adelson detained?
And that's a point in the favor of Wendi and of Harvey. They aren't the ones she called first. And one of the first things she said to them was, it said to Charlie, this involves the two of us, not the four of us, not the family, but the two of us.
And charged in this case, I believe it was on November 15th of 2023.
Yes.
And we'll get into the details of that later, but what I want to talk about now is whether we were able to, on the day that she was detained and charged, was her cell phone taken by law enforcement and a cell bright done on that cell phone?
Yes.
And in the cell phone that was in her possession, was there evidence that Donna Adelson and Wendi Adelson talked about Charlie Adelson's trial, his November 2023 trial, and the verdict as it was happening?
Oh, good.
Yes.
Are you familiar with Charlie Adelson's testimony in his trial that Garcia and Rivera killed Dan Markel on their own?
Facts on evidence, counsel's testifying.
Stand as the counsel testifying, please establish a foundation for your question.
Okay. Judge, may we go to sidebar, please? Thank you.
Wow. So we're going to get one of the jail phone calls. That's going to be very interesting. Charlie Adelson's theory, we know, was that there was this extortion that happened to him, and that's why the bump was particularly alarming to them. So we are now getting into what Wendi and Charlie, Donna and Charlie talked about right after the verdict against Charlie when Charlie was in jail. We covered those phone calls pretty extensively here on the channel. There were a lot of them. We didn't cover every one, but we covered some of the most important ones. And those are, we are going to be hearing for the first time in this trial about what was said there and what the prosecution is going to do with that. When someone is in jail, those phone calls are recorded and they can be used by the state. There's a statement right up front about that. Now, we have not yet gotten into evidence about Donna and her flight to Vietnam. I don't think that's where they're headed right now. I think right now they're just talking about the bump and the reaction to it. So we will hear what they have to say about that. Now, we will be getting into Donna's flight to Vietnam according to what the state has offered and said will be put into evidence. So I can use this time to skip ahead too, since we're a little behind. Just a couple minutes. There is Harvey Adelson, front row, the entire trial. That's a long sidebar.
It's time to instruct you.
Okay, here we go.
At this time, we are going to take our lunch break for this morning. Once again, I'm going to instruct you not to discuss this case with each other or any other person. Also, as well, do not look at any other outside information or news on this matter. We will resume with the trial this afternoon at 1:20. Please be back by 1:15. Enjoy your break.
Okay, so break is about to happen. We'll watch them file out. And then we have something I really want to talk about today, which is the Katie Medbanua issue and the difference between her testimony at Charlie's trial and her testimony in this trial, because it was pretty starkly different as it relates to Donna. Much of it was the same, but that was really different. I always like to see, are they going to show anything exciting where they move the camera, but I'm not really seeing anything. We'll skip forward, or they just going to show the judge. Oh, no.
Concerning the evidentiary point for which this testimony is seeking to be admitted, we'll review while we're on break as well. Are there any other matters that we need to address?
Not from the defense this time, Eric.
Please report back by 1:15 as well. At that time, we will continue with Sergeant Corbett's examination. After this portion of the examination, Ms. Dugan will state's direct be coming to a conclusion.
Will you repeat that, Judge?
After this part of the direct examination, will the direct be coming to a conclusion with Sergeant Corbett.
I would say I have maybe 30 minutes left, 30 to 45 minutes.
Very well. Sergeant, enjoy your lunch as well. This might be a record, 2 breaks.
Could be. Thanks, sir.
We'll see if we can get you off the stand before the rest for the evening. 1:15. Enjoy your break, everyone.
Thanks, sir.
Okay, so a long lunch today. It gives us plenty of time to talk. And all right, let's move it to the end. We'll know it's coming. I'll pull it down and we'll go into our talk. Okay. All right, ready to go. We have a ton to talk about. It was a little bit slow in the presentation this morning, but the evidence that came out was super important to the case. It really matters for setting the stage for the prosecution's case against Donna Adelson. But also, a lot of it dealt with Wendi Adelson, not Donna. That, of course, is important, not just in the prosecution of Donna Adelson. It's also important in the question of whether or not the state is going to prosecute her. Now, throughout this trial, they have not called Wendi a co-conspirator. They have done that in the past. They've called her that. They haven't used that term at any point in this trial, at least that I can recall. So it's a little bit different, but we have this time had Donna talking about Wendi and suggesting that Wendi was a co-conspirator, which is very different from the way Charlie's trial went. So what I want to do, we've got a couple things I want to cover. So we'll do it kind of in this order. I want to talk about Katie. I'm super interested and excited about that. I don't want to miss it. I want to do some polls with y'all where we can talk about what the most important points of the morning are. That's going to help me when I do the summary at the end of the day. I like to put in what you thought were the most important points. I think that's going to be interesting for people who watch back that. I also cut that part out, and so you can watch it separately as a standalone video, so you can get a sense in just a few minutes of what happened as opposed to a 9-hour that it will take to watch the entire day. But it's a great trial, and I've thoroughly enjoyed watching it. So let's talk about, we've had Sergeant Corbett on the stand. This is the second day now that he's been questioned. The judge made a little comment, kind of a dig at the attorney's at the attorney who's, it's your second break. He's basically saying this has been a very long interrogation, and it has been. So they talked to, let's just go through what some of the facts were, and I'm going to do a poll and ask you which you think were the most important. One was that there was a rental car in June and again in July. And it was Rivera did one and Garcia did the other. Okay, that's one point. Charlie called the landline. So calling the landline, we'll make that one. The ticket, Luis Rivera's ticket, because what that did was show people that he was in the car, that he was actually driving the car on the way to Tallahassee. And one thing we found out today, at least I didn't realize, they turned that car in and got a different car because now that car had been associated with Luis Rivera. So they turned it in, got a new and different one. So Luis Rivera's ticket, and I'll put new car if it gives me enough room. They only give you a very few characters on YouTube. I think one of the problems for the Adelsons throughout this case has been how difficult it is to explain those Tallahassee trips. I mean, what's the reason for Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia to suddenly rent a car and drive to Tallahassee and kill somebody they've never met before? Like, why? And Charlie's answer in his trial, which that just now the witness was not allowed to say, the judge is going to consider that. But Charlie's answer was this extortion theory. They did it to extort Charlie Adelson because they knew he had a bunch of money. It obviously didn't work with the jury. That doesn't really seem to be Donna's theory. She seems to have said, yep, Charlie may have been involved. Deal with that. I'm over here. I'm a separate person, and I wasn't the person involved. That seems to be more her pitch, which is a much safer pitch, frankly, because then she doesn't have to defend the double extortion theory. But all that to say that it is really difficult to explain the Tallahassee trips. So just those alone is a pretty important part. And the fact that there were two of them and that Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia did them both. And both times they rented a car. They didn't just drive to Tallahassee for vacation. It isn't like they went to see a friend or a relative. No, they went there with no other purpose in mind. And they will even say the reason, well, not Sigfredo, Luis Rivera will say the reason he went was because he was intending to kill Dan Markel. So the fact of the Tallahassee trip, the next point, and I'll put these in two different ones. Wendi wrote Dan about, this is way too long, you have to condense this into something very short, but Wendi wrote Dan about when he would be in Tallahassee. I think I just hit my microphone, sorry about that. When he would be in Tally, and she was at her parents' home in Miami at the time. So I'll do something like Wendi wrote Dan in Miami, something like that. It'll have to be that short, but you'll know what I mean. Then, and made sure that Dan would be in town and let's arrange everything anyway. Now, he already was going to have the kids the 11th through the 17th, but she wanted the kids on the 16th, and they were making this arrangement. So Donna, the TV repair was under Harvey's name, and that was a point raised yesterday by the defense. Maybe it was Harvey. It was Harvey who arranged the repair of that. But what they pointed out today is it was Donna actually writing the repair person. So that, I think, did fall flat. Repair the TV. Let's see, Charlie. We already knew, though, that Katie came to his house. That's where she says she picked up the money. All right, let's do this. Proof that Katie was at Charlie's house when she said she was. Now, she all along admitted she was there. The question was she picking up money, or was she just hanging out with Charlie because he was her boyfriend? So there was evidence to back that up, though. She was at Charlie's house. Then she was at Luis Rivera's house where Sigfredo was. That supports what she says about delivering the money from Charlie to Sigfredo Garcia at Luis Rivera's house the morning after the murder. Charlie's calls to the landline. the prosecution argues that the landline was virtually never used. Charlie never called his mom and dad on the landline. He always called them on the cell, except in 2% of the occasions, a total of 28 calls over about 15 months. And 4 of those 28 calls were directly around the time that a car was rented for Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia to drive to Tallahassee. So we'll add that to our point. We're going to have at least 3 polls. So I'm going to need everybody's votes on these to get your what are the most important points here. All right. I think, oh, good. I skipped a little spot. I'm terrible about highlighting everything. I highlight, it just is all yellow. Somebody said in the chat, dip it in yellow highlight. That's pretty much what I do. Just dip it in the yellow highlighter. All right, Dan. Okay, this was a point I thought, but nobody raised it or mentioned it. Of course, there hasn't been cross yet, so they haven't even had a chance. Wendi and Dan were seriously bickering, and Wendi was being kind of mean, frankly, on the morning of his murder. She made a comment like, he said, well, I would like this special concession to keep them a little late to go swimming. And she was like, no. And this all the morning of the murder. And Dan says, well, I did this for you. I was being nice. And she said, nice was fun while it lasted. See you at 4:30 at my house then. Just seemed really snippy and cold. And what occurred to me is what a completely dumb thing to do if you're about to kill your ex that morning. That's crazy, right? Well, so the fact that they were bickering, I think does militate in her favor, because that would be crazy. Could she be a super mastermind where she said, I'm going to double think this and I will be writing this so that no one will believe that I actually would have killed him because they'll assume I wouldn't have done that if I actually was going to kill him? Yes, it's possible. She was just that much of a mastermind, but still, it just seems risky to me. So I was kind of struck by that. There were an absolute ton of calls between everybody on the day of the event meaning the death of Dan Markel, the shooting of Dan Markel. I thought the timing was really important. The timing Wendi left for the liquor store. Here is the timeline that was set out. At 12:18 and 12:19, there were calls to Sigfredo Garcia's phone that didn't reach the network. It was powered down, is the implication. He turned it off. He was busy committing a murder, didn't have time to answer the phone, and definitely didn't want to be caught using cell phone data. At 12:29, the notifications went on, meaning the phone had been powered on. It was now turned on. At 12:30, Sigfredo made his very first call after the murder, and he called Katie. 1 minute later, at 12:31, Wendi left her own residence and headed toward the liquor store. She didn't choose the liquor store nearest her. She didn't choose to go the normal straight direct route to the liquor store. She took a slight detour, although when we saw it on the map, it was basically like a square, 2 sides and 2 sides. So kind of like that. She took this route instead of this route. It wasn't wildly out of the way, but it was a residential road. I think it may have had speed bumps, so a little bit out of the way. And she's going to a liquor store. It's only 15 minutes from her house, but there was one she could have chosen that was earlier. So was that trip down Trescott, the road where she used to live with Dan Markel and where he still lived, was she scoping it out to see if anyone had found the body? Was she checking out the scene? At 12:31, she heads to the liquor store, leaves her residence, and drives past there. Somewhere between 12:35 and 12:45, she turns on Trescott and realizes there's a roadblock there, turns around, heads back out. And by 12:47, she's at the liquor store. At 12:49, there's a receipt of her buying the liquor. Bullet bourbon, of course, but I think she has a pretty good explanation for why she bought that particular alcohol. Initially, I was startled by that. Bullet bourbon. What kind of, is that some kind of sick joke? What's she doing? But I think the bullet bourbon really was because she had been asked to bring that exact bourbon, and she brought the invitation to the party that had been sent to her. It was a stop the bar party, and it asked her to bring that exact bourbon. So it did seem like a pretty good excuse. Okay, so we've got timing of Wendi leaving for the drugstore. Let's just put Wendi on Trescott, and I'll probably jumble these all up because we're picking the most important. And what I'll do is I'll ask you I'll use your vote as ranking, more or less. I'll tell, okay, here's what y'all thought it was the most important of the day. All right. And Katie, in fact, we've already got that, though, that there was proof that she went to his house. Oh, Donna, outside the house. Donna, in the text message that said outside your house, and the approximately 30 minutes, it's two things. The extra hour that she took to get from her home in Miami up to Tallahassee, where did that go? And 30-minute potential overlap with Charlie while he was at the house. So could she have actually overlapped with him? I thought that during Charlie's trial, there was proof from Charlie's team that the cell phone didn't actually leave the highway and go toward Charlie's house, but I don't remember the details on that, so I would expect that to come up in cross if that's the case, and I may have misunderstood or be not remembering it correctly. Okay, there was Garcia dumped his phone, but that wasn't supposed to come in. The judge asked him to step back from that because it was it wasn't something he had in his own personal knowledge. And what he did have in his own personal knowledge was that the phone wasn't used again, which pretty much tells us what we need to know. All right, are we at our end here? Which unaccounted for. And, oh, here we go. The bump. We had just started on the bump. And who did Donna call? The minute she had the bump, the minute the person walks up to her, hands her the note. It says a phone number, $5,000. The man's talking to her about Luis Rivera, we now know, although he's using a nickname. Then the person she calls is Charlie. And what she says, they haven't talked about it, is this concerns the two of us. So, okay, I think we've got our list. So let's do our polls and see what you think. I'm very excited. I'm very curious. All right, I'm headed over here into the poll area. I'm going to be asking you top facts. And we're going to have 3 of these polls, okay? Top facts. And you're going to vote most important, okay? I said top, most important. You'll know what it means. Okay. 2 trips to Tallahassee. Rental cars. As opposed to just taking their own cars, for example. Okay, and there's a lot of evidence about that. We're going to do Charlie calling the landline instead of the cell. We're going to do Lewis's ticket and got new car afterwards from rather than keeping that car. And then the last option for this one will be Wendi wrote Dan while in Miami. And I'm going to have to explain that one. So for people coming in, they're going, why is that important? She wrote him about when he would be present, but I'm out of space. So I'm just going to do that. Oh, I've gone over on something. It won't let me. Oh, the two trips to, I'm going to call it Tally. So it'll fit. Okay, now we can start the poll. Okay, what do you think? What are you going with? All right, looking for it won't let me start another poll until we close and lock this one out. What mattered to you? I'll tell you which one I thought too, which one struck me. I got to write down, make sure I have exactly what you're voting on. 2 trips to tally and that they used rental cars. Charlie calling the landline instead of the cell phone, which he did a total of 28 times, and 4 of them were related to the exact time of the rental of the vehicle. The 2 vehicles, Lewis's ticket and got a new car when it might be connected to him. And Wendi wrote Dan while she was in Miami. And I should even add, it wasn't just while she was in Miami. It was actually while she was in Miami and while she was, it's very confusing because studio shows me like 10 minutes back. I'm very confused about that. But anyway, Wendi wrote Dan while she was in Miami, and it was immediately after the big birthday party for Harvey, where they were giving the birthday present to Harvey, and the state says that's code for killing Dan Markel. That is not really about a present at all. And Charlie said what that was about was catering, and I was going to pay for the catering at the party as a gift to my dad. Okay, Wendi wrote Dan while in Miami. Okay, so let's see what y'all are thinking. We'll wait till we have 300 votes. Let's see. Wow, that's a lot fewer than all of you. All right, hop on there. Everyone start voting. And so we're going to have 3 votes. So it'll be 3 different sections, but I'll see what you think about each one. I'll wait till we get to, I don't know, maybe 400 or 500 votes, and then we'll cut it off and see what everybody voted for. And then we'll put our next poll in because we got 3 to do. And then you don't want to miss the part I'm going to tell you about Katie. So I want to be able to get to that. We'll still take a little break and for lunch, and then we'll come back for questions. This is a very long break today. So we got plenty of time for questions after we take our little lunch break. All right, we're almost at 400 votes. So we'll let it go just a little bit, but I want everybody to get their thoughts on what really matters in the case. And then we'll head into our next section. So I'll go ahead and get it ready. 423 votes. Okay, y'all are coming in with your votes there. Almost at 450. Definitely increasing. I'm always confused when it goes backwards. Like, how can you unvote? I'm not clear on that. Maybe changing your mind. Okay, oh, wow, it's moving fast. All right, I'm going to cut it off at roughly 500, and we're at about 475 because I want us to have plenty of time to move on to our next point. And then I'll talk a little bit about, I don't want to talk about what I think because then maybe that will influence the vote. I want your opinion about this. Okay, so I think we're about there. We'll let it get up to maybe 525 because it's moving fast. I don't want to cut y'all off if you're enjoying voting. People are definitely enjoying voting. It's moving up really fast. It was a big morning. A lot of the facts came in. I am not sure how many witnesses they still plan to call. It's very normal to list a lot of witnesses you don't end up calling. You list them sort of in case you need them, in case the other side argues something you aren't expecting, that kind of thing. Okay, it's really not slowing down. I'm gonna go ahead and call it. So last call for your vote. Quick. Put that in. Last call, and we are ending that. Okay, so how did you vote? Let's see. 41% of you thought the 2 trips to tally and the rental cars was pretty important. Why do you need a rental car when you have your own? 25% is Charlie calling the landline. I personally was never all that persuaded by the landline thing. Sometimes you just call one or the other. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. That was moved down to 23%. I see it's out of order. 23%. Lewis's ticket and got the new car was 9%. And Wendi wrote Dan while in Miami is 25%. I I'd say I pretty much agree with y'all. I can see Wendi kind of trying to arrange things as far as being with Dan around taking care of the kids. I can see her doing that while she's in Miami, trying to get the next week organized and prepared. It could be related, but I don't see that as a definite. Lewis getting a new car after the ticket, that seems a little odd. Why would he do that? If it wasn't damaged in any way, if he'd been in a wreck, that would be one thing, but just suddenly, hey, I want a new car. It would be useful if there was some information about why they did that. No one testified about that. It's just out there as a strange fact. So I would say that's kind of important to me. Not really Charlie calling the landline. The 2 trips to Tallahassee and the 2 rental cars, supremely important, very, very important, because what it says is that this was planned in advance and there were people working on it for at least a month. And that's really important. Katie said she understood that first trip was a scouting trip. There was a plan all along that they would just go up there, kind of make the arrangements, and then actually commit the murder. It wasn't that they messed up the first time, which is what Luis Rivera says. Not really messed up, but he says they went to do the murder, but his kids were there. They didn't do the murder, and then they went back later to do it. All right, so let's go to our second poll, poll number 2, most important facts. All right, would be Donna called for TV repair. Yesterday, there was some good suggestion by the defense that it was maybe Harvey, but I think today they pulled down that it was really Donna. And Katie, let's put it this way, proof. Katie was at Charlie's house. And I'm having to be super cryptic. I'll call this key facts 2. The proof that Katie was at Charlie's house was they looked at her cell phone and they could prove she was there. They could prove she went to Luis Rivera's house afterwards, which is where she said she met Sigfredo, and that Charlie gave her the money, put it in the trunk, and she took it to Sigfredo Garcia. So I think that the proof that the issue is not just proof she was at his house, but it's that it corresponds with what she says happened and what other people say happened as far as the exchange of money. Okay, let's see, next one will be Wendi and Dan bickering. And the day of the murder. At least I understood it to be the day of the murder. I could have gotten that wrong, and please let me know if I did, but that's what I thought they were saying. They read a whole bunch of text messages that were sent that day. I'm going to add to this one, Garcia dumping his phone. Because the others kind of are closer together. So let's start that poll and see what you think about this. What is your vote? Lock it in. Okay. Votes are rolling in. So Donna called for the TV repair. Proof. Katie was at Charlie's house. And I'm adding to that. And you'll know that she went to Rivera's house, the money. And Wendi Dan bickering. And Garcia dumping his phone. Which technically isn't in evidence, but it's in evidence. Okay, y'all are voting quick on this one. Getting in your votes, and I'll go ahead and get our next one all queued up and ready to go. Although it's hard to do that while talking and watching how you're voting. I can't, I'm not, some people can do that. They can do multiple things at once. I'm more of a one thing at a time person. Oh, wow. There's a high winner so far. I won't reveal it if you haven't voted yet. We want you to vote. Thank you, Patty Ann. I appreciate your super chat very much. Thank you for that. All right, we're nearing our 500 vote cutoff. Y'all are cruising on this one. You have strong opinions, although it's starting to pull a little closer. I don't know if y'all can see the back end. I can see that over here. I'm not sure what shows for you, but I can watch your votes coming in. Wow, y'all are moving fast. People are very opinionated about this particular one. And the last one, I think, our last poll is the most important of all. All right, are we at 500? Not quite. Oh, thank you. Camilla thinks I would be a good professor. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. I still want to teach that class on social media and the law and how social media is changing litigation and cases and what lawyers think, because I think that is a very important question. I don't think people are really talking about it. I think it's a big deal. I think it needs to change how people are thinking about how they represent clients. And I don't think lawyers are thinking of that because lawyers are kind of slow to adopting technology and to changing their way of thinking. I mean, our entire livelihood is based on common law, right? The idea that this is what's been decided before. So how can we apply that to this new question? So it doesn't exactly promote change and adaptation. And thank you, Kim. I appreciate that very much. All right, we're at 500 votes. Okay, so last call, and I'm going to lock it in, and we're going to do our final poll, and then we're doing the part about Katie. All right. And I'm calling it. Okay, so what do we have? Donna called for the TV repair. Whopping 46%. You are very sure about that. Proof that Katie was at Charlie's house got a 25%. Garcia dumping his phone, 18%. And Wendi and Dan bickering on the day of the murder, a mere 10%. Not really all that important to you. Okay, that's good to know. And now our final poll before we get into the issue with Katie. Okay. So this is we're going to call this like key facts 3. Oops, I typed 3, but I meant 2. Other way around. I typed 2, I meant 3. All right, that Wendi drove on Trescott, which is exactly where her ex-husband lived and where she had lived before. Just the fact that she drove. These are all so important. It's going to be hard for you to pick. Donna wrote to Charlie, outside your house. This is on her, and we'll go over each of these, but Donna to Charlie. Can I fit that? I don't think I can fit that. No, I'm going to put CH. You'll know that's Donna to Charlie. It's not giving me much room. And the timing of Wendi leaving. Okay, these are all good. All right. Oops. I started that poll before I meant to. Okay, I'm going to end that real quick. Sorry about that. That went too fast. Let's start that over. I wish you could set these up in advance. Of course, I wouldn't have known what the key facts were, would I have? All right, so starting over, key facts 3. Sorry about that. False alarm there. And it's going to be timing of liquor store. Timing of Wendi leaving. No. Time of Wendi to liquor store. Okay, that's good. And we're going to then Donna to Charlie saying outside your house. And what that was about was she was driving up. And the question is, did she go into his house? Did she leave cash to be paid to the hitman? And an option that Donna called Charlie after the bump. After the bump. And I'm trying to make these really short. So if you see abbreviations, you'll know what that's about. And just the fact that Wendi drove on Trescott, which is the address where the two of them lived. Okay. That was way too brief. She had lived there with Dan Markel as their home. She had moved out. He was still there. She drove down that road partway, not all the way to his house because that had blocked off as a crime scene. Okay, now there's our poll, and we will get your opinions coming up. Thank you, Amanda Lee. I do appreciate that very much. And she says, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Let's see how the vote is coming. Y'all are voting quick. You're getting good at locking in these votes so I can have your opinion. Let me write them down while I'm doing this. Okay. Timing of Wendi to the liquor store, which was 1 minute following Sigfredo calling Katie Medbanua after his phone was turned back on. Donna to Charlie, outside your house. That was a quote, a text she wrote him. Donna called Charlie after the bump. And Wendi drove on Trescott, the very place where Dan Markel had just been murdered. And she drove there within a few hours of the time that he was murdered. As I would. Y'all are having a hard time on this one. It's like, well, they're all important. Timing. That was so messy, I could not read my own writing. I had to guess what I was saying. Okay. So, wow, we're already at 500 votes. Good. Well, we will, as soon as we get to 500 or thereabouts, we're going to go into the issue with Katie because that really got me going yesterday. I figured out why this is off. I just have to move the little cursor and then I'm closer to where I am now. It's always a little bit behind, but not hours. Okay. Oh, wow. We're already at 500 votes. Y'all are into this. You are excited. And we do have a winner, although, like I say, it was a little closer this time. All right. I think I'm going to call it so we can head into Wendi. And our schedule is going to be Wendi, the Katie issue. We're going to cover the Katie issue. We're going to take a break, maybe 15 to 20 minutes. Usually takes me a little longer than that, but that's my aim. So we'll move into that, and then I'll come back after that and we'll do questions. The court is taking a pretty long break all the way till 1:15. So that'll give us lots of time for questions and discussion, and we can kind of go over what's been happening. Okay, so we are cruising along. Now, this is your last call on the vote. So go ahead and lock in your votes. I don't want to leave you out, but I do want to go ahead and call it. Okay, count of, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, we're ending the poll. And what did you think? Donna calling Charlie after the bump was our winner at 38%. And Wendi drove on Trescott, 26%. Was next. Donna calling Charlie and saying outside your house got 22%. And the timing of Wendi driving to the liquor store only got 12%. Well, darn it. I thought that was real important. And y'all are not that impressed with that. That would have been super important for me. But I think they're all important. I would have had a very hard time voting. I probably would have voted back and forth between a few of them because it would have been really hard. I could not agree with this more, Camilla. It is so interesting that Charlie's trial focused on Donna and this trial now seems to focus on Wendi. Is this a teaser for the next episode, the sequel, part 5 of the Adelson saga, the Adelson long list of potential suspects that have been convicted in this case. Luis Rivera, Sigfredo Garcia, Katie Medbanua, Charlie, and now Donna is on trial. There's still 2 Adelsons left, but they haven't been charged, neither Harvey nor Donna. So we will see. We heard a fair amount about Harvey too, but Harvey just seems less involved in a lot of the things that happen. So I think it's a much more difficult case for the state to make. All right. Yesterday, let's talk about Katie, because yesterday Katie said something, and I'm going to play this little clip and you're going to see me, but wait, what? No, that's not right. So watch this, and then I'm going to take you back and show you what she did say at Charlie Adelson's trial. It's pretty different. And the reason this matters, what she said is probably the most important evidence that is going to be brought up in this trial against Wendi. So, darn it, I'm getting all my words mixed up. Against Donna. It's probably the most important part. And if it's not accurate, that's not cool. That's not accurate. I'm all for convicting guilty people, but only with accurate, true evidence. So that's why I was like, wait, I don't remember that. And it was not brought up in cross-examination. So let's go back to the time when yesterday, what Katie said at trial.
Or the following day,
Oh, I have to
and then
remove
he put it in the,
and
How
add this.
was your cut of the
or the following day, and then he put it in the closet.
How was your cut of the money packaged?
It wasn't like a cut, it was just basically, it was in a bag, in a plastic bag, grocery bag, and I believe there was like a paper bag and then a Ziploc bag inside it.
All right, so the inner thing was a Ziploc bag.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you opened the Ziploc bag, did you notice that the money was stapled together?
Yes, ma'am,
It was. Okay. Did you notice something else unusual about the money?
At that moment, I didn't when I opened it, but a couple of days after the fact, it was wet and starting to mold.
The money itself was damp to the touch.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And did you ever mention that back to Charlie Adelson?
I'm pretty sure I contacted him and told him why is the money wet.
What do you mean pretty sure? You did or you didn't?
That I didn't.
Okay. And when you contacted him and said the money's wet, or you just mentioned to him the money's wet, did he have a response?
Yes, ma'am. He told me,
Go
told
ahead.
me that that his mom washed the money.
Did she physically wash the money?
Yes, ma'am.
Whoa, that is not what she said before. That is not at all what she said before. That's brand new. So I can't wait to see that addressed in cross-examination. That last time she backed off that so far, she couldn't really be sure, it was a small possibility it could have been. I mean, she had no clear statement, much less had Charlie specifically said that Donna washed and laundered the money. No, the implication was clearly there. I'm not saying that the implication wasn't there. She did say she thought that's what had happened, but this is way different and way stronger, tailored, if you will, for this trial.
All right. So
All right, so that is what Katie said yesterday. She was real clear. Charlie told me his mother laundered the money. That's why it was wet. That's a direct statement by one of the co-conspirators, Charlie, saying his mother actually laundered the money. Okay, that's complete straight line right to Donna. Total implication of her that she was involved. She was responsible for bringing this money. She was part of giving this money to Charlie, who gave it to Katie, who passed it to the hitman. That would completely implicate her in every way. But that is not the way it came out at Charlie's trial. Let's take a listen at Charlie's trial. This is the cross-examination of Katie Medbanua by Charlie Adelson's attorney, Daniel Rashbaum.
was anybody else there at his residence when you
Oh, wait,
arrived?
that's right yet. This is the prosecution.
At that day, no, ma'am.
Okay. Did you ever see his parents at the residence?
No, I didn't see his parents.
How was the money packaged when you got it? I think you said you got it the next morning.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It
How was it
was-
packaged?
It was in a plastic. The money was in a plastic bag, like a Ziploc bag, that was inside a brown bag, and then like a grocery bag over it.
And was the money stapled?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Can you explain how it was stapled? Like what size bills and what increments were stapled together?
I believe it was stapled in, I never counted it, but it was like in a stack and it was stapled in the corner.
All right, were they $100 bills or something else?
They were $100 bills and there was some 20s and 50s.
Okay.
Okay.
And was the
Reason
money
she's-
damp?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Okay. So it's like, wait, 50s and 20s, because we've heard from everybody that it's hundreds. And we heard today or yesterday from Katie that it was hundreds and they were stapled in hundreds, $100 bills. Well, she said at the time, 50s and 20s.
Explain what you mean to the jury.
A couple days after that, I went and I opened the bag and I called Sigfredo and I told him, I was like, there's mold on this money. And he's like, well, blow dry it. And I was like, but why would there be mold on the money? And he's just, I don't know, just blow dry it. So I believe his parents or his mom might have washed the money.
You mean like physically wash the money?
Yes, ma'am.
Why do you think his mom did it?
Because he was always adamant about telling me he didn't have any money in his house.
Okay. That makes no sense, as you will soon see in the cross-examination. And it makes no sense in terms of what she said at any time, because she said he had lots of money hanging around the house. But did you hear how vague that was? I believe his parents or his mom might have washed the money. Why do you think that? He was always adamant he didn't have any money in his house. Let's keep going because he's still talking, or she's still talking.
And he told me that his parents had just stopped by right before I got there. So
Okay.
all of a sudden he had money to put in the trunk of my car the
Was
following
the
morning.
money, I'm sorry, I interrupted.
She's suggesting that they must have brought the money because he didn't have any money. Everyone contradicts that. Charlie had tons and tons of cash sitting around his house. So that's incorrect.
I'm sorry.
Was the money already sorted out and packaged when you first saw it, or was he doing that?
No, it was already stacked and sorted out.
Okay. And did he have to, so he didn't have to go anywhere to get the money? He already had it when you arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, now we're going to hit the cross-examination, I think. That was the direct examination of Katie at Charlie's trial. So we're about to see the cross-examination.
Now, you said you never saw any cash at Charlie's place. Do you recall that at trial?
He had cash, but I didn't know how much he had. I know he keeps cash in his safe.
But I thought you just testified moments ago that you never saw cash at his place. They didn't keep cash at his place. That supposedly his parents had to bring the cash. Isn't that what you just told this jury about 18 minutes ago?
An abundance of cash.
Have you seen his safe?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever seen it open?
Yes, sir.
Doesn't he keep a lot of cash that he collects on the top of his safe?
I mean, I'm not like looking in it, but every single time we used to go out, he used to grab some money from the safe and then take it with him.
Okay, so
Repeatedly during both trials, you said you worked at the Adelson Institute. You never worked at the Adelson Institute,
No,
right?
sir, I did not.
her testimony, as you can see, wasn't, let me remove that so I'll be ready for when we go back. It's a complete mess. What an absolute mess. There's nothing you can pull from it that makes any sense. And she's the person who gave the most important piece of evidence of all against Donna Adelson. And it contradicts what she said last time, because this time she was very clear. Charlie told me his mother laundered it. Okay, that isn't what she said. She said, well, she thought maybe possibly it could have come from Donna because Charlie didn't have cash around, and suddenly he had this cash and he mentioned she stopped by. So maybe she did it, and maybe she laundered it, and it just was completely vague. She knew nothing, and there were certainly no statements she mentioned. I feel like the jury should have, I feel like the fact that the jury doesn't know about that contradiction makes it difficult for them to assess this brand new testimony. And I think it's unfair that this testimony was specifically about Donna Adelson and contradicted what it said before. I'm not pro Donna Adelson, hoping that Donna Adelson gets off. That's not how I feel. What I do feel like is every trial needs to be fair. And that includes this one. And the testimony needs to be accurate. And I don't think her testimony right there was accurate. Somewhere or another, there's something wrong. Charlie, everyone talked about all the cash that Charlie had. He had an enormous safe. I think someone said it was the size of a refrigerator. It was apparently very tall, like as tall as a person. So it was a large item. And he had significant amounts of cash. Luis Rivera talked about the fact that had he realized Charlie had bunches of cash lying around his house, then what he would have done instead of committing the murder to get the cash, he would have just gone straight and robbed him. That would have been his top choice. But Sigfredo Garcia told him, no, we got to do it this way. Luis Rivera said the whole extortion theory of Charlie's made no sense, because if they knew someone had a bunch of cash, they wouldn't go murder someone and then extort them and bribe them to get the money. They would just rob them, because the penalty for just robbing them is a lot less than the penalty for murdering someone to then extort them. So we wouldn't have done that. All of that's going to the point that Charlie had a lot of cash. So while I do think that the evidence that Katie gave was important, I also think there are some questions around what exactly she said about Donna. And that really does bother me, because I really don't like it if it's not fair. I think the testimony has to be pure. It has to be real and true. And I just don't know what's true with Katie anymore. All right. So let's look over here and see what y'all were thinking about that. Why on earth would anyone wash money, says Be More. Indeed, that has been a question all along. That's certainly an unusual thing. Laundering money gone wrong, right? Laundering money normally means taking money obtained illegally and funneling it through various businesses so that it can look like it's legitimate money. But in this case, maybe someone took that very literally. I have read that you might remove fingerprints with it, but other than that, it seems like a very strange thing to do. Milder reminding me, don't forget to take a break and eat. Thank you very much. I appreciate your comment. We are going to take a break. I'm going to turn on our screen while we take a break. I'll be gone probably about 15 to 20 minutes. I'll come back and we will start up with your questions and we will get ready for the afternoon. It sounds like this witness will be on the stand probably another hour and a half if you count cross-examination, and then we'll move on to our next witness. Will it be Charlie? I think everybody wants to know, what will Charlie do? What will he say? I'm terribly curious, so I can't wait for the afternoon, and I will be back shortly. Let me get everything queued up so I can share that screen. To stop that screen, share another screen. Hey y'all, and we are back. I hope everybody had a really great lunch and is excited for the afternoon. We are hitting the afternoon of day 4 of the Donna Adelson trial. It has been quite the rocky road so far. Donna Adelson is on trial for the murder of Dan Markel, her ex-son-in-law. This is not the first trial. This is the 4th trial, in fact, that the prosecution has done. They started off with Sigfredo Garcia because Luis Rivera pled guilty. So they started with Sigfredo Garcia, one of the 2 hitmen, and his girlfriend, also Charlie Adelson's girlfriend, Katie Medbanua. They were successful in convicting Sigfredo. That didn't last for Katie, though, because Katie was a hung jury for Katie. And so they tried her again, second trial. And at that trial, Katie was convicted. Then the next trial was for Charlie Adelson, and he was convicted, is serving life in prison. And now they've reached Donna Adelson, the matriarch of the family, and they are looking to find her guilty of murder, solicitation to murder, and conspiracy to murder. So what I want to do, we've got a little bit of time before the court starts. They took a nice long lunch break, so that gave us some time, gave me a little time to recuperate. We also did our recap. Y'all helped me figure out what were the key points. And so I figure I'll go over with you what the key points were from the morning, according to you, what you think. And then I'll, at the end of the day today, I'll do a recap of everything that happened today. So you've helped me get that organized and together. Thank you very much. And I also want to answer some questions because there may be some people with questions, and we've got a little time here before the court gets started. Trying to remember where I was. It was with Mildred. Okay. Oh, thank you, Annie Frost. It says I found my true calling. Thank you. I really appreciate that. It's getting easier. I really nearly had a heart attack those first couple of days. So I'm doing a little better today. And so thank you for being here with me. And Annie Frost, thank you very much for your super chat and for your very kind comment. Thank you. All right. Pascaline is in accord. We need a trial to be fair, and immunity, partial or otherwise, deviates from a straight up equality standard. And yeah, I do agree with you, Pascaline. I actually think that personally, I don't really agree with the concept that the state can grant immunity and on certain people, let them say whatever, and then promise not to use it. I just don't think life works that way. Just as today, there were several statements that the prosecution made, knowing they're going to stick, even though they were objected to. Let me think. What was one of them? And I noted at the time, well, that's going to be that Sigfredo Garcia had dumped his phone. Okay, they went ahead. They had no evidence of that. That is actually in evidence. There could be evidence of that. And they did have a witness on the stand right then who could say, while Charlie was, while Sigfredo Garcia was potentially committing the murder, he didn't use his phone. He used it shortly thereafter, and then it was never used again. I think the clear implication could be made, but it went a little further. The judge sustained it, but it's difficult for people to pull that out of their heads. And I think that's true for immunity as well. That is the standard in the U.S. As long as the immunity is coextensive, it's called, with the Fifth Amendment, then it's enough. In other words, it gives you just as much protection as the Fifth Amendment does. But it's part of the reason why what Charlie does is so intriguing. His case is on appeal, but he doesn't want to risk perjury charges for contradicting what he said in his last trial. And he is under state immunity. So what is going to happen when Charlie comes is a huge question. I appreciate your perspective. Thank you very much for being with us for this trial, all the way from Paris. And Jackie P. gifting 5 Lawyer League memberships. Thank you, Jackie. Jackie gifts a lot of Lawyer League memberships. A lot of our members owe it to Jackie, who has given that to them many, many times over the course of our lives. So we really appreciate that. All right, I'm headed over to see if you have some questions, and I'm going to be looking for question marks at the beginning, which I should have said right up front. So if you put one in and I don't spot it, try again. I also learned sometimes people would say, well, you don't answer my question. I think, what is it? I think the way that this is set up, I only get the top chat. Remember how there's something like a top chat and a live chat. One's kind of fast. So I guess so I'm not overwhelmed. I only get the top, and I'm grateful for that. I couldn't handle it if they were scrolling really fast, but I think that might be why. So Angelique wants to know what evidence I find most compelling. Well, I think as it came out at this trial, Katie's statement that Charlie said that Donna brought the money is completely compelling. I think that's huge. I don't even know how Donna's team gets around that. It's so important. Up until then, I think they've done a pretty good job of separating her, but if she actually provided the money to go to the hitman and everyone along that line is going to say that, except maybe Charlie, I think that's a very tough thing to move past. I think there are other things. Her flight to Vietnam, it could be explained away, but in context, it's going to be hard because it makes it look like she was trying to flee from justice, even though she could just say she was trying to flee from prosecution. That, for me, that's less of an important point, but I know it is going to matter. And I'm terribly curious about what they're going to do with the prison calls that we're about to hear. That's going to be really interesting. Irish twins mom, the defense should have raised Katie's inconsistent. You know how I am when you do any abbreviations. I'm always completely stumped by that. All right. The defense should have raised Katie's inconsistencies about Donna washing the money. Why didn't they? Irish twins mom, I fully agree with that. And I don't know if they didn't know it or exactly what happened there. I can't really explain that. I don't know if the judge had ruled on that they couldn't do that, it being under immunity. I don't see how that they would have been prevented from using those statements as cross-examination. So I don't see that, but I don't know. We're going to, let me get my back pillow. So I was surprised that there was no discussion, no pushback about what exactly she had said about Donna washing the money. And I would have thought that it would have been more of a pushback by the defense than it was. Luca, do you feel like the prosecution believes Donna is in the bag and they are setting the stage for quick Wendi and Harvey indictments? Such a hard question, actually, Luca. I do think they feel strongly that they have a solid case against Donna and they don't think she's getting out at all. They think they're going to win. The defense would also probably think that. It's statistically by far the most likely thing that's going to happen. It just is. And then you add to that the fact that they have a good amount of evidence that they're putting in. And I think they probably would have every reason to feel pretty confident that that's what's going to happen. But so then the question is, what are they doing in the course of the trial to set the stage for anything in the future? We have seen a whole lot of focus on Wendi Adelson, less on Harvey, but a whole lot on Wendi. But not just by the prosecution, it's also been by Donna. And surprisingly so, because during Charlie's trial, they very much took a defend Wendi stance. And whenever Wendi was challenged, they would get in there and fight for Wendi and fight for what Wendi had said, that it was honest and true and that Wendi was not in any way involved. Of course, they were also arguing Charlie was not involved. So up until now, that's been the approach, the Adelsons sticking together. But for the first time, we have seen a crack in that. And we have seen Donna Adelson go and her team going against Wendi in the way that the state has in the past. So it's double teaming. For that reason, I think there's a lot of focus on Wendi. It's not just the prosecution, though. So it seems even more because it's included the defense. Do I think they're setting the stage? I think their focus on Wendi can't be an accident. I think that the constant attention to her and what she did, it's not a mistake or an accident. And I know for sure they've said they would love to see whether or not they can convict Wendi Adelson. I think they would like to add that to the long line of cases now, the long line of trials that have happened in this case. So I think my inclination is yes, they will, but I can't say that for sure. And it's very much going to depend on what happens right here, because I think they believe their evidence against Wendi is less. Each person they brought to trial, it's been a little bit less. They had less for Katie than Sigfredo. They had to try that twice. They had less for Charlie than Katie, so they waited. They had less for Donna than Charlie, so they waited until Charlie was done. And I think they've been very methodical about that. Oh, Kathy, you're right. The hardest thing is the long, long hours about doing this. When I get off, I'm just a noodle. And it's been taking 2 or 3 hours or more to get that video posted. That's my recap of the day. So I've got to figure out how to make that a little bit shorter. I'm going to be working on that today to see if I can get it shorter. Okay, Jacqueline asking, Katie Medbanua has said she would like a new deal in exchange for her testimony at these trials, but wouldn't it be a judge who would decide if her sentence changes, not the prosecutor? Well, the prosecutor would recommend a change and it would go before the court with the recommendation from the prosecutor and the statement as to why. So the prosecutor would be heavily involved. The prosecutor would have to actually make the offer and agree to go before the court. Okay, looking for the question marks at the beginning. This from Susan. Thank you, Susan. I appreciate that. I don't think I had put that out before. Kristen asking me, do you think we will see Charlie today? Oh, I'm really hoping so. That is going to be so dramatic. And I'm sure we'll get another charge to Donna. Please, no emotions. Don't show any sort of reaction to what he said, because she's going to be very emotional about that. She and Charlie clearly were very close. And they have a lot in common now. They've been through the same jail experience that no one else in the family has. Thank you, David, for your nice comment. And wants to know, do you think the defense or the state would ever call the boys to testify? I've thought about that, but they were so young and they did not have any direct knowledge of any of this. For example, they did not have they weren't present at the time that Dan Markel was shot. They had been taken off. They were at school or daycare. I don't think there would be anything that they could provide in this case. I don't think they would have evidence that would be of assistance to anybody in the case. So I don't think that they would ever call them. Kathy asking about direct evidence. This is primarily circumstantial evidence. That's definitely true. The one exception I would say in Donna's case is the checks she wrote to Katie Medbanua and actually signed. Those are physical pieces of evidence if Katie wasn't an employee and they were being paid as part of the payment to commit the murder, which is exactly what the prosecution says. And may I add what Katie says. Joe Griffin, do you think Charlie will help or hinder Donna's case? Joe, Charlie has the potential to throw an absolute bomb into the middle of this trial that could detonate everything, literally everything, but definitely Donna's defense, definitely. Because if he comes in and says, as he said in his trial, that there was this double extortion and he went to his mother and he told her about this double extortion, and she then was terrified when the gang came up to her, I think he has to stick to that story. And she has to stick to that story. But then that makes it more difficult to separate Donna from Charlie. Granted, all of that happened after the murder. Donna, according to Charlie, didn't find out anything until after the murder. But it makes them tied together in a different way. And then the jury has to believe Charlie's story, or at least believe that Donna believed Charlie's story enough to be afraid when the second bump came, etc. It makes it way more difficult, I think, way more difficult, because that is not the defense she's using. So there's some contradiction. And because she's suggesting maybe Charlie really did do it. Maybe Charlie really was involved and he actually paid for this and wanted Dan Markel murdered. Very different from her defense. Kristen asked me, Wendi said she learned about the shooting in the cop car. And that, excuse me, that's not... Yeah, just a second. Okay, I think that did it, maybe. So I think that there's question around when exactly Wendi learned about the shooting, whether it was from a friend who texted her, whether it was from the cops in the car? How did she actually learn about it? I don't know. I can't answer the question of what kind of contradiction she's made in that. She may feel like it's consistent across what she said, and I can't answer your question about will she be held accountable, because I can't contradict that. I don't know enough to do that. Do you think Donna should testify? MSR asked me. Thus far, my answer would be a strong no. And the reason I would say that is because I think they've done a good job, which is going to be greatly undermined potentially by Charlie, and was undermined by Katie, about separating Donna from the rest of the crew, now in prison for life for the death of Dan Markel. So I would say she has a much better chance relying on what's happened so far than she does if she opens her mouth and starts to testify. I think that could be really very much a problem. Okay, I did thank Susan. Thank you, Susan, for your, where did it go? There it is. Okay. And Camilla asking me a question. On July 18th, Wendi had custody. She let Danny keep the kids until 4:30, but she was supposed to go to the bar party with Danny's right of first refusal, who was meant to watch them that night. Can't answer that question. But I thought that Wendi had objected to the right of first refusal, that Dan proposed it, but that it wasn't firmly in place, that would always happen. What Dan had wanted was, let's make a deal. If you need to go out and get a babysitter or something, instead of getting a babysitter, give me a chance, call me and see if I want to babysit. That would give me extra time with the kids. It would save you money and trouble. And why not? So, but as I understood it, Wendi wasn't agreeing to that. It seems like common sense to me that you would want to do that. It just seems better for everyone. But I don't know what the plans were for that night. That's a super interesting question. And I don't know if she had found a babysitter. Tara Wells is a new member. Welcome. We are glad to have you, Tara. And I didn't say to Camilla, thank you so much for your support. I really do appreciate that. All right, let me move all the way to the bottom. So put your question in again if I missed it. Can they call Katie again? I believe that they released her subject to recall. So the answer would be that the state could call her again, but not that the defense could call her. I think they released her that way. Is it true Wendi is short for Wendigo? I don't know. What a name. I have no idea. Wendelin, Wendigo. I don't know. I am positive someone in this chat will know exactly the answer to that. So stick that in the chat, because Corey wants to know, what is Wendi short for? Someone will know. Someone will know. All right, here we go. Barbara, do you think Wendi only agreed to let Dan have the kids when she knew the plan was going ahead, so she knew it wouldn't matter? Well, that is a point which I think goes to the question of, if she was going to that party, had she made arrangements for somebody to take care of the kids? That's a really good question that Camilla had, because if she hadn't made arrangements, then maybe she knew she wouldn't need them. And if she had made arrangements for somebody, then she knew she was going to need them because Dan wouldn't be available. Normally she would have given it to Dan, but she knew even though he was going to be in town, he wouldn't actually be able to do that. It sounded like from their text exchange that morning, which was really kind of mean-spirited on Wendi's part, but it sounded like Dan was asking for a little extra time. He wanted to go swimming with the boys that evening, and she was saying no, and basically, sucks for you. He said, well, I was nice to you, and she was, and I've forgotten the exact quote, but it's something like, well, nice is all over to where we're not nice anymore. And what was it? It was a very vitriolic kind of comment. Let me see if I can find it, because there we go. She was bickering. Nice was fun while it lasted. See you at 4:30 at my house then. So it does sound like if she was referring to that afternoon, she was planning to have the boys dropped off at her house, and she was then going to go out to a party, which means, you're right. No, it wasn't going to be given to Dan, even though she wasn't going to be with the boys that evening. I don't know if she had a firm agreement on that right of first refusal, but it doesn't sound like she was planning to let Dan be with the kids that evening. In fact, just the opposite. Okay. Hey, I see Mama Pink's in the chat. Mama Pink's and Marlon are our two mods. And oh my, do we owe them a big debt of gratitude for all the work they put in on our chat. And I'm very, very grateful to them. No common sense in a nasty divorce custody war, says Angie. Well, good point. Good point. Did they impeach Katie? Not with the part that I talked about, Sue B. They did not. They did not contradict her. And of course, she was under immunity when she testified before. So perhaps that's why. But wow, that was a very different statement from what had been said before. Sam says, how come Katie wasn't asked about her telling Garcia she already knew about the hit? How come Katie wasn't asked about her telling Garcia she already knew about the hit? I'm trying to figure out when she would have. Oh, I do remember that now that you say that. That Sigfredo Garcia called Katie and Katie said, yeah, I already knew. And then that would have played into giving Wendi more time to get there. I don't know how they knew that. I think it was Luis Rivera who said he overheard Katie say that, but I think you're right. I don't think it came out in this trial. So that might be a missing piece that would have been of use to the prosecution there, but I don't remember it coming out. You have a good point. Ferry wants to know if I'm a law professor. I am not a law professor, but thank you for the compliment. L. Arnold, and did she end up going to the party? I doubt it, because she said she was with the police for 6 hours and she was at lunch when they got her. So probably she was there until 6 or 7 at night. Every time she was asked about something, she had said, yes, it was in the context of me having been asked questions for 6 hours. I had been there for 6 hours. So she was there a good long while. Bugsy, why was previous convictions allowed when the Daybell case did not allow previous convictions? And I can't fully explain why they were or were not allowed in other cases. In this particular case, these people are deemed co-conspirators. The jury has been shown the fact that they are convicted. They're in their prison uniforms. They state openly, I was convicted for the murder of Dan Markel, and they are being linked together. Is it prejudicial? I would say yes. I would say yes, it is. But you were right. The Daybell case handled it quite differently in that they were not able to talk about Lori Vallow Daybell's prior convictions. They were able to say that she was on trial for this, but not that she had already been convicted for either what happened to Tylee, what happened to JJ, what happened to Tammy, the murders, or to when we got to Brandon Boudreaux's, what had happened in Charles Vallow's trial. None of that came in. But then there is a difference too, because there were, in this case, these are all allegedly co-conspirators who worked together and who were testifying against each other. Whereas in Lori Vallow's case, it was her own crime. And the court was trying to make sure that the jury didn't say, wow, this is just a really bad person. I don't see real proof that she did this, but I bet she did. She's just the kind of person who would have, and then convict her because she was just the kind of person who would have, as opposed to because the state actually proved this particular murder or this particular shooting with Brandon Boudreaux. All right. Bridget asking me, how much did Charlie say he gave Katie in total? I think it was about $135,000 or $140,000. Lewis got 35. Sigfredo got 75. I thought he got less than that. I thought he got 40. And Lewis said that was because he did the shooting, and that Katie got 35. That's the way I remembered it. But you're right, that doesn't quite add up, does it? And I think it never did all the way add up. And remember, Katie did not just get that. There were numerous payments to Katie, including the checks from the Adelson Institute when she wasn't actually employed there. Any thoughts as to why Harvey agreed to a one-way ticket to Vietnam? I think because he thought his wife or he or both were about to be arrested. So that's what I think. That would be the number one reason, I think, for both of them. Does it mean they thought they were guilty? I personally wouldn't hold that against them. To me, it means they thought they might be tried, they might be arrested, and they didn't, according to what Donna and Charlie talked about, they did not believe there was going to be a fair trial. They believed it would be very likely that they would be convicted even if they did nothing. I'm making sure that we're not behind. It's about time for the court to start. Nope, looks like we're still going. There we go. Yeah, we're still waiting. Okay. And 1:15 was when they were going to come back, but there's always a little wait while people are getting their things together. All right. Let's see where we were. Oh, Melissa, thank you for the super sticker. I appreciate that very much. Pascaline, who has been a super active member from Paris, and I'm very grateful for that, has gifted a lawyerly membership. Thank you. So be sure to turn on your ability to receive one of these gifted memberships. Our mods will explain to you in the chat how you do that. That is well above my level, but they can explain to you exactly how you do that. YouTube gives these out randomly. If you don't get one, then you can always join by hitting the join button down by Lawyer Lee right below this video. And if you're on your iPhone and you don't see that join button, you can either use your computer or go in through your browser. It probably means you're using your app on your phone. So go in through the browser and you'll see that join button. And thank you, KMNOPQ. Thank you. I appreciate the super sticker very much. Thank you. All right. So let's keep going with some questions. Oh, they're back. I'm so excited. Okay. Let's share our screen. I heard the judge's voice, and I have not heard, there's no picture, but I heard the judge's voice. So I know that they're at least thinking about getting everybody back in the courtroom and moving on. I think it will be a big afternoon. I really do think the state's case doesn't have too much further to go. And I think that because they only ever thought they were going to have 5 to 7 days, tomorrow would be day 5. And I don't think they're going to go way longer than that. To me, it appears they've been going very quickly. So my guess is they are going, look at that, people turning on their memberships. We've had several people gift memberships. Jackie
to
did.
research the matter during the lunch break.
Okay, good.
And at the conclusion of that research, the ground for which it's being offered as an adoptive admission that is permissible under the rules of evidence. And I will also find there are other grounds in which it would be permissible as well. The citation of the case that I'm relying upon for this, Jones versus State 127 Southern 3rd 622, deals with this matter, as well as the treatise provided by Professor Earhart on this matter. Are there any other issues that we need to address before we continue with the examination of Sergeant Corbett?
Your Honor, if I could have a moment, I found a case that held the contrary, but I'd like an opportunity to read the case that Your Honor cited.
Interesting.
Well, this is not a motion hearing, Mr. Zellman. If you wish to place your case on the record, please do so, but I am finding that it is admissible as an adoptive admission.
Your Honor, State versus Hernandez, 875 Southern 2nd 1271. I have a copy for the state. And for Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I think what they're arguing about here, because right before the break, they were asking the sergeant about Charlie's theory and what Charlie said. And I think the question is, can the sergeant talk about Charlie's theory, or does Charlie have to be put on the stand for that? That's what I'm thinking that they are discussing, and that the judge has ruled that the state's going to be allowed to let the sergeant talk about that. We'll see.
Creates a Crawford issue, Your Honor.
I read Hernandez as well while researching this matter. I believe Hernandez dealt with the aspect of silence as opposed to affirmatively making a statement, agreeing with the statement of another. These are distinguishable, but you may briefly speak about Hernandez before the jurors in the room.
Well, Your Honor, again, I hadn't seen Jones. However, this case specifically holds that adoptive admission must still satisfy Crawford. Again, haven't read Jones, so I don't know how that applies. But I do object, certainly respect the court's law.
Objection is noted for the record. The testimony of the sergeant will be permitted as an adopted admission. And again, I will find there are other admissibility theories as well concerning this line of questioning. However, as to the one raised by the state adopted admission specifically, I will find it is permitted. You may bring in yours.
Judge, before we do that, one additional issue. The statement under an adopted admission has to have been heard, I believe, by the party that is allegedly adopting it. There's no evidence that my client watched the trial or heard her son's testimony.
Interesting.
As to the foundation of that, Ms. Dugan, you certainly need to lay it. An adoptive admission occurs when there is an express statement agreeing with the statement of another. Concerning any statement by your client that was made in which she agreed or otherwise it stated in some way the testimony of another person at the trial of Charlie Adelson, namely Charlie Adelson was true. This qualifies. Please bring them up.
So we're getting like pieces of this, but it obviously relates to the testimony that Charlie gave at his trial, because his theory, like I was saying earlier, contradicts some of what she's trying to say. What he said doesn't really match what she's trying to say. So they're trying to figure out, do you admit this? And this is a great example that I think most people assume, well, lawyers know the answers. No, not at all. They both went out at lunch and started researching, trying to figure out exactly what is the answer. And the judge is trying to rule in real time, nearly, with very little time to look at this, and the defense is trying to come up with its argument with very little time. And they're all doing this for in the moment to try to make the trial go forward, to keep the trial on track. So at this point, the judge is ruling, I need to talk a little more softly, but the judge is ruling that the express statement of Charlie about the agreement between Charlie and Donna Adelson appears to be going to come in. I think that's what's going to happen next. So we will be seeing that, I think, coming up. By the way, it will be an appeal issue. I guarantee that.
Everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, I hope you enjoyed your lunchtime rest and break. We will continue with the examination of Sergeant Corbett at this point. Ms. Dugan, you may continue with your examination.
No further, thank you.
Oh, she said she had 30 minutes left. So probably the defense is a little stunned by that. They're going to be quickly trying to put their stuff together and figure out what to do. So she asked no more questions about that. So that argument we heard about the adoptive admission may relate to Charlie's testimony, which may be coming up. We figured today might be the day. This is going to be wild. It is going to completely disrupt the defense, and it's frankly going to be problematic for the prosecution too, but much more problematic for the defense. Thank you, Coco, and welcome to Elizabeth and Kim, who are new members.
Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Good afternoon.
Now, I believe some of this you covered yesterday, but I just want to clarify a few things. These call detail records, they're generated by the carriers.
That's correct.
They're generated for business purposes of the carrier.
Correct.
So they're generated to, back when I think I got a cell phone, we had a plan with a certain limit. Now they're unlimited, but that was one of the reasons why call detail records were created, correct?
Certainly, billing purposes, yes.
And what about network load?
As far as the creation of records,
Yes.
so network load, there are reports that I spoke about, the kind of specialty reports that are more of an engineering standpoint and are used by carriers to more effectively manage their network. Amongst other things, might be load, be something that they would be considering with those records.
Now, the call detail records that you testified about extensively over the last couple of days, they do not contain precise geolocation data for a handset, do they?
The majority of the records that I've spoken about, no, do not.
And specifically, the records that you relied upon for mapping purposes that you displayed earlier.
That is correct. All of the records used for mapping are strictly cell site locations. So the locations that you've seen were for the cell site or cell tower the handset was communicating with, not the cell phone itself.
And using the cell site sector, you can at least identify where on a map a handset could be.
Correct.
And so when you're mapping, those dots that are on your maps, those are the cell sites.
That is correct.
They're not the handset.
Correct.
Now, there are variables that influence how a device, a handset, communicates with a network, correct?
Certainly.
Would some of those include the signal strength of the handset?
Signal strength, or really signal quality, is one of the primary things that a handset uses, or the network uses, to determine which cell site a handset may communicate with. So the signal quality is largely affected by signal strength, as you ask, meaning the closer you are to the tower, the stronger the signal is, generally the better quality the signal is.
Now, what can interfere with a phone or device connecting with a tower?
A number of things, primarily structures, buildings. Here in downtown, we have a number of cell sites around the area. And if you were behind this courthouse, a very large, substantially built building, and there were a cell site on the opposite side, the density of this building would probably prevent your handset from being able to communicate with that cell site. And you may choose a cell site that's somewhere else that your handset is better able to see. Topography, hills, valleys, cell sites that are on the other side of a mountain, your handset may not be able to see or communicate with. Those are really the primary things, bodies of water, but the physical obstruction, topography is probably, to me, the greatest effect.
What about network load on a specific cell site?
So load can be a factor. The handsets, as they're creating energy, this radio frequency, the signals that are going back and forth, it is a bit of noise. And so the towers, if there's a lot of handsets, that can create a lot of noise, which can affect that signal quality that I've been speaking about. So towers can choose to adjust. Breathing is sometimes what it's called, but there may be an adjustment by the tower or the network. If there is high density, then handsets can communicate with other cell sites. Generally, no matter where you are, your handset is able to see multiple cell sites and sectors at the same time. And there's a lot that goes into the choice of particularly which one of those your handset is directed to communicate with for any particular event.
So merely because a handset is communicating with a specific cell tower, cell site, sector, that doesn't mean that that's the closest one to that handset.
That's correct.
Do the call detour records that you have relied on in this case take into consideration whether or not a tower is under maintenance or partially functioning or otherwise operating at a reduced capacity?
Only in the respect that if it were not functioning, then it would not be listed in the records. If it were not operational, the handset would not be able to communicate with it. So when I see a cell site and sector in the records, I know that it was operational because the handset did in fact communicate with that.
But there's no way to tell from the call detour records that you relied on here whether or not a specific cell site was partially functioning.
I don't know exactly what you mean by partially functional.
Well, were any of them operating in reduced capacity? You can't.
It's not exactly clear here yet, and certainly not to the jury, but I think what he's trying to do is poke some holes in what the witness said about where the phones were. The most important place, the most important time when a phone was in a certain spot that Donna cares about is Donna's phone being near Charlie's house and Donna's travel from Miami up to Tallahassee right after Dan Markel's death.
Can't tell that from the call detail records, can you?
I could not tell the load or the capacity on the tower at any particular time, no.
And so you just listed a number of factors that can affect call routing and cell site selection, correct?
I did, yes.
Now, those same factors can influence when a call is handed off to another cell site, correct?
They can, yes.
And so not only in this instance do we have a handset that is moving on a highway, but you also have those other factors that could influence what cell site the handset is communicating with.
That's correct.
And
I don't think that's going to be very impressive to the jury. I think they're going to need much more than that.
understanding all of those variables, that's critical to you analyzing and interpreting the data.
It is, yes.
And so would you agree that the analysis that you conduct has some inherent limitations?
It certainly has limitations as far as nothing in the analysis that I've done is meant to say exactly where a handset is. We're unable to do that. Again, I talked about inclusion and exclusion, that we know the general service area of a cell site, and so we include and exclude locations. But the limitation to the effect of we cannot say exactly where a handset is correct.
He's a really good witness, and that's an answer that would drive an attorney crazy cross-examination, because the question was really a yes or no. Your analysis has limitations. You're unable to say exactly where a cell phone was. That's a short question. Your analysis has limitations. And the answer was, well, yes, we're unable to say this. He went on and on with a bunch of detail teaching the jury, thus kind of confusing the answer in there. That's a really good witness, and it's frustrating for the lawyer.
So in other words, it involves some degree of estimation or inference?
I would agree with that, yes.
Now, could you pull up the presentation that you were showing us earlier?
I do have it, yes.
I want you to turn, let's start with one thing that the state brought out. Let's go to the frequency report. I believe it's on slide 28.
Thank you, Waltzing Matilda.
Apologies. A little trouble getting back there.
Also, thanks to Christine.
Slide 28, the frequency report for Donna Adelson.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury again the process of creating this report? I believe what you said yesterday was that you put the data from the carrier into a tool.
A program, yes.
Okay. And then you did the same for Charlie Adelson's CDRs?
Correct.
Catherine Medbanua?
Correct.
Sigfredo Garcia,
Yes.
Luis Rivera.
Yes.
Anyone else?
Really, most any set of records that we had, the frequency report is one of the first things and most basic things that we do with the records.
Now, there's a process that you have to go through called, I believe it's called deduping. Are you familiar with that?
It depends on which way you're referring to it.
Okay. Well, when you're talking about call detail records and frequency analysis, there's a way, and I think you gave us an example yesterday on some of your slides about how one communication event can show up multiple times.
Correct. So we do see with certain carriers that a call that comes in that is routed maybe to voicemail creates multiple events and it creates multiple records. And some of those will be tied to the same number. Some of them are tied to kind of a not fictitious, but a routing phone number. So they will really count against the frequency for a particular target. But as I mentioned, these frequency reports are very general ideas of relationships and associations. So for these, we mentioned that it does include things like miscommunications, calls that went to voicemail. It may include the multiple events because those things are generally distributed equally across all the calls. It's not just one phone that's going to create those multiple entries. All phones calling in should create about the same things. So it's certainly not meant to be an exact number of communications. It's just an idea of, again, kind of relevance and association.
Okay, so in that vein, if you could look at, let's see.
I assume he's suggesting Donna called and was interacting less than is actually shown because you didn't dedupe. We haven't really gotten to that point yet, so I don't know
So
for
let's
sure.
look at, I believe it was slide 122.
And thank you, Tiger 79.
Yes.
Okay, now with respect to this slide, have you gone into the data and manually removed duplicate events?
I have, yes.
And the same with,
We may have an expert on that. If they bothered to get an expert on that, that would be such a waste. I mean, Charlie calling the landline, that is not one of the huger issues in the case. I know that bothered Charlie and Donna when they were talking in the prison right after he was convicted, but I just don't see that as one of the high issues, the hot button issues in the case.
done the same for slides 26 and 28.
Slide 26 is the frequency report for Charlie Adelson, and I believe that 28 is, again, Donna Adelson's. No, I have not removed duplicate events from these frequency reports.
So those aren't accurate.
They are accurate. They accurately represent from the call detail records every time that cell phone number appeared in the records.
Okay, there's a poorly worded question. I apologize. It's not accurate in the sense that there are not 80 actual communications between my client and her son.
There may be fewer. Again, this includes those routed events, the not answered, going to voicemail. All of those are included. Text messages, voice calls, all of those are included in this tallying. It is just from the raw records.
And so, in other words, you see the 80 up there. You recall, I believe it's the AT&T records could have 3 separate events for one communication. Is that correct?
They could. That would generally only tally 2 for a particular phone number because that third event is generally going to have a routing phone number in it.
And so this does not account for that.
It does not.
I feel like that should be made clear right up front. If in fact some of these would be duplicates, I feel like we should know that if they counted it on Charlie's side and on Donna's side, okay, that's one, not two. Because it creates an entirely different image. Although, I don't think Charlie calling the landline is a huge deal.
I believe on slide 98, if you could turn to that. Can you keep going? It might have been the next one. Erase this text after you read it. Was the text erased?
The text was still in the iCloud return, so I could not tell you if it was deleted from the device or not.
You never got the handset that iCloud is associated with,
That is correct.
and that would be Charlie's phone.
Correct.
Interesting. They don't know that he actually deleted it.
Slide 116. Okay, looks like on this one, there are two conversations between Charlie Adelson and Catherine Medbanua, correct?
One is an attempt. So as it says, Charlie attempts. Catherine, this was an inbound that I don't believe was answered or that any actual communications occurred.
Well, okay, so the one event, we don't know what was discussed, do we?
But we do not know.
Slide 117. We don't know what was discussed between Charlie and whomever he was speaking with at the Adelson residence, do we?
We do not.
119. We don't know what was discussed between Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson.
We do not.
120. We don't know what was discussed between Catherine and Charlie, do we?
We do not.
And we don't have the content of the text messages the data indicates took place.
That's correct.
That would be helpful.
Now, with respect to the calls to the landline, do you know anything about the signal strength for the Adelson residents in Coral Springs? You know, as far as their ability to connect with local towers back in 2014.
I only know what I have seen from looking at different sets of records. I know that their handsets have events with location that are consistent with their home on a fairly regular basis. I can do analysis and determine if the handsets are home or not. So as to whether that's great signal or not, there are a number of events their handsets are creating with cell sites near their residence that would be consistent with their residence.
I know that there are parts of my house where I can have a conversation, but if I walk into the garage, I don't have a good signal. You don't know where in the house that they were to have any sort of conversation in their home.
I do not.
Now, if you could go to 135.
These have all been very generic so far.
And advance one. So during this 36 to 48 hour period, does the 7 communications or attempted communications between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson indicate a spike?
I would not say so, no.
Okay. And for what time period did you review their records?
We have records that span years, and they are a little different for each person. For some, we have several months. For some, we have years worth of records. So I have looked at periods of time for their records spanning several years.
Okay. Now, specific as to Donna Adelson, Charlie Adelson, you have at least 4 or 5 years worth of records for them,
Probably that many, yes.
if not more.
Possibly, yes.
And so the amount of communications or attempted communications that are indicated during the June 2nd and June 4th, as you refer to it, flurry of communications, 7 is not a spike.
I do not consider it an abnormally high number of communications.
That's important. That was a good point there.
Now, same with respect to the July trip. Can you advance to that slide, please?
And what the defense is doing here, although it is very slow and a lot of it really generic, is sort of pointing at that circumstantial evidence, saying it may look bad, but think carefully. It really isn't proving or showing all that much. That's what they're trying to demonstrate.
Apologies, it'll take just a second. I believe that's what you're looking for.
Yes. Now, again, this is approximately 38 hours time period.
Correct.
The 4 communications or attempted communications between my client and her son, those do not represent a spike, do they?
They do not.
And so the flurry of communications that you testified to earlier, at least as it pertains to my client and her son, did not take place, did it?
I'm not sure where the characterization of a flurry came from. I don't believe that I used the term call flurry.
I see
We
that
were
as more.
looking at calling analysis or calling activity during certain periods of time.
I doubt he would use that. I was probably the prosecutor. I don't remember specifically that word, but that sounds like something an attorney would say, not like something he would say.
And the only question being asked of these, of the analysis in this time frame is, was there the potential for the exchange of information from one person to the other? And that's what we see, that there is communication from one person to the other across the subjects during a time frame that may be more significant than others. It's not meant to reflect a high volume or a different tempo of communication, just that there is at least the potential for the exchange of information.
So he's right. And that's true. And I agree with him that that's a legitimate purpose for this information. But I do agree with the defense that it's been used as much more than that, as a flurry, as a sudden really spike in communications that indicates maybe they had something very important to talk about. So I think the defense is doing a good job to call this out and clarify what exactly is shown.
Now, let's talk about the emails briefly. Go to slide 140, please. Now, you testified this morning that this was sent out. Now, Evite is an online platform where anyone can go in and create an event and send out invitations, correct?
That's correct.
Back in 2014, do you have any personal knowledge as to how that website operated?
In 2014, I do not.
I believe that you indicated that there was an indication that Donna Adelson was unfamiliar with that process.
Correct.
Oh.
As
And Wendi did testify. She did the Evite. She helped her mom with the
we
Evite.
sit here today, you cannot testify that Donna Adelson created that event on evite.com, can you?
I can only testify as to the email where she asked if her invitations had been sent yet, and where she describes how she entered the contacts, how she entered the invitees as contacts. That's the only thing that I can take from that email.
Now, also with respect to the emails, there were quite a few search warrants done for email accounts in this case, correct?
Yes.
How many emails were recovered during this investigation?
Oh, how many, like total number?
Yes.
Oh, hundreds of thousands.
Specific as to donnahardy@gmail.com, how many emails were recovered?
I do not recall the total amounts.
In excess of 50,000?
I believe so, yes.
In excess of 70,000?
I don't recall, and I've only seen a subset of those.
Who decided
Emails.
what subset you would review?
Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Let's look at slide 143. You testified earlier that this was an email Dan Markel to Wendi Adelson in January of 2024 concerning their schedule with the kids beginning in April.
January of 2014, but yes.
Yes, sorry. Are you also aware that there were subsequent emails and text messages between the two of them where this schedule changed or was modified?
I'm not aware of any changes or modifications.
So you have not reviewed them or you're not aware of them?
I'm not aware of them. I have not seen anything. I have not done a great deal of research into the schedule with the children, but I am, as I sit here, not aware of any changes.
How did you decide to put this email in the presentation?
The emails are reviewed by whomever is investigating the case, assisting to investigate. They're provided to the state attorney's office for a determination as to what should be included in the presentation.
With respect to Wendi Adelson's phone, are there different types of extractions that can be done on these devices?
Yes, there are different sort of levels of forensic examinations that can be done. Yes.
And what are those levels?
Well, it kind of varies by device, by time period, by forensic tool. But we generally talk about a logical extraction where we're we're taking the majority of information we can get access to kind of in a logical fashion. If this appears to be a text message, it's a text message. Phone call is a phone call. It is not as thorough as generally what we may consider a file system or a full file system extraction. So those are kind of the basics.
Which one is preferable when conducting an investigation?
We want the most detail that we can get.
And the most detailed for most handsets is going to be a full extraction, correct?
It would be, but there are a number of things that may prohibit us from getting that full file system or full extraction. Encryption, passwords that cannot be broken, phones that are not supported by forensic tools. We frequently want the full extraction, but are unable to get it.
Now let's talk about Wendi Adelson's phone. Her phone was searched pursuant to consent, correct?
I believe that's correct.
And there were no limitations to that consent.
I am not the one who obtained the consent or did the examination, so I don't believe there were, but I don't have firsthand knowledge of that.
Okay, well, I believe, are you aware that Wendi Adelson gave a lengthy statement to investigators?
Yes.
During the course of that interview, she voluntarily provided her cell phone for extraction.
Again, I believe that is correct.
And are you aware that she put any limitations on that extraction?
I'm not aware of any limitations.
And so what type of extraction was done on her device?
A logical extraction.
So they did a lesser extraction than they could have on Wendy's phone. Might have been helpful to have done.
And as we've discussed, a logical extraction is not a complete extraction from a device.
It generally has less information, correct?
In this case, if you look at the extraction, the forensic extraction, there's significantly less data in her phone extraction than in other devices' extractions in this case.
Yes, there is less data, but that may be an indication of less data on her device as well.
Okay, so again, I hit right at Wendi because Wendy's phone was not extracted to the same level of detail that everybody else's was. So the idea that Wendi was less involved or maybe wasn't communicating, that could be false because they didn't really do the deep dive that they did for everybody else. With the exception that he says it could be that she just was talking less. That could also be the case. Talking, communicating less.
I want to talk about the morning of July 18th of 2014. I didn't write down the slide number, but you indicated earlier that, and you had a slide that Wendi called Donna, Donna called Wendi. Can you pull that up?
I can.
Thank you.
So once again, an anti-Wendi comment straight from the defense.
What slide number is this?
This is slide 196.
Thank you. So slide 196, your analysis reveals that Wendi called her mother first, correct?
Well, these calls are as noted, at the same time. So they're both at 8:09. And one of the limitations we have with some of the sets of records we have is that some were provided with only hours and minutes of call, and some were provided with hours, minutes, and seconds. So these calls actually occurred in the same minute, but it's possible that Donna's call was first.
Don't you have records that indicate seconds?
We do have records that indicate
Specific
seconds.
for this day?
I don't know if we have specific for this day. We have multiple sets of records and multiple overlapping sets of records.
You have been involved in this case since its inception, since Mr. Markel was murdered, correct?
Yes.
And it's typically in your field best to use records that have more data rather than less, correct?
Generally, yes.
I do think this is.
Have you
Whoa.
gone back to determine who called whom first?
I think it can be really difficult to follow just because it's kind of slow. It's right after lunch. Everybody's a little groggy and it's kind of moving slow. So I wish they could speed it up.
I have not, but I could.
So he didn't bother to see.
And so
It's his
if I
name.
were
Let me
to
stop this. I don't mean talker, but he didn't bother to check who called who first. Did Wendi call Donna or Donna call Wendi?
tell you that records with seconds reveal that Donna Adelson gets a call from Geek Squad and immediately calls her daughter. And then while Donna is calling her daughter, Geek Squad calls her daughter. Would that also be consistent with both calls happening at 8:09?
Yes.
And by using the records with more information, you would be able to present this in an accurate order, would you not?
They both indicate the time of 8:09 for the calls. And as discussed or as presented, hopefully, that there was a phone tag that occurred here at 8:09. And so that, yes.
I believe you had moved to slide 210. Now, this is after the text message exchange between Wendi Adelson and Dan Markel, correct?
Correct.
And that's the one where after Mr. Markel had left a voicemail for Wendi, Wendi texts him and saying, swimming won't work today because I'm picking the kids up at 3:30.
Correct.
And then they kind of have a disagreement about the time that Wendi can pick the boys up.
They do.
After Wendi gets that information from Mr. Markel, she then calls her brother.
Correct.
She didn't call her mother.
No.
So Charlie and Wendi may be working together.
Now, I
suggest.
believe after this call between Wendi and Charlie, I think it's on slide 213, he tries to call Donna.
Correct.
30 seconds, that indicates to you that the call did not connect.
More than likely.
Well,
I believe you go to slide 272.
It's a little ponderously slow.
May have gotten the slide wrong. If you can back up a couple of slides, please. Testimony and the questioning inadvertently mischaracterized.
I went too far, sorry.
So the text, I believe that the state inadvertently mischaracterized the evidence and testimony in the questioning.
Inadvertently mischaracterized.
Last connection to a cell tower for Donna Adelson was at 8:59, not 8:35, correct?
For 8:59 for location, like location that we would use.
Yes.
I don't recall an 8:59 event.
Okay. I'm sorry. So you have the 8:59 as the text message,
That's correct.
and that's from Charlie Adelson's iCloud,
That is correct.
and you don't get location from that.
We do not. And so probably important to point out, some of these are chats. So they're actually occurring over the data network. They're iMessage versus carrier-based text messaging, where we're more likely to see locations associated with text. So with the iCloud and knowing that those are traversing the iMessage or the Apple network, it's common for us not to have locations attached to those.
So in that regard, iMessages aren't going to show up in call detail records.
They do not.
Other apps, communication apps, are not going to show up in call detail records.
That's correct.
Now, this tragedy took place a little over 11 years ago, correct?
Yes.
And up until your July 10th, 2025 deposition, you had not done the drive yourself, had you?
That's correct.
Did you do any research to determine what construction had taken place at I-95 between July 18th of 2014 and July 18th of 2025?
I-95 where?
Where you drove?
Not the, I know that there was a number of changes to I-95 at the area where it separates from the turnpike, the Florida Turnpike. I did specifically look at the turnpike in relation to Mr. Adelson's residence to make sure that there had been no changes in the roadway there.
Okay, so the turnpike, it's your testimony that in the last 11 years, the turnpike in that area has not been widened?
I don't recall it's been widened. The off-ramp is in the same location. The aerial photography is exactly the same for that exchange. And again, the drive was done because there was a question raised somewhere along the way about the ability to get off the turnpike and to Mr. Adelson's residence. And so just to clarify that, and that more research was done. And so again, looking at that, there's been a number of changes around that area. Water drainage has been filled in, buildings have been built, all kinds of things have happened, but the roadway itself remains the same.
So again, my question is, has the road been widened? Has there been construction?
There may have been construction and replacement. And I can say with certainty, and I can look at it again, but with certainty, the routes, the off-ramps, the exchanges are in the same position that they are. If the lanes are a little wider, there was no significant change in anything about getting off the turnpike and getting over to Mr. Adelson's road.
Sergeant Corbett, I don't know if I'm asking a poor question or you're misunderstanding. Has there been construction on the turnpike in the last 11 years?
I'm sure there has, yes.
Did you do anything to determine if that had happened?
Yes.
And yet you're still giving us a qualified answer.
You're asking about widening. I don't recall seeing, and again, the area that I looked at was the turnpike, the off-ramp of the turnpike, the exchange that goes to the east, and then connects with Mr. Adelson's road.
I think they're kind of talking at cross purposes. The focus of his drive was to see whether you could really get off, or was there this big problem getting off and getting to Charlie's house, like the Adelsons had suggested. And he's saying, no, that wasn't a problem. And I think what the defense is headed toward and what they want him to say is, we don't really know whether maybe there was a traffic backup due to construction that cost them an hour. So they didn't actually get off the expressway and go to Charlie's house. They just got stuck in traffic because there was construction. I think that's all the defense wants, but they're not.
There were no changes to that.
They're not.
If the turnpike was widened somewhere, that may be possible. I did not look for that. Again, I'm looking for the path of travel had not changed.
So you looked for records that would be consistent with the state's theory.
I looked
to establish that the route hadn't been altered in any way.
The question raised was, can you get off the turnpike and get to Charlie Adelson's residence? And the answer is yes.
Now, what were the traffic conditions on July 18th of 2014?
That's what he
I
wanted.
do not know.
Did you do anything to try to find that out?
I did.
And what did you do?
I tried to research through Department of Transportation if they had traffic and crash data going back that far, and I did not find any.
Is that because the retention period had been exceeded?
Most likely, yes.
What is a retention period?
I do not know the exact retention period.
No. Tell us, what is a retention period?
I'm sorry. A retention period would be a policy of a holder of information for how long they hold that. And so carriers have retention periods for their cell phone records. It may be 1 year. And after 1 year, they purge that data. Could be 2 years, could be 10 years. But that retention period or is a policy for how long they retain records.
And so as we sit here today, do you know the retention period for DHSMB to keep accident records?
I do not.
What about construction records for I-95 and the Turnpike?
I do not.
Did you do anything to collect construction records for I-95 or the Turnpike between July 18th of 2014 and the present day?
No.
How many lanes were on 95 between my client's residence in Miami Beach and her son's residence back in 2014?
I do not know the exact number.
What about now?
It varies. There were 6 or more in certain places. There was construction going on when I drove.
What about the Turnpike? How many lanes were on the Turnpike back in 2014?
Again, varies by the location where you're at, but 2 to 3 in any direction.
And what about now?
Same now. I say same now. Depending upon where we're talking about. So I'm looking at a very narrow stretch of the Turnpike. Talk about the Turnpike, it's in entirety. I'm sure it's undergone a lot of changes.
Now, when you did this drive, you had gas in your car, correct?
I did.
You did not have to stop for gas while you're doing this test drive, did you?
During those particular sessions or sections, no, I did not.
You had snacks with you?
I did.
So you didn't have to stop for snacks?
I did not have to.
Did you stop for any meals along the way during this drive test?
During these particular sessions or sections of road travel, no, I did not.
And there's a reason I'm going to ask this question. How old were you at the time you did this test?
55.
So not in your 60s, not in your 70s.
Not quite.
Now, have you ever been on the highway, got behind a slow-moving vehicle? It frustrates you, right?
It may, yes.
And you have an opportunity to pass them, you drive by and you see someone older driving.
Sometimes, yes.
Do you know how fast Harvey and Donna Adelson were driving on July 18th of 2014?
I do not.
I bet you Harvey
So
asked.
not knowing how fast they are driving.
So obviously he's going through a bunch of reasons that it might have taken this guy a lot less time to do that drive than it would have taken Donna and Harvey. Maybe they stopped to eat. Maybe they got gas or snacks. Maybe they were older. Maybe they drove slowly because they were old. And all of those things make sense. It could have taken him longer. And so what they're trying to do is just poke some holes in it. This again makes me wonder if Donna's really going to testify, because if she testified, she could get up and say those things pretty clearly. Yeah, we stopped for gas. We went to this restaurant. We did this and that. But as it is, what's going to be left in front of the jury is just this witness saying, yeah, that could have happened. And just the doubt gets planted. So I don't know if she'll testify or not.
Can you give an accurate estimate for how long the drive would take them?
I think I can give an accurate estimate based on speed limit and distance, but as far as how which is, I believe, substantiated by segments of travel. So the travel from the 832 point to Charlie Adelson's was very consistent with the estimations. The travel from 1053 to the hotel, consistent with estimations.
I want to stop you right there. The 1053 point, can you pull that up, please?
I believe it's actually here.
Go to the next slide or series where we show 1053 to Orlando. Perfect.
If we'll call it, of the trip was done at close to the estimated time. So the speed and travel were close to what would be expected. The first half of that trip, it was not.
Okay. And when you did the drive,
Whoa, skipped a little bit.
On July 18th of 2014, can you place
I don't know why it skipped. Okay.
just a moment, Your Honor?
I did.
There's saying she's younger. They're talking. They might have driven slowly.
Sergeant Corbett, you just made a statement that I believe your deposition testimony contradicted. You said the time that it would take to get from their residence to Charlie Adelson's residence. Can you, with the call detail records, place my client, Donna Adelson's handset at Charlie Adelson's residence on July 18th of 2014?
From cell site locations in the records? No.
That's what I remember from Charlie's trial. That's what I remembered, that they could not put the cell phone there, despite the fact that they had this hour extra time and it looked like there was time to stop. They couldn't get her moving off the expressway over to Charlie's house. That's what I remembered. Although I don't think the jury, from that one little comment, I don't think the jury's going to understand that.
And at no point on July 18th of 2014 can you place Donna Adelson's handset and or Harvey Adelson's handset connecting to the same cell site at the same time as Charlie Adelson's handset?
That's correct.
So from the call detail records, you cannot testify, you cannot tell this jury that my client was at her son's house.
That's correct.
Nothing further.
That's important, real important.
did the text messages place Donna Adelson at Charlie Adelson's house?
I believe the outside your house text message is indicative of her being outside his house.
Okay, that's what Donna Adelson tells us in that text message, right?
I believe so, yes.
And then she has an hour and 6 minutes, was it, of unaccounted for time on the stretch of the drive that's on the same stretch of the drive where Charlie Adelson's house is, right?
Correct.
You got lots of, and did you do this drive in 2025 because the defense questioned the fact that you hadn't done it, didn't know if you could do it in the 2025 depot?
There was a question as to who raised it. I'm not certain.
Okay, thank you. You got lots of questions about construction on the turnpike. Defense asked if their client could have gotten stopped for that extra hour that's unaccounted for in construction. Did Donna Adelson tell us in that text message where she stopped on the drive? She said she was outside of Charlie Adelson's house.
Agreed.
Okay, and then Charlie Adelson.
Okay, when a witness has to say agreed, that was not a direct question. That was leading. So the issue with outside your house, as addressed in Charlie's trial, they argued that outside your house just meant on the expressway going past your house, not literally sitting in the driveway outside your house. But notice, Donna hadn't said anything about this at all. Her team didn't address that at all. So I think that it's sort of out there that Donna said outside your house. It sounds more specific than driving by on the expressway. So I think that's what the jury is likely to conclude.
Gave her his estimated time of arrival at the house for 10 minutes from then. Is that
Correct.
right?
Correct.
If the Adelsons were just driving really slow on that first part of the drive where they have over an hour of unaccounted for time, would they then have had to speed up to normal cruising speed for the second part of the drive where they made it from the 1053 location to Orlando with a consistent amount of time as the estimated time that we see on Esri?
Yes. The second part of that, the second half, if we'll call it, of the trip was done at close to the estimated time. So the speed and travel were close to what would be expected. The first half of that trip, it was not.
Okay. And when you did the drive and went from the 832 or 834 location?
Yes, one of those.
One of
Before
those two.
before the end of the 835 call.
Okay. 834 location. When you did that drive, were you able to get on the same day of the week, the same time of Friday night, from that point to Charlie Adelson's house in the estimated amount of time?
I was, yes.
Okay. And same with the second part of the drive from Charlie Adelson's house to the 1053 location. Was that consistent with the estimated time from Esri?
With just a few minutes, yes. Or within just a few minutes.
All right. And you would have been driving in the same conditions in North Miami, same date, same time of day as the Adelsons drove in 2014.
As close as I could get.
Nice, crisp questions.
And did you say in the emails for the Evite that Donna Adelson told Evite that she entered the invitees as contacts?
Correct.
In the beginning of cross-examination, defense asked you a bit about the things that could affect cell site towers, several variables that could affect cell site towers. But if those variables existed that affected these cell site towers and kept the cell site towers from having too much load to be able to handle this communication, would we see phone communication with those cell site towers in the records as we do?
Again, if the tower was not operational, no, the handset is not going to communicate with it. But those things, again, when we're talking about the inclusion and exclusion, where a handset could be, we're aware that there may be cell sites that are closer, that may be stronger, bigger, taller. And all of that we take into consideration when we estimate the area that might be consistent with where the handset was.
Is there anything in the records that caused you to believe these records or analysis is unreliable in any way?
No.
Just a second. No further questions. Thank you.
Sergeant, you may step down.
All right, long witness.
Thanks, sir.
Will this there you go. Please call your next witness.
The next witness, based on his former employment as a witness that we've asked camera not display his face.
Okay.
I would ask for an instruction on that at this time.
Very well. The witness's face is not to be displayed based on his prior employment in law enforcement. Certainly his voice and audio may be broadcast, but not his face.
And we have a very brief recess.
That's fine. Members of the jury, the bailiff will take you to the jury room.
Okay. So give us a chance to catch up, talk a little bit.
You all can be seated. Please use the restroom or stretch your legs now if you need to before we resume with the testimony.
Okay, we'll move on forward. This live court is on a short break. I'll go ahead and tab through to the end, and we can talk a little bit about what we just saw. So I thought the cross was not as effective as some of the other cross examinations have been on behalf of Donna Adelson. The biggest, most important thing that they talked about came at the very end. This witness cannot place Donna's handset at Charlie's house, can't place Donna and Harvey connecting to the same tower as Charlie, which you would think if they were all there together at Charlie's house for a full half hour, at some point they would have connected to the same tower. At least two of them would have connected, but he couldn't. And he can't tell that Donna was at Charlie's home from cell records. Those were the three most important points. They got made all the way at the end, and with not a lot of explanation. The defense during Charlie's case talked about that a great deal more, about how this was Charlie's home really couldn't be connected to Donna and Harvey, and went into just more detail about that. I think it's awfully important for Donna, so I don't really feel like that came out as strongly as it did in Charlie's case. I'm not remembering all the details that they put in. He definitely got it out. I just don't know how much emphasis the jury will have on that. So overall, I felt like the evidence that came out with this witness was extremely strong. He was up there a long, long time. And then I just didn't feel like there were a ton of inroads made during the cross-examination. So that's just kind of my overall thought. Why don't we do this while we have a chance? Why don't we take, I will take a one, oh, wait, no, are they back already before I can even take my 1 minute break? I'm going to take a quick 1 minute break and I will be right back. Let me remember what all I need to do for this. Just stop that screen and share this screen. Okay. Back. All right, we have plenty of time. They haven't started a court yet or anything. Let me add the court session back so we don't miss anything. Stop that screen. Now share the other screen. Okay, there we go. So we are currently at a break. We are waiting for the next witness, who is going to be an FBI agent. That's why they're talking sort of cryptically about how the person's face can't be shown. This is the person who did the bump, and he is going to talk directly about the bump. Now, there are some critical pieces of evidence we haven't had in yet. The bump, which we're about to see, and the conversation between Charlie and Katie that happened at La Dolce Vita, the Yeah, I think I got that right. The restaurant where they met, and somebody was recording that, and we actually have the recording. Then there was also a recording of Charlie and Harvey at a different restaurant. So we still have all of that left to go. We still will be finding out coming up about each of those pieces of evidence. They're really important because Donna gets roped in as the very first person they go to for the bump. That's exactly where they head first. And they believe that's because she sort of spearheaded this. She was the one who agitated for all of this. Now, she has managed to throw Wendi into the mix. It's going to be hard for her to explain why she thinks Wendi is in charge of this when after the bump, she just went to Charlie, and there's nothing really suggesting that Wendi got involved in any of that. So that's going to be a little bit tough for her to explain. That'll be interesting to see how they handle that. We still haven't had Charlie either. There's a lot of really important information still to come. I want to say thank you to Tiger79 and also Michelle W., who are both worried about me and about my voice. Thank you very much. And it is weird talking in this softer voice. I think I am going to try to move out of it because I don't want to be a lot louder than the court. And I realize the two are difficult to keep in tandem. But on the other hand, it is really hard on my voice. You're not wrong. You're absolutely right. So as far as this witness, I felt like maybe the we're back. Doesn't sound like anything much. Maybe because they're so cautious about really. Right. Okay.
Just one moment. For the gallery, once again, just as a reminder, while the testimony is taking place today, if you step outside of the court.
No sound, Emily. If you step outside of the court, and that's where our sound stopped, and so did YouTube sound stop there. Court. If you step outside of the court, and that's where YouTube sound stops. So we'll hope they get their app back together. Hey, we've got some new members. I want to welcome Jolly Sand and Maddie F. Welcome. We are so glad to have you as members. We've had a number of gifted memberships, and also people joining just straight up. Kiki Cat, welcome. We are super glad to have you. And Maddie gifted a lawyerly membership. Thank you, Maddie. I appreciate that. She became a new member and gifted a membership straight away. Already a participating member. And thank you, Moo, for your super sticker. I appreciate that. And look, Julie Ort has gifted 5 lawyerly memberships. Be sure to turn on your ability to receive those gifted memberships. Our mods will put in the chat just how you do that. You have to turn on gifting ability. And I hope maybe you'll be the lucky recipient. You can always join by hitting the join button. You may have to go in through your iPhone. If you're on your iPhone, you may have to go in through either your computer or go through the browser instead of the app. There's some kind of disagreement between Apple and YouTube over that. So that's how you have to do it. All right. Well, we're waiting for the next witness who is going to talk about the bump. The bump is the most sensational evidence of the case. And it's going to be hard for Donna to run from it since she's heavily involved in it. We can pretty much see where her defense strategy has been, which is to separate herself from everybody. But right in this one, she's undoubtedly in the middle. She's the one who got the note. She's the one who set everything in motion. So that is, maybe they just turned it down because nothing really was going on court-wise. So as far as what she'll be able to do to explain that, I don't know. I think that's going to be a critical piece of evidence against her, along with several other things we've talked about. But she's done a good job so far, I think, of separating herself. I just think it's going to get harder and harder as we move into the bump and as we put Charlie on the stand. I don't know how it's going to be possible. We heard the judge talking this afternoon straight after lunch about the question that had been raised about adoptive admission and whether or not Charlie would be allowed. Well, we don't know for sure it was Charlie. he was talking about at the time, at the initial time it's brought up, Charlie's theory and what Charlie's theory was. But Charlie wasn't on the stand. He has been brought down from South Dakota. He's waiting in the wings to come in and testify. I think he will come in and testify. The state brought him down to come in to be part of this trial. So is his theory going to come in? And the judge talked about it. They had a debate over adoptive admission, and they have decided, the judge has decided it's going to come in. Looks like they may be getting started. There's Donna. There's no sound. We're not supposed to have the man's face, but that doesn't mean no sound. So I assume that'll be happening. Right now, nothing going on. And I'm all the way at the end. Yes, there's nothing further. So we'll just have to wait. So Sergeant Corbett talked about the fact that just because during cross of Sergeant Corbett, they talked about some of the weaknesses in the kind of data that he has. You can tell that somebody, that is really blurry at shaking. So you can tell that somebody is close to, you can tell they're pinging off a particular cell tower, but you can't be absolutely sure it hasn't moved from one to another because one was heavily loaded. You can't be completely sure about anything. It just gives you some general ideas. When it comes to movement, it can be pretty helpful. So they pointed that out, that some of this may be off. But where does that really help them? I think that's where it fell a little short. You weren't able to tell, just because of that fact, how exactly that was going to make a difference for Donna. The one place where it all came together was when they said that, pointed out that they could not prove that Donna had gone to Charlie's house or ever connected with the same cell tower. So if indeed they were there together for 30 solid minutes, you would think they would have connected. And that was a good point by the defense. It was interesting that
on April 19th of 2016.
I was.
Can you explain what the operation was?
My role in the operation was that.
May I interrupt you for just one moment? Could we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
well, that was quick. So far, were you involved in something on this day? Okay, we're already approaching. So that was really quick. But this is going to be an FBI agent, and he's going to be talking about the bump. He was the one who, I think this is, if it's the same person from Charlie's trial, he was actually charged with going to Donna. Although we saw a video of that, so his face was shown on that. So maybe it's someone connected with the bump and actually going up to Donna and handing the note over that said, here's a phone number, we want $5,000, and hand it over. That was the beginning of the state's attempt to try to shake things up, to try to get Donna and Charlie and Katie talking about the murder again so that they could trace it back up the line to the Adelsons. They had the hitmen, they knew who they were. They knew Katie could be the conduit, but they needed everybody to be talking about it. They needed more than they had. And so that's what they were working on. Well, while we're waiting for life to get started over here, does anybody have any questions? Do you want to talk about anything in specific? I can just ramble. I'm not as good as many lawyers are at rambling. I'm more like, here are the things I had to say. I had them all written down. More of an organized person than just talking. That's not my strength. But I'm looking forward to not just this testimony. I am really looking forward to Charlie's, because there's, for me, a whole lot of mystery around exactly how that's going to play out. And how on earth will the defense figure that out? How will they work together with that? That is a real puzzle to me. I think it's going to be very dramatic. Teresa, thank you. Donna is also the one that actually called and spoke to the bump guy. True. Explained that one. Oh, thank you. I appreciate your nice note, Teresa. Thank you. And they kept trying. Charlie kept trying to get Katie to do it. You call. You get Sigfredo to call. Y'all deal with this. And Katie kept saying,
my
oh, yeah.
role in the operation was of a gang member, and what I was instructed to do was to contact and bump Donna Adelson.
What does bump mean?
A bump.
Okay, right off the bat, what he just said there is really important, because what he said, my role was as a gang member to bump Donna Adelson. So you might think, well, Yeah, that's just his introductory statement. It was huge because they wanted to get in what he said at Charlie's trial, which was my role was to be a Latin Kings gang member. And Donna's team wants the Latin Kings in. And the prosecutor said, yeah, well, that's not going to happen again. we're not going to, I'm going to tell him not to say that. The prosecution doesn't want that whole issue around Latin Kings in. Donna's team wants to say Luis Rivera was a member, not just member, high up in the Latin Kings network, and that she was particularly afraid because of the fact that it was a Latin Kings member. So they think that if they can open that up, it's going to be favorable to them. So notice he did not say Latin Kings, he said gang member.
Hope is a law enforcement operation during which an undercover agent or an undercover police officer would conduct a face-to-face meeting or encounter with a subject or a person of interest in an investigation. And what we look for, the results we look to get would be one or a combination of either I would try to extract, or the undercover would try to extract information, or they would try to pass on information, or possibly set up a future meeting with the individual, or tickle a wire or a telephonic intercept, or tickle a wire.
In this case, was it an attempt to tickle a wire?
Yes, it was.
Okay, so we had a wiretap going at the time that you did the bump.
Yes.
Okay. And what does tickle the wire mean?
Well, when you tickle the wires, when you're doing a Title III, we call it Title III, a phone intercept, and there's not much activity going on that phone intercept, what you want to do is approach somebody and see if they will start talking about whatever the investigation is looking into.
All right. So you were asked to approach Donna Adelson. Is that what you did?
That is correct.
Where did that happen?
I believe that happened in South Miami, somewhere near her residence.
Okay. And did you just walk up to her on the street, sidewalk?
I did.
Okay. And what did you do?
Well, I was instructed to walk up to her and engage her in small discussion as to why I was meeting with her, and then eventually handing her a flyer.
Is that what you did?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to show you the flyer. I've marked as States Exhibit 83.
Okay.
Is that what you handed Mrs. Adelson?
And this is it, yes.
Okay. Judge, I'd asked to introduce States 83.
States 83 is in the.
Okay, so it's a standard 8.5 by 11 sheet paper, right? Regular piece of paper,
Yes.
okay? With a printout of an article relating to the murder of Dan Markel. Is that right?
That is correct.
And at this time, it's been a couple of years since the murder was charged.
Yes.
And over here in handwritten, can you say what was printed there?
Yes, just call and text, and that's my undercover cell phone number and the $5,000, which was being asked for.
Okay, and this cell phone number that it belongs to the phone number that's written here, are you personally going to carry that around and answer it if someone calls it?
That is correct. That's solely in my hands, and I'm the only one answering. Or
Right.
a voicemail would answer.
And is there something you need to do if that occurs to record the phone call in question?
Well, the way, and I can't reveal too much tradecraft, but if I received a call and it went to voicemail, it would do a remote recording. It wouldn't be on the actual phone. So I didn't have access to any voicemails.
Okay. But if you're going to take the call, is there something you do that causes the call to be recorded?
Well, yes, I had to do something on the phone.
All right. Was the interaction, the bump that we're referring to it as, where you approached Donna Adelson and spoke with her, was that audio recorded?
It was audio and video recorded, yes.
How was it recorded?
I had an audio and video on my person, and I believe the surveillance security team also recorded that.
So we've got one angle that's what you're wearing and another angle from across the street.
That is correct.
Have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 112, a thumb drive containing those two recordings?
Yes, I have.
And are those fair and accurate recordings, both of what you were wearing as well as the one taken from across the street?
Yes, they are.
Moving to evidence, State's 112, Your Honor.
Any objection? States 112 is admitted.
I'm showing you State's 117. Are there your initials on 117?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Were there phone calls that were made from or to the phone number on the phone flyer in connection with this investigation?
Yes.
Are those phone calls contained on State's Exhibit 117?
Yes, they are.
Moving to evidence, State's 117, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 117 is admitted.
And State's 117, those are all the phone calls associated with this number on the sheet here. We've got one from you to the Adelson Institute Family Business. Recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And then one from Charlie Adelson to this phone number. Is that right?
Yes.
And one from Donna Adelson to this phone number, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And those are all the phone calls. Nobody else called the number during the course of this operation that was answered.
That was
Right.
answered, yeah,
Okay.
correct.
There were a couple missed calls, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
No, there you go.
Cross-examination.
I guess to be safe, they're just keeping the camera stationary. Make sure they don't show anything. This is basically how the whole Murdoch trial was. The camera trained right on his face. I thought it was sort of rough. And thank you, Alley Cat Artworks. I appreciate that from you and your mom. Glad to have you back. Who is Miguel? Indeed, we have wondered while you were out, there was a speculation from somebody that Miguel may have been from the year before, may have been somebody that Wendi went to Puerto Rico with during the period she was still married to Dan Markel, but in the process of getting divorced, instead of in 2014 when she was dating Jeffrey Lacoste. So we're still on the hunt for Miguel, Alley Cat. Thank you very much for your generous super chat. And thanks,
Good
Rob.
afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I have a question.
Sure.
When you indicated that you were playing the role of a gang member, what does that mean?
Well, a gang member is anybody that's involved in any type of organization or regarding criminal activity, involved in criminal activity.
Well, I know what a gang member is. I'm asking what were you going to do? What were you trying to portray yourself as? How was your demeanor? How were you going to act as a gang member?
You mean during the bump?
Yes, sir.
I was actually very friendly.
For the bump that was on the street?
Yes.
Okay. Mrs. Adelson told you that you scared her, didn't she?
I think she was startled. I mean, I'm not good looking, so maybe that scared her, but
Were you dressed up all pretty like you are today?
no, ma'am.
How were you dressed?
Just jeans and t-shirt and open, I believe, like a bluish button down, open.
Okay. When you say you were friendly to her, was that what you said? You were friendly to her?
I was told to be very polite to her.
And were you?
I was.
Did you invite her out to lunch?
No, not exactly.
Okay. The area that you met her at, how was that selected?
That I don't have the specifics. Special Agent Pat Sanford would be better to answer that.
Were you aware when you went out there that where you would run into her at that specific time of day? I mean, you just didn't stand there all day waiting for her, right?
I did not.
Okay. You knew a specific time in general that you thought you would see her there, correct?
The investigative team, I'm sure, did their homework and they knew. So
Okay. Are you aware that that's the route that she took from where she was living down the block to pick up her grandchildren from school?
I was made aware of that, yes.
Thank you. Now, in the bump with the flyer that you handed to Miss Adelson, you had some information on there, $5,000. And when you spoke to her, what did you say to her?
Well, when I engaged her, to the best of my recollection, you know, I said to her that we know that their problem up north had been taken care of, and that Katie and Tuto are being taken care of, and my brother Tato has not been taken care of. He and his family have not been taken care of, and that they should take care of him and his family, something to that effect, him and his family, like they are taking care of Katie and Tuto.
And who's Tuto?
Tuto, from what I understand, was Sigfredo Garcia.
And who was Tato?
Tato was Luis Rivera.
You have a really interesting accent.
Yeah, that's because I'm fluent in Spanish. Yes.
Okay. Are you of Spanish descent or you just have learned that?
I am.
You are. Okay. Thank you. You do it very well.
Thank you.
So you tell her that you know that her family is taking care of Tuto and Katie, but not your brother Tato.
Correct.
And Tato is Luis Rivera.
Correct.
And he was incarcerated at that time.
Correct.
And you told her that in the Broward County Jail, the two of you have been together, right?
I don't believe on the bump I said that.
Okay. And you tell her that you need $5,000 to take care of Tato, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And she told you she didn't know what you were talking about.
Well, during the bump, I didn't mention the 5,000 or anything. I didn't mention the money.
The piece of paper said 5,000.
Well, the paper did, but verbally I didn't say it to her.
You said they needed to take care of Tato.
Yes, but I didn't say the dollar amount.
But you handed her a piece of paper and it
did.
had it on there, correct?
Sure.
Okay.
Mhm.
She didn't pay you the $5,000, did she?
I don't believe they ever did.
Okay. And that was on April the 19th of 2016, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. So that's the 19th. As of the 23rd, you still had not heard from Mrs. Adelson, and so you sent her a letter, did you not?
That letter, I did not physically do it. That was the investigative team that wrote and sent that letter.
Were you aware of it?
At the time, I wasn't.
Did you become aware of it?
Later on, yes.
Okay. And the gist of it was nobody had heard back from her, correct?
I don't remember reading that letter.
So think through what she's trying to do. One of Donna's arguments apparently is going to be that in the bump, she was terrified because she believed this was a Latin Kings gang member and she had just been approached by a gang member demanding money. And that she had no idea where this was coming from, or maybe believed it was associated with Charlie, but had no idea it was connected back to Dan Markel. We don't know a lot about what her argument will be. We can just sort of guess those pieces. So what they've got to prove here is that what he did was sinister and scary. Now, when you watch the video of the bump, it doesn't really look all that sinister and scary. It's just some guy walking up handing a piece of paper to a lady right on the street. So she's setting up all the things around it. Where are they? Well, they're really near her grandchildren's school where she's about to pick them up. You know, what time is it? Right about the time for her to pick them up. And this guy comes up to her out of the blue. He hands this demand. He uses nicknames for people she might not have even known. And she refers to taking care of someone who's in prison. So those are the sorts of things she's using to set up that Donna was afraid. And so we'll watch it unfold.
So, but you're aware the letter was sent, right?
Later on, yes.
Okay. And then move forward all the way up to April the 28th of 2016. Mrs. Adelson has not called you back, correct?
I don't remember the dates that, accurately. I don't remember.
Okay, well, there's a phone call that's been introduced into evidence, so.
Well, yeah,
Okay.
but you're asking me before that. I guess on the 28th, I received the call.
Well, on the 28th, you actually called the Adelson Institute.
Yes, I
didn't you?
did call.
Okay.
Yes,
So you were the first call then. You
Yes,
called the Adelson Institute.
correct.
And
correct.
you were trying to reach Donna Adelson.
That is correct.
But she was not there.
Correct.
So you left a message saying, you're Sammy, and you haven't heard back from her, and let her know I called.
That is correct.
Okay. But she doesn't call you back right then, does she?
No, she did not.
And she didn't pay you the $5,000 you were looking for, correct?
Did not.
Okay. And so call the Adel Institute and get no response. So then May the 4th of 2016, you sent a text to Donna Adelson at 2:09 in the morning, correct?
That is correct.
And on that text, you said, still have not heard from Donna. Wait a minute. No, I'm sorry. So you don't take me serious. You think I'm playing. You have some puta
I think Puto.
call me to see if I'm for real. If you think what KD baby daddy did for you can't come back, you're, excuse my language, fucking crazy. I want and then it doesn't say now, or I'm going after the 100K, right?
That's what I was told to write. Yes.
Wasn't very polite there, was it?
Well, it's usually how somebody that's blackmailing somebody or extorting somebody in the criminal world would probably talk to somebody. Yes.
Sure, it's more aggressive, right?
Absolutely.
Because you want her to incriminate herself by talking to you, pay the $5,000. You're looking for her to talk, right?
I'm just looking for her to send the money.
But she didn't send the money, did she?
She did not.
Okay. And then you got a call on, let's see, that was May the 4th. You still don't hear from Donna. But on May the 6th, no. May the 4th, you get a call from Charlie Adelson,
That is correct.
and you talked to him,
I did.
right? And that recording is in evidence, so we don't need to talk about that. But basically, you don't get anywhere with Charlie. He doesn't offer to pay you the $5,000, right?
No, it,
Did he offer to pay you the $5,000?
no, he did not.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, on May the 6th, Donna Adelson calls you back on that number that you had put on the paper, correct?
That is correct.
And we're going to listen to the call through another witness, but the gist of it is she's telling you, you tell her you know everything about everybody involved, right?
Correct.
And she tells you, you got the wrong person. I'm not involved, correct?
She did.
And she tells you, if you know everybody who is involved, go to the police, right?
She just said, go get the money from it. She didn't say, if I know everybody. She just said, I believe she said, just go collect the money.
Well, we'll play it so we'll know the exact
Okay,
words. But
that's fine.
she didn't offer to give you the $5,000 then.
No,
And she encouraged you to go get the $100,000, which was the reward at that time for
she did.
providing information regarding the homicide of Dan Markel.
She did.
Take your time.
So she's driving home the point. Adelson's never paid. There was this extortion. They were asked for $5,000 and they never paid. But they also did not go to the police. They also didn't report this as an extortion by some crazy loons who seemed to think they knew Tato and Puto, whoever those were. They didn't do that. They just instead said, well, if you know something about,
I'm done with my questions.
Redirect examination.
So we're going to watch the video a little later with another witness, but did Donna Adelson have any children with her when you approached her?
She did not.
Nothing further.
You may step down. Will the witness be recalled at all? You are released. Have a good day.
all right.
Please.
Very well. The defense may call you as a witness. They will let you know if they choose to do so or not. Have a good day.
My understanding is that we're to coordinate that through Investigator Newman at the State Attorney's Office.
Yes.
So we'll keep you informed.
Please call your next witness.
State calls Special Agent Bronstein.
So they're putting in slowly the bump. We're getting to the video, we're getting to the phone calls, the recordings. But the defense was that they never paid the $5,000, and they told you to, if you know something about this, you go collect the reward from the state. It's $100,000. And that's way better than the $5,000 you want from me. I do agree with Corey about what he says, what Corey says here. But I feel the state is cutting short the story. Some of us are learning this all new, like the jury. I think there are a few places where that happened. I think it's hard once you know the case so well to remember that the people you're speaking to don't know the case at all. And you really have to start it from ground zero for them.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn, Special Agent. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You can adjust the microphone if you need to. You may examine when you're ready.
Please say your name and spell your name.
Special Agent Louis Bronstein, Louis Bronstein.
How are you employed?
A special agent with the FBI.
How were you employed back in April of 2016?
Special agent with the FBI.
All right. And did you participate in a surveillance operation on April 20th of that year involving Charlie Adelson?
Yes.
Was your involvement in that operation related to a wiretap that was happening simultaneous with the surveillance operation?
Yes.
What was your role in the operation?
That day I started off on physical surveillance of the undercover bump operation for officer safety purposes. And then for the remainder of the day, I was to be available for surveillance as needed.
Did you conduct some surveillance at a restaurant by the name of Dolce Vita in Miami?
Yes.
Where is that restaurant located?
North of Miami Beach. I don't remember the exact intersection.
Sunny Isles Beach, sound right?
Yes.
Are you from, I guess you said you did surveil the bump that took place earlier, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your objective at the Dolce Vita restaurant?
Moved towards the Dolce Vita restaurant with the intent of conducting physical and technical surveillance of the meeting inside. Upon arrival in the parking lot, I met up with a technical agent from the FBI and received surveillance equipment in a bag. And I made my way into the restaurant and got situated as close as I could to Charlie and Katie.
Were some photographs taken of, is it Charlie Adelson you're referencing and Katie Catherine Medbanua?
Yes.
Were some photographs taken of them outside the restaurant?
I believe so.
Okay, was that before or after the meeting that you're referencing?
I don't know that I can speak to that. I was not doing photography at the time.
All right, let me just show you what I've marked as his exhibit 137 to 140. Are you able to recognize these exhibits as photos of those two that were taken outside the restaurant where you did your surveillance on the occasion we're talking about?
Yes.
So we're gonna make sure they're all very accurate.
Yes.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence 137 through 140.
Any objection? States 137 through 140.
Publishing 137. Publishing 138. Publishing 139.
Katie and Charlie. In happier days.
Publishing 140.
Guess they're saying goodbye or maybe hello.
When you entered the restaurant, how close to the target subjects were you able to position yourself?
Let's say about 10 to 12 feet.
Okay, so just at the next table.
So yeah, I want to say it would be the next table over, but there was possibly a span where there should have been a table. So just estimating based off recollection, it would be about 12 feet.
All right. And did the bag contain any video equipment?
I believe so.
All right. So you were recording both video and audio of this restaurant conversation?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the equipment that was inside the bag there?
I had not seen it before that day. That was my first look at it.
Did
But I
you
can-
understand how to operate it when you went into the restaurant to use it?
Yes.
Okay, so you were able to successfully capture that restaurant conversation with
That's
that
correct.
equipment? Okay. Can you describe anything about their demeanor that you observed during this conversation?
It was tough to hear because of the air conditioning system. Based on visual observation, body language, they're having a conversation with each other. They're paying attention to what each other was saying. I could not make out very many particular words, except there was a moment where the AC was abnormally quiet for the restaurant. I did hear something, but it was a very small snippet of a sentence. They maintained their conversation with each other, and throughout the duration of my sitting in there, I became less and less worried that they would notice me sitting nearby because they were paying very close attention to what each other was saying.
Okay. And have you had an opportunity to review the recordings of the that came out of the operation from that day?
Yes.
Okay. And are they fair and accurate recordings?
Yes.
And I asked you the date, April 20th of 16, but I didn't ask you the time. Do you know the time that meeting occurred, time of day?
Afternoon around 3:45 or 4.
And I asked you if you had an opportunity to review it, State's Exhibit 114. Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move 114 into evidence.
Late line.
States 114 is admitted.
Any efforts to clarify the audio from that recording and try to take out some of that background noise, would that have anything to do with you, or would that be somebody else's job?
That's somebody else's work.
And it was done because it was terrible audio and it still wasn't great, but they did enhance it. It was, I've heard that maybe one of the reasons they waited so long for prosecutions is because the audio of this was so bad and they didn't know quite how they would use it or make it clear for a jury.
Further questions, Your Honor?
Cross-examination.
No questions.
You may step down. Will you be recalled by either party? You are released.
Quick
Please
witness,
call your next
down.
witness.
All right. We're on the march down to actually getting to see the video. Last time the jury was given a
Raise
transcript.
your right hand and be sworn.
Right.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? I do. You may take your seat. Please speak loudly.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
James Keith McElveen, MCELVEEN.
How are you employed?
I work as a forensic scientist. I'm an electrical engineer. I work at Wave Sciences in Charleston, South Carolina.
And what type of work do you perform at that business?
I mostly do audio research, particularly in forensics.
That's
Can
who we
you
need
describe
here at
your
the Longer Lead
education
Channel.
and experience in that field.
I am a master's level engineer, electrical engineer, and I've had 35 going on 40 years of experience.
And as part of your work, do you clarify audio recordings?
I do. I also sit on committees that write international standards for audio forensics.
And approximately how long have you been doing the type of work that you did in this case specifically?
Probably about 25 to 30 years now.
Judge, at this time, I would tender the witness as an expert in the field of electrical engineering,
Electrical engineering and forensics.
electrical
forensics.
engineering and audio forensics, Your Honor.
Does the defense wish to voir dire the witness?
Not on these topics.
Any objection to him providing an opinion while testifying?
No, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, the witness will be permitted to testify in the form of an opinion in the fields of electrical engineering and audio forensics. You may continue.
I think you testified you have a master's in electrical engineering, is that right?
That's correct.
And you were the program manager for a government organization that included tech ops work?
Yes,
Okay, and also have done some work with private companies doing government contract type of work, is that right?
yes,
Okay. Did you found the company that you're currently with?
I did.
Have you published articles related to your field?
Yes, I have multiple.
Have you ever testified as an expert before in this area?
I have.
Okay, were you asked to clarify some recordings made at the Dolce Vita restaurant in association with this case?
Yes, I was.
What items were you provided with?
2 audio video recordings from 2 different devices that were in the restaurant, one of which had better video and one of which had better audio.
Okay, and were you able to put those together and give us the best product that you know how to give us to help us make out the words the best we can?
Yes,
All right, and in that process, do you do anything that changes or alters the speaking voices that are on the audio recording?
only how do I put this? We don't alter the subject's voice. We leave it natural and as untouched as possible. What we do is suppress everything else that's not in that place we're trying to focus on.
What were the issues with this particular exhibit as far as being able to hear it in its raw form?
Well, it was a restaurant and a busy restaurant. There was everything from typical restaurant noises with coffee grinders and espresso machines and such as that going on. The position of the recording devices also made them pick up noises coming from the kitchen. So there was dishwasher and vegetable chopping type sounds going on back there, kids screaming, voices playing in a television. So it's easier probably to list what wasn't on the recording than what was.
Okay. And can you explain the process you used to clarify the audio on this exhibit?
Let me stop it for just a minute and make a comment. I know it can, after a few of these, it can be just a really long setup, winding up a whole long time to get to the point. And that can be frustrating. It is part of what we have to do with the legal system because there has to be a foundation laid for this being accurate. If he doesn't come in and explain this, then how does the jury know that these weren't just made up, that someone created a brand new video instead of actually working hard to fix the one that was actually made to actually get Charlie's voice, to get Katie's voice and what they said, to make sure it's accurate. That's why all of this detail goes in.
Yes. So what we do is we treat the sound that's captured on the recording more like it's the light captured by a camera. So if you do any photography and you use a lens, you may think of the classic taking a picture down a picket fence. And you can focus on one of the wooden slats in the fence and it's sharp, but all the rest of them in the foreground and the background are blurred out and maybe invisible. So that's our approach, and we're able to set the focus spot on the subjects that we were asked to enhance, and then blur out, like those missing pickets in the fence, everything else in the restaurant.
And are the results of your audio efforts contained on the exhibit in front of you, State's Exhibit 115?
Yes.
All right. And did you also, for us, pair the audio with the video that was available of that particular event?
In Dolce Vita, we did not.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 116, which does include both the audio, the video, and the transcript of that event?
Yes, although we did not review the transcript content.
Okay.
We did review the audio and the video, and it does match the enhanced audio that we provided.
Okay. So everything seems to be appropriately lined up with the audio clarification that you did.
Yes, I just don't want to step outside my role as in audio forensics and speak to a transcript.
Understood. All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence States 115 and 116.
Any objection?
If I understand the witness's testimony, he's not able to say the transcript is accurate.
That was Ms. Medbanua's part, Your Honor.
She has already authenticated as a part of her testimony.
No objection.
States 115 and 116 are admitted.
Did you also do some work on State's Exhibit 132, a recording from a Matt Surrey restaurant?
I did.
All right, and were the same processes that you previously described with the prior exhibit used on this one as well?
They were.
Okay, and does State's Exhibit 132 contain the audio product that you generated?
Yes.
Okay, and has the audio been paired with the video accurately in State's Exhibit 133 also in front of you?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence States 132 and 133.
Any objection?
Just a moment, Your Honor.
I would like to keep this out, but it's hard to think of a good reason.
No objection, Your Honor.
States 132 and 133 are admitted.
All right, and then you also have an Exhibit 118 in front of you. Did you do some work on a phone call? Phone call?
Yes.
Okay. And is the work that you did on clarifying that phone call fairly and accurately contained on State's Exhibit 118?
Yes, it is.
All right, Judge, that's just for identification only at this time. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Just briefly, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Okay. With respect to the second restaurant footage that you enhanced, am I to understand that you enhanced an enhancement more recently? Did you provide additional materials recently to the state attorney's office?
What we did was not an enhancement. We only took the audio track and put it with the video track. So
That's what you.
we didn't touch anything, but just basically save the original, the processed audio that we did and the original video and just saved it in a different format.
Okay, so then that's what you did recently?
Yes.
Okay.
So no enhancement done in that step.
Okay. And then, yes, were you ever provided with the audio of the interview done by law enforcement of Wendi Adelson on July 18th of 2014?
No, I was not.
And specifically the end of that interview when Miss Wendi Adelson calls my client.
Not to my recollection. I do not believe so.
And so the government did not ask you to do that.
Correct.
Just a moment.
Redirect examination. You may step down, sir. Will be recalled by either party.
Enhanced video and audio.
You are released. Have a good day. Please call your next witness.
They call Special Agent Brian Kendall.
All right. So we're getting everything in, and then maybe this witness will actually show us a video. Or maybe it'll be even better than last time. That would certainly be ideal. As far as the phone call, they didn't identify the phone call that he clarified. But it was not one from Wendi to Donna. We did get that. I wonder which phone call that would be. Maybe the one to her after her arrest, because she said she last spoke to her on the 20th, which was a week after she was arrested. So we are waiting for Special Agent Brian Hemphill, who will enter and hopefully show us these videos that we've been leading up to slowly. And hopefully they will be easier to understand than ever before, which would be great because, wow, where's the first one in?
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
You may take your seat.
Thank you.
Please speak loudly and clearly.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Brian Kendall, Brian Kendall.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm currently employed at a private investment firm.
What about back in April of 2016?
At that time, I worked as a police officer for the city of Plantation, and I was also assigned to a federal task force.
As part of your work with the federal task force, did you participate in a surveillance operation involving a Charlie Adelson?
Yes, I did.
All right. Was the surveillance that you conducted of Mr. Adelson related to a wiretap that was happening simultaneously with your part in the investigation?
That's correct.
What is it that you were asked to do?
I was asked to surreptitiously record Mr. Adelson at a restaurant on the night, I believe it was April 20th, 2016.
How about April 21st?
21st, correct.
Okay, and who was Mr. Adelson meeting with at that restaurant?
His father, Mr. Harvey Adelson.
All right, and was that the Matsuri restaurant?
Yes, a sushi restaurant in Miami.
What equipment was used when you went in to record?
I had a covert surveillance recording device that recorded in audio and video.
How covert was it?
It wasn't the most sophisticated device. Would you like me to describe it?
Yes, please.
It almost looked like what they call now a man bag or a large bag that had a hidden recorder and video equipment inside of it.
And was there any sort of strategic problem with using that sort of messenger style bag under the circumstances inside this particular restaurant?
Yeah, so when I entered the restaurant, I saw Mr. Charles Adelson and Mr. Harvey Adelson sitting at the sushi bar. There was an unoccupied stool next to Mr. Harvey Adelson. So I took a position directly next to Mr. Harvey Adelson because it was extremely loud in the restaurant. I put the bag directly on the sushi bar between myself and Mr. Harvey Adelson.
Okay. And what does it mean to get made?
obviously when you get made, they identify who you are and they know you're up to, maybe they identify that you're law enforcement or they know what you're doing.
And do you
And
think
they did.
that might have happened on this effort?
I think it was pretty obvious that my actions were probably a little suspicious to them. Correct.
Have you had an opportunity to review the recording from your messenger bag device, State's Exhibit 131?
Yes,
And is that a fair and accurate recording of what was captured from your device that day?
yes, it is.
Okay. And as far as clarification of any audio that was present on that recording device, would you be responsible for that, or was that Mr. McElveen that we just heard from?
Yes, I never even, other than authenticating it, I've never reviewed it.
All right, move into evidence, States 131, Your Honor.
An objection.
Objection.
States 131 is admitted.
No further questions, Judge.
And it became very clear in the course of this conversation that he wasn't going to get anything because Charlie was super suspicious. Charlie was looking at everybody around him. He was very concerned that he was being followed, and they immediately pinpointed this guy as maybe somebody who was recording them. So they got nothing on this,
Cross-examination.
nothing significant in my view.
You may step down. Will this witness be recalled by either party? You are released, sir.
Thank you.
Please approach.
So the judges pulled everybody up. So we've put in all the pieces. We're putting them in one thing after another. So leading up to a witness who will actually play them for us, so we'll be able to hear them. They're not easy to understand. None of them are. But what you hear a lot of background noise, unless maybe they've been cleaned up even more since the last time. And there are a lot of tools out now that might be helpful, but I don't know if they're going to be any better than they were before. They're still not great, but they were improved a lot. Before they enhanced them, I think they were just unusable, and I think the state thought that too. It was too hard to understand what was being said, and then to make the point that this connected up to the death of Dan Markel. So obviously that's critical. If they're not connected, then it's really irrelevant. So we have been slowly working our way through that this afternoon and waiting to find out, waiting to watch these big exhibits that are huge for this
Special
case.
Agent Pat Sanford.
Here comes the witness.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat.
Thank
you. Please speak loudly and clearly.
Yes, sir.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Patrick Sanford, Sanford. I'm a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
How long have you been employed with the FBI?
Approximately 26 years.
Sorry, one moment. Were you asked to assist in the investigation of the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes, I was.
How did you get involved in that investigation?
I was called originally to assist with outside leads on the case. There were some interviews and some other follow-up things that happened outside the state of Florida that they asked me to assist with. And as the investigation continued, I became more and more involved.
The other guy retired and kind of left you holding the bag, right?
He did.
Okay. Are you familiar with Luis Rivera and his role in this case?
I am.
Were you a part of the initial interview of Luis Rivera when he was attempting to become a witness in the case?
Yes, I was.
And do you know the date on which his proffer was given?
I could refer to some notes.
Okay, if I said the date, would you be able to tell me if it sounds
would.
right or not? September 30th of 2016.
Yes,
All right, and the investigation had been ongoing for some time at that point, right? I mean, the murder occurred in 14.
that's correct.
Okay, and in the proffer that was given by Luis Rivera, was there anything new, particularly interested in anything new that you were able to corroborate that law enforcement didn't already know before that interview?
Yes, there was.
What was that?
One thing was he told us the day before the homicide occurred that him and Sigfredo Garcia were riding around in the green Prius in Tallahassee when Mr. Garcia accidentally shot a hole in the floorboard of the Prius, and it actually disabled the vehicle, and Mr. Garcia had to actually fix the vehicle to get it running again.
At the time that you conducted the interview of Rivera, you knew that they had rented the Prius, right?
That's correct.
Law enforcement had already traveled to the location in Miami where the Prius was rented and identified the car and the VIN number and all those things, right?
That's correct. I'd been down there and done all that.
Okay, but we didn't know to look for this hole in the floorboard.
No, there was carpet in the floorboard and you couldn't see it.
Okay. Did law enforcement, in an attempt to corroborate this new fact, go back to locate the vehicle again and see if there was in fact any evidence of what Rivera was describing?
We did.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as 48 through 52.
So think about what they're talking about. Luis Rivera makes a proffer in 2016. It's more than 2 years since Dan Markel has been killed. And Luis Rivera is now in jail for something entirely unrelated. He's been arrested, and he makes a proffer. I can give you some information in this case. Here's what I'm going to need. And he strikes a deal with them. This begins to allow a cascade as they find more and more evidence. He's going to show how it kind of breaks down. Starts with Sigfredo shooting the floor.
Do you recognize these exhibits?
I do.
Are these fair and accurate photos of the vehicle once you found it for this second time after Rivera's interview?
Yes, they are.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence states 48 and 52.
An objection?
No objection.
There, no.
Not published. Publishing states 48. Had the vehicle changed hands by this time?
Yes, it had been sold by the rental company.
And had it been repainted?
It had.
Were you still able to see at some of the seams of the vehicle where that silver pine mica color, you could still kind of tell was the previous color?
That's correct. Like in the door jambs and under the hood, there was some clues of that.
All right. States Exhibit 49, were you able to confirm this was in fact the correct vehicle by the VIN number?
That's correct.
States Exhibit 50, what does this image show?
It shows the passenger side of the vehicle. It has a directional rod put through where the bullet hole traveled, shows the direction of travel.
So the hole was still there under the carpeting.
The hole was still there in carpet, correct.
Published in 651. Did the hole actually puncture the gas line as Rivera described?
That's correct. That is the fuel line that you see there with some kind of mechanical piece attached to it to put it back together to make it run again.
States Exhibit 52.
And there it is again, just a close up.
Stinks. I don't know if I can make it any better. Old-fashioned way. So this little piece that's attached to the gas line is the repair that was done on it.
That's correct. You can see where the bullet would have severed the line, and it took that piece to connect it back together.
Anything else that Rivera told you that you didn't already know?
Yes, he told us about that the homicide had to take place on the day that it occurred because he was traveling out of Mr. Markel was going to be traveling out of town the following day.
And were you able to confirm that Mr. Markel did in fact have plans to travel out of town the day after he was killed?
He did. He was planning to go to a conference up in, I believe it was New Jersey.
And Mr. Rivera's proffer also enlightened us to the June trip, right? There was a second trip that preceded the July trip in which Mr. Markel was killed.
That's correct. He talked about the June trips also.
And were we able to corroborate that through the testimony of Sergeant Corbett that we just heard from?
That's correct. We had several instances that we're able to corroborate that.
All right. Are you familiar?
Speak up, please. We're having trouble.
You can just speak up a little bit, our special agent.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the wiretap that was conducted back in 2016 in reference to this case?
I am.
Whose phones were tapped?
It was Charlie Adelson and Catherine Medbanua.
How many cell phone calls were intercepted total as a part of that wiretap?
Well over 10,000 calls and text messages.
And did you review a disc of the calls that have been deemed relevant for this jury's consideration?
I did.
Okay, and are all of those calls contained on that I guess this thumb drive actually states Exhibit 99. Are those fair and accurate recordings of the calls that we intercepted in this case?
They are.
All right, Judge, I'd ask to introduce States 99.
Yeah, objection. States 99 is admitted.
Permission to publish by way of demonstrative B, Your Honor.
It all started to unravel with Luis Rivera. He gave them information, for example, that led them to that Prius that had the hole in the floorboard still there, just like he had said it did. He led them to he gave them the information that they already knew that Dan Markel would be traveling. That's really hard to explain without some kind of connection in Dan Markel's life. I mean, how would hitmen know that? And of course, Charlie has admitted that the day of the murder was when he was extorted. So he knew who did it all of that time. And at some point told his mother. And then the third thing he gave them was that June trip. And they were able to show, yeah, sure enough, these two men had actually been to Tallahassee in June as well. They rented a car for that. So all of those things started to lead up to in the direction of proof.
B as in boy. Did you find any evidence in the calls relating to Donna Adelson meddling in her children's lives?
We did.
Okay, and I want to ask you about specifically Wendi's life and her purchase of a house. Are you familiar with the fact that Wendi Adelson had a contract to purchase a house in 2013 here in Tallahassee?
Yes, I am.
All right, and that she pulled the plug on that house on Halloween of 2013. You familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And are you familiar with the evidence that Catherine Medbanua gave regarding being approached on that same day by Charlie Adelson about what ultimately became this murder for hire?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And have you reviewed oh gosh. Let's strike that. I'll come back to it. I also wanted to ask you about meddling in reference to Wendi's dating life. Did you hear anything about that on the calls?
I did.
Okay. And specifically, I think this one's called 989. What's the gist of what is on that call?
Mrs. Adelson's talking to Charlie Adelson, and they're discussing Wendi's current boyfriend, which is his name is Dave, and talking about different ways to keep her dating Dave and keeping her from breaking up with him.
All right. And is Donna Adelson enlisting Charlie's help in dealing with Wendi?
That's correct.
All right. Managing Wendi.
Correct.
All right. Permission to publish at this time call 989, Your Honor. And if we could start at 8 minutes and 56 seconds or thereabouts. we're requesting a recess.
Members of the jury will take a brief break.
So she's going to get into some of the text messages that show how enmeshed Donna was in Wendi's life. And she was using Charlie to do that. She was using Charlie to keep her dating Dave. I remember Wendi saying at, I think it was the last trial. I'm going to turn the sound on that down for just a sec. Okay. We'll wait and see if the judge says anything.
So for all of our advanced equipment, we need the repairman.
All right. So their point is not just that she was enmeshed, that she was doing a lot with Wendi and wanting to control a lot of Wendi's life. Their point also is how she did that. The way she did that was she used Charlie, and Charlie was to help keep Wendi dating Dave. Charlie was to help keep Wendi from buying a home in Tallahassee. Charlie was trying to make sure Wendi got away from Dan Markel by killing him. And these are all part of a pattern where you can see the relationship connection between, make this a little bigger, the relationship connection between Donna, Charlie, and Wendi. They're all together. What the state is trying to do is trace everything back to Donna. That's been their weakest link so far. And I think that's why they waited so long to try her, is they wanted to make sure they had that really solid. They wanted to be able to prove she was connected to everything, not just Charlie was. That was already somewhat of a hurdle. They were able to trace some physical things that connected Sigfredo Garcia, like the hole in the floor. And then with Katie, they were able to pull her in. So it took a little while to work their way up. So they've laid the groundwork. We're going to be getting into all of these wiretap, and we're going to be actually hearing the phone calls. We're going to be hearing all of that coming up. As far as they've put in so far numerous, I think, recordings, but the ones that are most important in the case are the Dolce Vita recording, where Charlie and Katie sit at a table right after the bump. Donna gets the note from the bump, the guy who is handing her the note saying, I want you to pay some money. She takes that to Charlie, who goes and meets with Katie at a restaurant. And then they recorded it so they could hear what Charlie and Katie said to one another. And what Charlie and Katie said was connected to, although it was hard to hear, when they were able to clean it up and understand what had been said, they were talking about in code and often, but they were talking about the murder of Dan Markel and about who was doing this bump and whether it was connected and how it was connected. Now, of course, the defense says, no, they weren't. They weren't talking about that at all. But what's super curious is, what will Donna say? Will Donna say she knew about this? Clearly, as soon as she got this note, Donna called Charlie, and then they kept talking about it. It isn't like Donna forgot about it, turned it over to Charlie, said, wrong number. I think they meant to walk up to you on the street, not me. That isn't the way it happened. So I do think that this is going to be very important in proving Donna's connection. That's what the state absolutely has to do if they want to connect Donna instead of Wendi or Charlie. So we're going to hear these messages, I assume, through this witness. I hope so. I hope we're going to be hearing all of this. And then I think we'll move on to Charlie. I hope that is the route it will go. So I'm looking for questions in the chat and looking at what y'all have been talking about. So Marie is talking about Wendi being the link between Dan and everyone else involved. So, and of course, since Wendi was married, everyone had met Dan. But I do think that the prosecutor agrees with you that Wendi had the most to gain by Dan being taken out of the equation. And yet it's been much harder to prove her connection. For example, when they had those phone calls, there were a lot fewer connections with Wendi. After the bump, Donna didn't reach out to Wendi, she reached out to Dan. So I think that's actually, I think that is exactly what the prosecution is thinking, and they're trying to figure out how to prove that. That's what their goal is here. All right, looking for questions. If you would put your question marks at the beginning, that will help me there, because we're going to have a few minutes. I don't know how long while they take a little break. I'm looking for question marks at, wait, no, there we go. Angelique wants to know how valuable I think Jeff Lacasse's, I presume, testimony was. I think it was really important. It was aimed more at Wendi, and I think that's very important. The prosecution wants to pull Wendi in for a couple of reasons. One, I think they believe Wendi's guilty, and they'd like to pull her in, and they'd like to convict her, and they think that's entirely fair based on the evidence. So that's one reason, but it's also part of proving Donna's involved, because if Wendi isn't concerned, if Wendi isn't really angry at Dan Markel, then why would Donna be? And Wendi had said she was over it. It was all gone. And Jeff Lacasse comes in and says that's not true. She continued to be frantic over this, and she took some steps right at very oddly timed moment, right around when, for example, the people came up to Tallahassee. She took steps around then that would suggest maybe she knew something was going on. And so those sorts of facts would pull Wendi in, and then the state wants to push that through to Donna as well, that they're all connected, they're all involved. And they may never charge Wendi. That may be that they never decide that they have enough evidence to do that. I was kind of leaning toward that, maybe, although the focus of this trial has made me rethink that. So I'm thinking maybe that's not the case. Who knows? We will have to wait and find out. Will Wendi be detained before the jury comes back for Donna's to avoid another escape attempt? I don't think she will be. I don't think that they would do that until they're ready to actually file charges. And I see your point. Donna left a week after, so that would be, if she had moved, 2 days earlier, 3 days, a week earlier, who knows? But as far as Wendi, I just don't think it would be that fast. I think they will take their time and file charges and then move through the regular channels. I don't even know that Wendi would run. I'm not convinced Wendi's going to be charged. It hasn't happened yet. So we will all wait for that. Rebecca wants to know if Dan Markel's family is attending this trial, and they are. And what about the other trials? I know for sure that they attended the trial of Charlie. I don't know whether they attended Katie Medbanua's trial. I would imagine that they did. But as far as this trial, yes, we've seen both of them pictured in the gallery watching the trial. Mr. Markel often wears a sweater tied around his neck. Miss Markel, they're divorced, so they aren't sitting right by each other. But I've seen both of them in the gallery. All right, Dennis asking me, don't they have to be careful bending? Oh, I still have her comment. Don't they have to be careful bending this toward Wendi when it might make them look too aggressive towards Wendi when they should just be staying right on Donna? You're right, and I think they'll be careful about that. But this is coming from two directions, not just from the state, but also from Donna herself, from Wendi's mother. So they can't really control that. The state can't. I think they've been careful to try to focus as much as possible on Donna whenever they can. I think that's their target for this trial. I don't think they've lost sight of that. But the fact that both are coming in has made it more noticeable. The fact that both sides are jumping on Wendi has made that pretty noticeable. And somebody mentioned they have not, in fact, charged Harvey, who is also present. He's sitting behind his wife's table there in the courtroom. They had initially asked for some spots for people to sit with Harvey. So far, it's been pretty much just Harvey. A few times there have been people sitting in that area, sometimes a seat over from Harvey, so I don't know if they were connected, but mostly it's been an empty row. Creative chaos. In cases like this, with many trials, are the witnesses allowed to review their previous testimonies? Once the trial is over, the rule of sequestration is lifted and they can look at their prior testimony. And it would be extremely wise for them to do so. That would be a really good idea. I always made all of my folks read their full deposition, read everything they'd said before, because you need to know that. If you don't remember that, it may be something small that you get caught on and get where you just don't even get the chance to present your facts because you get caught on something small and the jury stops believing you. And so I'd say, yeah, absolutely. I'd tell people you need to read that. You need to have that in your head. You need to know what those facts are. And now we're also going to talk about more. So Lady E is asking me, do you think Wendi will get arrested? I don't know. I wait with everybody else, wait with bated breath to find out if Wendi will be arrested. I think that this trial suggests nobody has forgotten about her. So if the thought was, this is it, no one's even thinking of moving forward, I think for sure Donna is, and I think the prosecutors are at least thinking about it. But they aren't the final decision makers. They have to report to people who also are part of that decision. Hey, Jeffrey is a new member. We are glad to have you. Glad to have you join us. You will be getting to use the very creative emojis custom just for this channel that were made by one of our mods, Marlon. So you will get to see those put in. They're a lot of fun. People have a really good time with those. Creative Chaos, that's a good question. I've wondered about this. How do you make red question marks? I don't know, but it sure is helpful. It makes it very easy for me to spot you. Lynn Riccio asked, can anyone really remember the truth in this convoluted stream of events? Who did what and when? Each has a part, but maybe not all. And it's definitely an issue. You see it when anytime you have a witness who has testified more than once, then you get little bitty contradictions that creep in. It's just life. It's just human nature to have that happen. And every time you do, it gives the other side something to point out that you got wrong, that you said wrong. This happens automatically. If somebody gives more testimony more than one time, you just almost can't avoid that. And these people have given testimony many more than that. Katie Medbanua has now given testimony 5 times, counting in this trial. 2 trials where she testified, and then she's also made 2 proffers to the state. That is fertile ground, especially because she intentionally changed her story, saying, I lied before. Now I would like to make a deal with the state and I'm changing my story. So she was clear about that. But her story was radically different from one time to the next. At lunchtime, I went over some of the pretty profound differences between what Katie had said about Donna Adelson laundering the money, washing the money, what she had said at Charlie's trial and what she said at this trial. It was pretty different. It did not sound the same. There were 2 different answers, and the one in this trial really implicated Donna, and the other was a whole lot more wishy-washy about whether Donna was really involved. Wishy-washy. I meant that. I fully intended to say that. All right. Let's keep going. I'm looking for question marks. All right. ML Van Stone. Okay. I don't know why that was hard for me. What's the bump referring to? The bump is when a person pretending to be a Latin gang member, I'm saying Latin Kings gang. I shouldn't. He didn't say Latin Kings this time. A person pretending to be a gang member came up to Donna Adelson on the street. She was just walking down the street on her way to pick up the boys from school. Okay, they're bringing the jury back.
Standing for the jurors.
It's a copy of 85 on your table there.
So I'll pause it for, I should have moved for, in fact, I'll do that now.
That.
Okay.
Agent Sanford.
Okay, so let me answer that really quickly. The bump, you're about to see the video of the bump. The point of it was to give an extortion note to Donna Adelson and to see what happened. They were running a wiretap and they figured they'd be able to see people interact, maybe hear people confess, maybe hear people talk about what happened.
In front of you is a copy of State's Exhibit 85, the wire call summary. Can you tell us what is contained in that exhibit?
It's a list of calls that we selected, calls in a couple of text messages in a little bit of a timeline and mostly chronological order.
The dates that the calls were made and who they're to and from, that sort of thing.
That's correct. It
And
just has
fairly and accurately depict the identifying information for the calls contained in State's Exhibit 99?
That's correct.
Judge, at this time, I would ask to move into evidence State's Exhibit 85.
It's 85.
May I have permission to provide copies to the jurors, Your Honor?
You may.
Madam Court Reporter, would it assist you to have a copy of the summary? All right, we were about to listen to call 989. Judge, we're going to advance the call to 8 minutes and 56 seconds, but I thought we'd start just at the beginning to give the jurors an opportunity to put on their headsets. We provided headsets for each juror with a number, and there's an accompanying volume control in the front here. So my suggestion is just let everybody tinker with it and get settled, and then we'll move the
That's
call
fine.
along.
For that, use your notepad still. I believe there'll be one copy that goes back later, but use your notepads.
All right, start publishing. Let's let
I think they're testing their audio using the headsets.
Sir? Right.
Everybody getting their headphones on?
I don't know if I'll wear them for all of it, but just to make sure I can hear it properly. Probably so you can clearly hear. I think that might be your copy because that's his. Yeah. You aren't going to be left in the dark.
Well, we are getting into some of the calls that they recorded on the wiretap.
Hey, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, just got off of work.
Oh, boy.
I had some barbecue up there, and I just threw it.
This is Donna and Charlie talking.
So I just wanted to avoid traffic.
Oh, okay. So you're done for the week? You're not working tomorrow, are you?
I actually am looking tomorrow. Oh. I know. And then I was off Monday.
Yeah, oh, that's true. That's right.
That's fine, I don't
Very
care.
good.
Yeah,
Just trying to earn a living.
Tinker?
yeah, I know.
Okay, let's go to 8
Yeah,
minutes,
got that
56
2 guys
seconds.
that they need to-
Because I'm in that demographic of guys I want to date.
Yeah.
And I don't have a problem telling her, like, you put the Victoria's Secret model at 37. I'm not asking for her to leave. No.
So it's how unusual a guy he is.
Of course.
Like, people see, and it's definitely,
I have done
I know,
what to be on,
I know.
and I will continue to talk to her.
Now, show us the transcript.
You know, there's a limit to, there's a point at which someone purposely will do what you're asking them to purposely do the opposite.
And she's gonna screw her life because they're incapable of another day, they're going to be another day.
What's that?
There's not gonna be another
No.
day.
No, the reason why is I'll never tell someone you can't win the lottery twice. But I can tell you this, the probability is not in your favor. Probability is not in your favor of winning the lottery once. Winning it twice, even more. And that's how I talk to her. Because what happens is
If that's what she needs to do, she's to do
you
that.
understand what I don't ever offend her. Because I don't talk about her. I just say, Wendi, listen, if you put a 37-year-old Victoria's Secret model in front of me, I wouldn't want to get serious with her. Why? When I could do it with a 25-year-old. I said, a 25-year-old is going to be 18 in 15 years. I go, you want to buy a car with high mileage or low mileage? I go, listen, Wendi, you don't want to date a guy that's 50. You know why? Because he's too old for you. And he's going to be 60 in 10 years. And 10 years from now, you don't want to see yourself as a 50-year-old. I get it. So it is what it is.
But you can ask what we ask her why she's not going out with babies because she was there with her twin serious head.
I know.
But it opens it to you.
Of course. But
For those of you who are not watching it directly, a transcript is running right by here so you can follow along when it's hard to understand. As I say, these are hard to understand, but what you can hear is they're talking about Wendi and Dave, and Charlie is busy comparing women to cars with lots of mileage or cars with less mileage. So I definitely would fall into the more mileage category, I guess, because 25 years or younger is apparently what Charlie is looking for.
just hear me out. I can talk to Wendi differently than anyone can, but even when I do, I don't reference it saying, Wendi, in a million years I would have dated a girl like you with 2 kids. Because it's true, in a million years I would. What I would say is, Wendi, the Victoria's Secret model, I wouldn't have you set me up with if she was 37. And that's just, it's a double standard, but that's life. And she knows about double standards in life. It is what it is. So all I can say is, like, when I talk to her and I put it in those terms, she gets it. She gets it. But, obviously it doesn't help that she's got these fucking friends.
I know.
Tell her that she deserved the Superman with some guy who's a doctor who's single, who's just dying to take over the responsibility of 2 kids who aren't his. Like, there's tons of very wealthy, successful, young, good-looking guys wanting to date her because nothing's more fun than having a 6-year-old fart in your face while you're trying to talk to your girlfriend when you get home from work. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's
cool. Only someone like him who's got these days who knows what it's like, could understand it, and doesn't bother them.
Yeah, and not only that, look at a good example. Ted Berman. You were a little fucking odd, had that crazy mom lived on the other street. The lawyer. Okay, Ted Berman got divorced from his wife. He engaged now. I told you about that, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, he took a whole bunch of people. He took, Warren Sapp. Football player. Yeah, he took Warren Sapp, Javon First, a whole bunch of his friends, like paid for everybody for like 20 people to go for the weekend to like that. So they'll go there and spend like $50,000. So his wife ended up sleeping with Javon First. So anyway, so he's engaged now to a girl that he's known forever. Okay. He has 3. I'm in that age group. I don't know.
I had her pause it for a moment to explain that beeping noise that we just heard. What is that noise?
That's the sound that it makes when the officer who's monitoring the call, he minimizes it. So
Okay,
he'll
so
hit a
we're
button, it stops it, it makes that noise, and then when he presses it again to monitor again, it picks right back up on that same spot, basically.
So, and I want to just point out what is going on here because you can only imagine when this was played during Charlie's trial, how this endeared him to the jury. He's referring to how he would never date a 37-year-old ancient woman with a lot of mileage on her. He needs somebody 25 or younger. Even if the person who was 37 was a Victoria's Secret model, he is just not interested. And their whole discussion is around they want Wendi to date Dave. Apparently, Wendi has said she's not interested in Dave, or at least she's holding back. And it may be because he has 3 kids and she has 2, and maybe she thinks putting that all together would be a challenge, but her mother and brother don't agree.
All right, but we're going to sort of
But
pop in and out of the conversation when we hear that noise.
Exactly. There's not a big pause in between. You'll hear the noise and then the conversation will pick back
All
up.
right, and am I correct that the people that are being intercepted do not hear the noise, the beeping?
That's correct.
That's
They
the
do not.
idea. Okay.
All right, let's get a little more.
One. And I'm wondering if two, that one. Honestly, yes, your kids are a blessing to you, they're worth it to us.
Yeah, that's right.
But, I mean, listen, do I look like the kind of guy that wants to go home from work and talk to my 37-year-old girlfriend while her kid farts in my face? No, with my nephews, I love them. But as far as baby selling, hell no. I want to go ahead and tell my girlfriend, listen, let's go away.
So for those of you who wondered, Charlie has said hell no to dating his sister. He is just not interested in her.
For the weekend. What time can you get off next Friday? Okay, I don't want to go like, oh, we got to deal with, can we get the in-laws to watch them, what their schedule will look like? It's not just Wendi, it's Wendi and the three boys. It's three people you're dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't, and you can, trust me, I know what to say.
I know you do.
I mean, and I listen, and a part of me is this because, you know what? Someone that is handed a golden opportunity.
But that, you know what? That's what she has to hear. Sometimes you get the gold ring, and I don't know what she's going to do for something else.
Because she has everyone telling her that she's such a great catch. She is. But they're not. But guess what?
They're not living her life.
They're not living her life, and they're not breaking it down and saying who's, and listen, the guy who may treat her really well just may never really bother the kid. Like, there's so many aspects to it. So you can make a great guy. He doesn't really want to do anything with your kids. What are you going to do? Kick him out and do?
This guy not only is crazy about her,
Yeah.
he's about his beliefs. And he's actually treats her, and that's what.
That's why. Not because the truth is, she can be a great guy. Those aren't his boys. She just doesn't like him. What does she do? Get rid of him? He may treat her well, but he's like, okay with the kid.
Tolerate the kids. We'll put up with them.
I put up with them, whatever. And then what if they're real nice to the boys on day one, but 3 years down the road, he's pretty much had enough of them. But right then, they're going through a tough time. I mean, I'm just saying.
No, that she's been given an opportunity that she most likely will never happen again.
No,
She's away. She's not only throwing it away for herself, she's throwing it away for the kids that deserve.
I mean, isn't there a part of you that feels a little bit sorry for Wendi here? I mean, just a little bit. She's being told, look, you are so ancient. You are 37. No one is going to want you. You are a horrible catch. That's just brutal.
But you don't understand, you could never say that to her. Well, you can, it was the same.
Yeah, I know.
You can say anything you want, it's America. I can just tell you the end of the company. You can tell me the beginning.
If I told her to say it, if you weren't here, that's what I would do. I would try. I would try.
You fuck it up, girl. I tried. You would get 30 seconds into your planned speech before she told you to butt out of her life. And rightfully so, it's her life. She can tell you whatever she wants. But the difference is that I can talk to her differently.
I know, Charlie,
So,
believe me, and I'm grateful that you do. I really, you know that. You know that.
trust me, I know. I mean, listen, she's doing great with that, considering everything she's been through. I would just like
You know what? She's your sister. She loves you. She's a good sister, and you're an amazing brother. And I'm just grateful that two of you have each other. I really am.
I bet Donna's crying.
but I can tell you.
Really, and I appreciate what you do. Because
I go.
who else is going to do it? Who else is going to say he wake up? This is not the perfect afternoon. It's glad to be good. Thank God.
Listen, most people don't ever get an opportunity like this to begin with. Like I'm not saying to begin with.
I'm shocked that you don't.
Because the truth, and that's what I listen. When
And after the day, it's me going, wake up.
trust me, it's believe. Let me say this much to you. As much as you feel like knocking her over the head, I feel like punching her in the head, not throw her in the head.
Yeah.
Nice.
So, trust me on this. So what I'm telling you is that I'll talk to her and I will do my best with school. My best is very good.
I know.
And you gotta understand, but the way I'll tell her too is like, Wendi, she loves Jess. I think Jess is awesome. Jess will be a great friend to me. And I talk to Jess all the time. Wendi, I wouldn't leave Jess in a million years because she's 37 and she has no kids.
She's got kids and desperately wants children.
Absolutely. I said, but she has to, I go, but what's it about? So it's like you winning the lotto and saying, I'll never win the lotto again. That's not true. You still have a 1 in 14 million chance.
I want to know who this Dave is. This Dave is like winning the lottery. He is so great. The idea that someone like Wendi could have a chance with this guy named Dave. Like, who is this guy?
That's like, I'm not going to take that from you. You can get out there and buy another ticket and win the lotto again. It's highly unlikely. So, and this highly.
Okay, I think we get the idea.
Yep, I
We're
think
2
you do.
years out, right, from Dan Markel's murder.
That's correct.
And it definitely did not include the same kinds of comments from Donna that you heard from Charlie. So it's not as offensive as it was when Charlie said that and the jury's sitting there listening, some of them fitting exactly the kind of undesirable category that he so easily tossed aside. But it does still have Donna just accepting these comments and not really disagreeing with any of them.
Who is Dave? Did you identify Dave through the course of the investigation?
We did. He's Dave Atel. He owned it. He was a successful businessman and lived in South Florida.
And is this the only call that happened to be captured on the wire in which these two are discussing Wendi's love life?
No, it wasn't.
They talk about Dave quite a bit.
They did several times.
All right. And they talk about Wendi's career options too, don't they?
They do.
And does the defendant, Donna Adelson, enlist Charlie to convince Wendi to do her bidding in reference to Wendi's career as well?
Correct. She does.
I'm going to publish call number 2873 at this time, Judge.
And while they're putting that up, let me just say a special shout out to Irish. Happy birthday. We hope you have a great day. Thank you for your wife's super chat. And I also want to say Irish has specifically been found to be even better than Dave. So just saying, really fantastic guy. Happy birthday.
You may proceed.
Learn as much as you can from these people. Sounds like you're not learning much of anything. But I would take the course. Of course, you could do the course 2 different ways. I think it's either 1 week and then you take the course, or you could go like every weekend for a month and then you take the test.
I'm not, but I'm not even thinking about that right now. Like I still, I like how
This isn't what it's
being
supposed to be.
ready to like, so I would be.
Is this
I think
2873?
this is bigger.
All right, we'll come back to that one. Sorry, folks, wrong call. All right, are you familiar with the bump in this case?
I am.
All right, what's the bump?
The bump is where we took an undercover agent and had him approach Mrs. Adelson with a plan. It was during the time of the investigation, we had evidence that linked Luis Rivera and Sufredo Garcia to being the actual hitmen. So in 2016, we decided to created the bump to have an undercover approach her, pretending to be a former cellmate of Luis Rivera. Luis Rivera in 2016 was actually incarcerated in the Broward County detention facility and then went to another jail. So we wanted the undercover to pretend to be in a jail cell with Luis Rivera and pretend that Luis Rivera told him about the hit in Tallahassee with the Adelsons. Not with the Adelsons, but the hit that that was created, linking back because we had telephone calls going through, linking Luis Rivera to Sigfredo Garcia, then to Catherine Medbanua, then to Charlie Adelson, then to Mrs. Adelson here.
So it was a ruse
It was a ruse. Correct.
designed to generate chatter on the wire.
It was. It was 2 years after the homicide, and we started a wire, and we knew that they were not talking about the homicide anymore. So we wanted we call it tickling the wire.
And was the goal to identify, if the pattern that we're seeing that we think is the members of the conspiracy, is that right? Who's a member of the conspiracy and what are their roles?
Yeah, we had Luis Rivera, Sigfredo Garcia would talk, and then Sigfredo Garcia talked to Catherine Medbanua through the phones. Catherine Medbanua would talk to Charlie Adelson through the phones. Charlie Adelson would talk to Donna Adelson through the phones, and then it would go back, and it would always go back and forth in that order. We never skipped anyone, never, no one ever jumped over to the other person. It always went back and forth. So we had that in the phone records leading up to the homicide, but what we didn't have was the conversations.
So was it of interest to find out, if we approach Donna Adelson in this way, what's she going to do? Who's she going to go to?
Exactly.
Is she
See
going to
what
call
her
the
reaction
police?
was.
Is she going to call Luis Rivera? What's she going to do?
Exactly.
All right. Okay. And did you have an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 113? 113 contains the combined videos from both the body-worn camera of the officer that approached the defendant and also the angle from across the street.
That's correct.
Okay, and are these fair and accurate recordings of the bump from both those angles?
They are.
Moving to evidence, States 113, Judge.
Any objection? States 113 is admitted.
All right, and the undercover, the officer that played the gang member, I guess, said that he was instructed not to be aggressive or not to scare the defendant. Was that you that instructed him on that?
It was. We had, we didn't want to cause concerns for the agent's safety. If he approached her being too aggressive and too scary, we didn't know how she would react, if she would possibly be armed at the time. We had no idea. So didn't want to create a hostile environment to make her become overly aggressive.
And
cause
is that a concern in every undercover operation, that you just kind of don't know what you're going to get? I mean, it's not specific to this defendant, right?
That's correct. That's in every case. We try to minimize the risk to the officer's safety and the people around.
Okay. Let's publish 113, please.
Black shorts. What is it? Yeah. Okay, I'll get back.
There's Donna coming down the stairs. She's got green on her shirt, green, white, and maybe black or blue. Here it comes. Walking slow.
How you doing? Just want to give you this. Listen. No, don't be scared. Listen, just want to let you know that we know that your family has been taking care of Katie and Brandon Puto for quite some time after your problem up north has been resolved. And I want to let you know that my brother, he's incarcerated. He helped your family with this problem you guys had up north. And we want to make sure that he's going through some rough times. We want to make sure that you take care of what he's going through, the way you're taking care of Katie and Tuta. Well, this will explain it. Thank you.
She says, I don't know what you're talking about. He hands her the piece of paper, says this will explain it, which it doesn't.
Pause it, please. Does the defendant remain under surveillance for some time after this?
She does.
Okay, we see her take the paper from the undercover and fold it and put it into her purse. Does she ever take it out and look at it before she gets back into her building?
Not that we ever saw, no.
And does she make any phone calls once she goes back into her building?
When she goes back into her building, she does.
And who is the first person that the defendant calls after the bump?
Charlie Adelson.
Right, is that call A?
It is.
Okay, publish call A, please.
Hey, Hans. Tonight after work or some other time in the very near future, I'm going to need to speak with you.
Okay.
Okay?
Did someone write a letter to you or something?
I've got some paperwork. Hand delivered to you.
You're being sued?
No, that's what I thought it was, but I'm going to need to talk to you.
Okay.
Okay? So, I'm going to maybe, I'll have to figure out something. You can tell it will be wherever you are.
Well, I'm in Mitch Klein's office on Oakland Park Boulevard.
Okay.
So I'm right now in the Silent Chili, and I'll be at his office in the afternoon.
Okay. So the boys who finished their piano lesson around 4-ish, and they about the traffic, and they take a ride with them up there.
Does Dad know about this?
The dad at work today, fortunately.
What's IRS?
You know, those IRS people, they kind of bother you sometimes, but, you know, fortunately not now.
Okay.
So I will talk to you. I'll give you a heads up if I'm gonna drive up that way. Okay? And,
Is Wendi doing right? Is it involved Wendi?
No. So let me just talk to you later, and, if
What is it? Is that health okay?
Yeah.
Does it involve me or other people?
Okay, I think this is really important right here. He asks, does it involve me or other people? This is Charlie talking. And Donna says, well, probably both of us. He didn't quite hear her. He says, what's that? And she says, probably the two of us. So you probably have a general idea what I'm talking about. I've always thought this comment right here, her spontaneous reaction to the bump, was to go to Charlie, and she suggests it involves the two of them. She doesn't say the four of us. She doesn't mention Wendi. She doesn't mention Harvey. She goes to Charlie and says, the two of us. And you probably have a general idea of what I'm talking about. I think this is damaging for the state. When it comes to evaluating a potential case against Wendi, a potential case against Harvey, I think this is damaging. Let's keep going.
Well, probably both of them.
What's that?
Probably the two of them. So you probably have a general idea what I'm talking about. So let's just find some time to talk to each other and take the boys for a ride, okay?
You're gonna take the boys up there?
No, maybe he doesn't come home. Maybe he can get here till about 7 when some dad gets here.
So it's harder to be talking to
He or can tomorrow, and it's important.
All right.
What to do.
Well, I'll be up at Mitch Klein's office
You want to come up? Oh, yeah, so really.
You know, I'm just concerned that I just have to get up there and get back in time for Wendy to get them. Sometimes she gets out a little earlier than not coming down here.
Can I ask you a question? Whose paperwork
I see that, and that's great. I was, I can came hand to hand to me, I exited the program today.
And he was it anonymous or?
No, oh no, not anonymous. Not anonymous. I just don't want to discuss it. Oh, it's fine.
Right, whatever it is. It's silly, but, if you want.
I wouldn't bother you, trust me.
Yeah, do you want me to come down to see you tomorrow? I have to have the day off.
Yes, that would be wonderful. Dad actually works later tomorrow. You know, he goes in at 1 o'clock. We both work out at the gym from 9:30 to 10:30. So
Whatever it is, I'll take a look at the paperwork.
yeah,
I hope it's not the IRS.
I just would like you to review it and give me some input as to what your thoughts are. Okay, so come down tomorrow. Dad leaves at 12, so anytime after 12 would be good.
12 tomorrow.
Yeah, he leaves at 12, he starts at 1 there, so 12, 12:15.
I'll come down after that, I think I'll leave it.
That would be great.
Perfect. All right, I'll talk to you later.
Let you come by.
Okay, so I see some questions in the chat. I saw Mortal Clown asking, well, isn't this bad for the defense? 100% bad for the defense. It's terrible for the defense of Charlie or Donna, because it's Donna talking to Charlie saying the two of us, she seems to be reacting to the bump. It isn't clear. She isn't stating it right up front, but she definitely is taking steps to get together with Charlie and to discuss what's happened. But it's less problematic for Wendi, less problematic for Harvey, because when she calls him, she talks about both of us and the two of us. So as far as Donna is concerned, very, very damaging. As far as Wendi and Harvey, this is something that's difficult for the prosecution, because Donna almost seems to be suggesting she and Charlie were the ones who did this. Now, everybody, as well, especially Harvey, is going to get pulled in later with conversations. So that's different. I'm not saying that there isn't any case at all. I'm just saying this particular conversation seems to focus in on Charlie and Donna and their connection.
Would you describe the defendant's demeanor on this call as really calm?
Yes,
She says Dad's at work, fortunately.
she does.
Does she indicate that she's in fear on the call?
No, she does not.
She was handed a piece of paper that had an article about the murder of Dan Markel, right?
Correct.
That's what the interaction was about.
That's correct. That's what he handed her and made reference to it.
And when Charlie asked the defendant what it's about, what does she say?
She says the both of us,
Probably both of us, probably the two of us.
and then the two of us. Said it twice.
Does she say the name Dan Markel on this call?
No, she does not.
Does she say the name Dan Markel anywhere on this wire?
No, not that I recall.
Did she report this incident to the police?
No, she did not.
Is there another call shortly after this one?
There it is.
Tell us about the next call, call B.
Call B is on the same day. It's from Mr. Charlie Adelson to Mrs. Donna Adelson, and it occurred about, I want to say about 20 minutes after the call we just listened to.
You know he is freaking out about this. He wants to know what exactly she's talking about. He can't quite figure it out.
At 2:35 p.m.
Let's publish call B, please.
Hey, how are you? Good. Is it me not paying the sun tax? Okay. No, listen, what was I gonna say? Do you mind paying my Brown insurance?
No.
Okay, because I'm gonna just stay with
But
the
the
same
topic
company. Yeah, the thing is that if you stay with the same company for 3 years, they then try to bump you down to lower bracket.
Oh, okay. So it's a good idea to do that.
So I might as well stay with them and hope that that's actually true, that they can do what they said about putting you in the lower bracket.
Okay. Do you want me to call Pam Hall?
Yeah, because I told her that my mom would call her because she's handles like that stuff at the office.
Okay.
And then just send them a check. But they have to have it before, I want to say the 29th or something.
Okay.
And
Okay.
do that. And listen, whatever it is, whatever someone said you, I wouldn't worry too much about anything.
Okay.
I mean, so if someone can write whatever they want to write, someone can say whatever they want to say, and I'm not worried.
Okay.
So, was it another bad review on Yelp?
You know, there's reviews come in, sometimes they are bad reviews. This is a particularly bad one. So,
So I'm not being sued.
no.
Okay. All right. Honestly, whatever it is, and I wouldn't just judging from what you're making it sound like. I wouldn't stress it out too much.
Okay. It's probably nothing.
Yeah, listen, people can always write, people can always say anything they want. It doesn't, someone says you're a bad dentist, it doesn't mean you're a bad dentist. So, but anyway, I'll definitely come down. It actually works out perfect with the type of day off.
Okay. You know, so I'll make you take me out to dinner, so make sure you bring cash with you.
All right.
Okay?
Do I need to bring cash?
Yeah, if you take me out to dinner, I can give you that's probably a good idea, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was this, look, I should bring cash. I don't have much cash to bring.
Yeah. I'll see if I have my little let's see what I can do. Okay.
Can I ask you, is someone blackmailing you?
Well, it's always a good possibility.
Do you think someone's trying to blackmail you?
Maybe.
No. That's crazy. Is there, I don't know, blackmail, but is there any way I can see you? You can't come up here at all?
It's going to be difficult because they don't finish the parent teacher need to about 4:15. And even if I came up there and got there a little early, it would be 5:15. It was going to be tough to, necessarily get back here in time for when we pick them up.
Was this, can I just ask you this? Is this anything government related, or is this like whack job writing a letter to you?
Like who?
Is it like a whack job writing a letter to you, or is this government related?
No, I don't know if it's government related.
So it's not government or military or anything like that?
No.
Who was the letter addressed to?
Me.
To you? That's crazy. Did it have do you know who sent it to you?
That was a pretty good idea. But, let's walk in and let's walk over either. And I would like to try to get you today. I will definitely, I just don't know if I'm going to get back here in time for them. We might not be able to do it.
Is it, so whoever sent you a letter, sent you an anonymous letter?
Not really anonymous.
Did they sign it?
It's hand-delivered him.
So someone showed up, was it like by a process server?
That's what I said was. It's nothing.
It wasn't.
No.
Where did they come to you at?
When I walked out of the building, and they were right, and I go back both driveways at the icon.
Right.
And I walked in about 5 feet from pressing the button so that I could cross the street to pick up the guys this afternoon.
Right.
And just as I got on the sidewalk. Yeah. Okay, Katie, so you stay up here, okay? You stay up here. I'll work on the computer when Ben finishes, okay? Yeah, nothing. Somebody knew exactly who I was. Called me by name.
And he came over and was it a young guy, an old guy?
So probably mid-30s. I wouldn't forget that day.
Really?
Johnny, I can make you a chance to go up there. I'm just concerned.
Here's something else. I'm just concerned about getting back here in time and having, Wendi say, she's talking about, let me back up a little. This is Donna talking about maybe going up to see Charlie, because he is just, who is this? Who has done this? He is chomping at the bit to find out more. She's talking very cryptically and not saying the whole story. And she says, I could go up to see you. I'm just concerned about getting back here in time and having, Wendi say, where were you? I don't think it's a good idea for the boys to say, we went up to see Uncle Charlie, So she's trying to, sounds like here, keep this information from Wendi. She doesn't want Wendi to know about this. And she's afraid the boys may blab by saying that Donna went up to see Uncle Charlie. Now, there are a lot of different reasons she might want to keep it away from Wendi, not all of which are Wendi's innocent. Lots of them are just Wendi would fly off the handle, or Wendi wouldn't handle it well, or Wendi would give me a hard time. So anyway, just wanted to point that out.
All right.
Well, I mean, you have to get into this stuff with insurance. I mean, that's crazy that someone handed you a letter like that. That aren't real.
Maybe we better just keep it small, that's 12, 15, 12, 21.
Is the person like threatening you or anything?
You're never going to have it interpreted.
That's important because Donna's argument has been that, or at least the suggestion is she's going to argue that she was terrified when this person came up to her, and she was concerned that this person was after her. She was scared, and so her reaction is not because she thought that there was any connection to the murder of Dan Markel, but just because she was threatened by this person and by him coming up to her on the street and handing her this. And when she says things like this, it makes it seem, it's the person like threatening you or anything? Asked Charlie. And she says, you never know how to interpret these things. So let's not worry. And let's meet tomorrow. I think that's better. So she's willing to wait an entire day to meet. And she says she doesn't know how to interpret it.
So let's not worry, and let's meet tomorrow. I think that's better. But let's meet tomorrow this afternoon.
All right, let me ask you this. Do you want to take a picture of the letter and send me what someone sent you?
No, not really. I'm going to do that.
So it wasn't the government or the military or somebody, some random person.
Yeah.
That's fucking crazy. How long was the letter?
No, it was just a copy of the article. It's not who's written in the letter. But who's written in a copy of that letter.
Is the person threatening you?
I don't think we should.
Honestly. I mean, it's kind of saying if there's a threat, you go to the police.
Yeah.
But anyway, let me, I don't think
people threaten, you gotta go to the police, but
which she didn't do, right? So again, that undermines her argument that the whole reason that she acted the way she did was she was terrified when she received this.
let me see what it is, let me see what nonsense it is first. It won't be the first time I've been threatened. But.
Yeah, I'd like to just see what you think.
Yeah,
I mean,
no.
Right here, right up here. So let's do that, let's make it, 12:25, 30, tomorrow, that would be ideal, okay?
Okay. You got it.
I'm going to play with the boys a little bit, okay?
All right, yeah, no, come down, I'll see you.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
all right, if it's something serious, I'm gonna recommend going to the police, so.
Oh, no, I know, that's what I'm supposed to do.
So, all right, sounds good.
We'll talk tomorrow, okay?
All right,
On this call, we hear the defendant say that this is a particularly bad Yelp review. Is this an example of code talk?
Yes.
This doesn't have anything to do with the Yelp review, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, so already in call 2, we've got code words being used.
That's correct.
And she indicates that Charlie should bring cash, and if he doesn't have it, she'll bring it, right?
She does.
Does she indicate she knows who sent her the letter?
She does in a way. She knows who the person was by seeing.
She says, I have a pretty good idea who sent it.
Right.
He asks if she wants to send him a picture of what she received from the person. What's her answer?
And she didn't think that was a good idea.
He asks if there's a threat, we should go to the police. What does she say about that?
She says at the end, she finally says something like, we might do that, something around there.
Okay, but initially says not a good idea.
Correct.
And did anyone go to the police?
No.
Does she reiterate in this call, no talking on the phone?
Did she indicate that?
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay. And is there a third call in which Charlie calls back and presses for more information again?
Yes, there is.
How soon after call B do we get that next call?
The next call is at 3:00, so about 15 minutes after that call ended.
Charlie is freaking out.
See, please.
Hey,
Hey, sorry about that. Quick question for you. Well, one thing I was gonna tell you is obviously don't talk about things in the apartment or any place.
oh, obviously,
The other thing is, was the person black, white, Hispanic,
what?
and they just came up to you and they said your name and handed you a piece of paper?
No, no, didn't hand it, it was first to me for a while, and then handed it to me.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
And they wearing hats, sunglasses, or?
No, nothing. Nothing. You could describe them to a T.
What's that?
You could describe them to a T. No, nothing.
Was the person nervous or were they angry or?
No, calm as could be. Totally calm.
That's really crazy. Are they trying to ask for money or something?
Yeah.
If someone trying, I mean, listen, if it's something like that, it sounds probably like you go to the police, but
And they have to, they would rather talk to you first.
yeah, I mean, I wouldn't, there's scumbags out there all the time that try to do stuff like that.
Oh, no.
So,
That's why, I just want you to see, because I don't want, not your father upset.
don't say anything to dad until I take a look at it, because dad's part of it.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
On everything.
That's what I suggested, after the first work tomorrow.
Did the person give you any kind of like time frame or anything?
No.
Okay.
But it's
Yeah.
clear what What's wrong with it?
What is it, kind of ask you, what do they ask for?
You know, I don't know, this TV is probably about 5.
They ask you for $5,000?
Mm-hmm.
That's fucking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I,
You mentioned, like an ex-girlfriend. Hi, Sandra, good morning. Good, how are you?
That comment, the TV was probably about 5, is extremely difficult for Donna Adelson to explain away. Why is she saying the TV is about 5? What could be the possible relevance of that? Unless it is code talk and it is related to the repair to the TV in Wendi's home, at least that's become code for them among the family members for the murder of Dan Markel. It's just really difficult to explain. It's hard to understand what it could possibly mean that's good for Donna. Just about everything it could possibly mean is something bad for Donna.
Okay.
that's crazy. Let me take a look at it,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'll go from there.
Lincoln Jones first. Okay, do that one. Yeah.
Okay, let me take a look, and then I'll,
That's why if you wanted to go to dinner, we'll see where we go.
yeah, I'll go down in the afternoon, and I'll take a look at whatever,
Yeah.
whatever's
We'll
going
go,
on today.
we'll go for a walk on the beach or something. It's gonna be nice tomorrow.
All right, sounds good.
Okay.
All right, sounds good.
Love you too, honey. Bye-bye.
All right, so this call, Charlie says, obviously don't talk about things in the apartment or any place.
One moment. What is the objection? His approach.
I don't know what the objection is. Charlie did say that he is a co-conspirator, so his statements are not hearsay. I'm not sure exactly what they're going to be arguing about. But today, obviously devastating for Donna Adelson. Her reaction to the bump is definitely out of place. It doesn't make a lot of sense for somebody who has no idea what's going on, for someone who had no involvement up until now. And some of her comments, she multiple times suggested she wasn't really scared by, for example, saying the man was calm as could be. And by saying things like, I can wait a day, we'll just talk tomorrow. It doesn't have to be today. And I may have to go to the police, but she doesn't seem like there's any emergent need to go to the police. All of that's going to make it hard on the argument she's made about she wants to claim she was terrified, and that fully explains her whole reaction to the bump. She also talked about having a pretty good idea of who sent this. And obviously the pretty good idea would include nothing positive for Donna, right? There's no answer to that other than negative ones. I'm going to move this forward while they're talking. So, okay, they're about to come back. It's overruled. Okay.
Oh gosh, where are we? Obviously, don't talk about things in the apartment or any place. And she says, obviously, right?
That's correct.
Why?
That's a good question.
Did you have the apartment bugged?
No, we did not.
Did the gang member have the apartment bugged?
No, we didn't.
And next, there's a statement, this TV is probably going to be about 5. Was there anything to do with the TV in this bump operation?
Yes.
Well, was the word TV mentioned to Donna Adelson when the undercover approached her?
No, not at all.
Did he say she was buying a TV for $5,000?
No.
Okay. So the TV, though, has significance in the greater context of your investigation?
That's correct.
How so?
Charlie Adelson had supposedly joked to several people about buying his sister a TV as a divorce present instead of hiring a hitman.
Right. And was that the same TV that also served as Wendi Adelson's alibi in the morning of the murder?
That's correct.
In this call that we just heard, Donna Adelson says that the person that approached her, quote, mentioned an ex-girlfriend.
rule, please clarify your question as kept in Minnesota's clear as the context.
When Ms. Adelson is talking on this call that we just heard, she says that the undercover, quote, mentioned an ex-girlfriend. Does she say the name of the ex-girlfriend
No,
to Charlie Adelson?
no, she doesn't.
All right. Did the undercover say the name of an ex-girlfriend to Donna Adelson?
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
He said Katie and Tudo.
Okay. And does Charlie have more than one ex-girlfriend?
Yes, he does.
He has a litany of them, right?
He does.
Okay. So when Charlie hears ex-girlfriend, does he, in fact, on the next call one of his ex-girlfriends?
Yes, he does.
Okay. And he has not been told Katie yet.
That's correct.
Okay. Who does he call?
He calls Catherine Medbanua.
Is that our call D, the next call?
Yes, it is.
Publish call D, please.
Hello?
Hey, what's going on? No, are you someplace you can talk to?
So what?
Are you any place that you can talk to?
You can talk to me now.
What's that?
Just talk right now. Just talk.
Okay, can you go somewhere that's not loud when I'm talking to you?
I can't. It's like loud, so I can't get out.
Okay, I'm trying to walk outside and talk to you now. I can't even fucking get outside. All right, leave it on. All right. Somebody. Hang on. Okay. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear.
Okay. I just want you to listen to me. I'll be able to talk to you in person when I see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Because I don't know what's going on,
Mm-hmm.
but my mom walked the kids. I only heard part of the story,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm going to go down there and talk to her tomorrow to find out what's going on.
Okay.
Because she didn't want to elaborate,
Uh-huh.
but she said that someone approached her on the street,
Uh-huh.
called her by name,
Mm-hmm.
handed her an envelope with something in it.
Yeah.
And somebody she really wouldn't go into detail. I had no idea what this was in reference to.
Uh-huh.
But something regarding her son, something regarding his ex-girlfriend, and the person asking my mom for some money.
What?
Yeah. So I said, well, I'm like, first what you're saying, I thought it was like something involving the IRS or a patient
Yeah.
or something like that. So I don't even know what the fuck it's about at all.
So somebody just like bumped into your mom like that?
Well, they came up to her on the street after she dropped the kids off at school. I guess she brought them to school. I don't even know. But they must know her routine and must know who she is.
Yeah.
They walked up to her, they called her by name, they handed her an envelope. And she said they spoke to her for a few minutes. And then she said they were making reference to my ex-girlfriend. I have no fucking clue what that's about.
Yeah.
And then they explained that they needed to be paid the money.
For what?
I don't know, Bob didn't want to talk to me on the phone. When I go out.
But like, did she see the person? Was she like, she should have like.
Oh, yeah,
asked her something?
that's what I said. I said, someone's gonna try to blackmail you or something.
Exactly,
Right.
right, and you're like,
I said, you gotta get straight to the police. She's like, I don't even know what this is about. I don't wanna talk about it. I will take a picture and send me what it is. She's like, I just want to see it in person. So I'm gonna go there. I can't even fucking go there today because I won't get out of work until 7 o'clock at night.
yeah.
So she's like, just.
Was
I'm
this
down
like
here.
stalking your mom?
I don't even fucking know. I don't know what's going on, what my mom did wrong. You didn't do anything with my mom. I mean, yeah.
This is what I'm doing with my mom.
Okay, just checking. Just
checking. I don't know what.
No, but I
Who-
feel
who knows?
for your mom, like, what the hell?
Yeah, well, I don't
Like,
know.
that person, like, just going up to your mom, like, hello.
Yeah, and my mom said it involves your ex-girlfriend, so I don't even think she said who, I'm just like, you're my last girlfriend, so that's why I called me.
What do they want from her?
I have no idea. So anyway, I'm gonna find out, well, they wanted money.
I know, exactly. Did she tell you? Like, what?
No, she was just kind of like a little bit rattled and with kids and was like, listen, just, I should have had the day off tomorrow, but she's like, come down and talk to me. So I'm going down tomorrow to talk to her. And then, I don't remember if it had anything to do with you, if they're mentioning you or if any reference to you, I'll keep you posted.
What does it mean? You have like
I don't know.
a girlfriend.
Well, we'll talk, it could be anything, so I just assumed that.
Exactly.
But anyway, doesn't matter. So I may want to see you tomorrow if it does have anything to do with you. If it doesn't, then I feel like a fucking idiot for even bothering wasting your time. But if it
Yeah, I
does,
would feel bad for your mom. Like, I don't know, like, if that was you, would like, come over and it would be like,
I know, I said, Mom, was the guy wearing matte glasses? I was like, no, I can take the person out one after the second. They came over to me, they spoke to me very politely. It was a white male in his 30s, no hat, no glasses. Just a white male in the 30s, came up there, and who she was, addressed her. So, but anyway, neither here nor there. I feel like an idiot if it was some other act, but anyway.
yeah, did you have any fight with anyone over there or something?
I don't know. Maybe I should be calling everybody today.
No, yeah, you should try to find out.
I thought when I spoke to my mom, she said it's involved. They mentioned your name in it. That's why I was calling you, but I'm gonna feel like an idiot if they didn't. So, but anyway, are you working tomorrow? What's the story?
Yeah, but you can always talk while you're there. Doesn't matter.
All right, what time I'm finished work?
Thank you. All right, let me know.
What time you finish work tomorrow?
Oh, it doesn't matter. Well, like I told them like I'm usually between like 9:30 to. You want me to get up? Okay.
What?
Anytime between 9:30 to like 3-ish, 4-ish. It depends.
Okay,
How
I'm
often
gonna,
it is. Like today I was like super like sleepy.
okay, I gotta get back in there. I'm gonna be in Miami, and when I'm done hanging out down there, I'm gonna come
Yeah.
to you. Okay?
Yeah, I'm like right there.
So figure somewhere around 4-ish, I'll see you.
Okay.
All right, no worries, you know.
All right.
Have a good day. I'll talk to you later.
We learned a couple of really important things there. First of all, Charlie is outing himself more or less by calling specifically the one ex-girlfriend who was formerly with Sigfredo Garcia, who paid the money to Sigfredo Garcia, etc., the hitman. So, and she's the one he calls. He doesn't call any of his other, as Katie makes the case for the prosecution. You have like 1,000 ex-girlfriends. Why me? But he immediately, she came to mind. He realizes that in the conversation, which does show you that he has the ability to manipulate inside a conversation, which does suggest the prison phone calls, very possible. He and his mother could have been doing the same thing. It's not impossible. So, but Charlie suddenly says, he realizes, why am I calling Katie? What's my excuse for this? And he says, you're my last girlfriend, so that's why I called you. And they go on in the conversation a little bit. He comes up with another. He says, I thought she mentioned your name, which she didn't, and which wasn't his first excuse, which was that he just called his last ex-girlfriend. And he goes ahead and tells her, I may want to see you tomorrow. And goes ahead and tells her he is going to see her tomorrow. So Charlie has no doubt that the issue revolves around Katie. Let's keep listening.
In this call, Charlie Adelson tells Catherine Medbanua that the man that approached his mother said, quote, something regarding her son and his ex-girlfriend. Did the undercover say anything about Charlie Adelson or Donna's son?
No.
Did the undercover reference Charlie Adelson at all?
No, he did not.
When Donna Adelson relayed to Charlie what the undercover did she say they mentioned you?
No,
But he deduces that he misremembers that it was just about him.
that's what it appears, correct.
Did he proceed after this call to call any of his other ex-girlfriends?
No, he did not.
Did he speak to anyone else about this other than the family members that we're going to hear in Catherine Medbanua?
No, he didn't.
Right. There was discussion of an in-person meeting between the defendant and her son, Charlie Adelson. Did that take place?
It did.
When did that take place?
The following day at about, I think it was around 1 o'clock.
Is this April 20th, 2016?
That's correct.
Where did the meeting take place?
It took place behind Mrs. Adelson's building. They actually met in the building, we believe, and then came out in the back of it and walked down. There's a sidewalk along the water behind their building. They walked along the sidewalk to a restaurant called Monty's, and there's a table out by the water, out by itself, just behind the restaurant that they went and sat at and met there and talked.
What, if any, efforts were...
Ms. Adelson, if you need your hearing assisting device, please wear it so you do not miss any of the evidence. Please.
Seems to be calling her out for not wearing her hearing device. I don't know exactly. We don't see her right at this second. They'll probably move the camera to her. But I do wonder about him saying that. It could suggest to the jury that she's fake wearing this device, or she could be having a reaction that we aren't seeing. I would like to know
What, if
more.
any, efforts were made to surveil or record the meeting between Charlie Adelson and the defendant?
Yes, I had recording equipment brought in, and we tried to get as close as we could to them. They sat out away from anyone else across the sidewalk, right by the water on one side of them and the sidewalk on the other, and we couldn't get very close to them without alerting them that we were there.
Were you able to record the contents of their conversation at that in-person meeting?
No, we tried, but it was inaudible. There's no audio.
Were you able to get any photographs of this in-person meeting?
I was.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to interview State 53.
Any objection?
No objection.
State 53 is admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
Can you describe for the jury their demeanor, the way in which they were speaking at this meeting?
Yes, they were talking in very low voices, and Mr. Adelson is usually very loud, but he was not talking in a loud voice in this particular meeting. Even when they walked down the sidewalk, they were talking very low, leaning into each other, almost a whisper.
How long did the meeting last?
I believe around 30 minutes at the table.
All right. Judge, I think this might be a good time to recess for the day.
Very well. Members of the jury, we are going to take our break for the evening at this point. Once again, I'm going to remind you not to discuss this case with anyone else or each other. Also, as well, do not seek out any information or news reporting concerning this matter. Just leave the items that you were handed in your chair along with your notepads. Please report tomorrow at 8:30, and we will continue with the examination of the witness. We anticipate getting started by 8:45. Have a good evening.
She doesn't have her earphones right now, her headphones. So right after this, we're going to go into our recap of the day. So you don't want to miss that. So hang on, we'll make sure we catch every last bit of
Everyone
it.
can be seated. Ms. Kappelman, for the direct of Agent Sanford, how much longer do you believe that will take tomorrow?
It's going to take most of the day tomorrow. I do hope to get a couple more witnesses
witnesses on for the end of the day.
Very well. Does either party need to be heard before we go into recess?
Judge, I'd like to be heard. I respect your ruling, although I thought that you had indicated that you were instructing Ms. Kaplan not to provide cumulative testimony when we returned.
Well, she is not testifying at all. This is about the form of the question that you're getting to.
Well, one of my objections is that in fact she is testifying, and I failed to mention that at sidebar. So the jury is getting to hear the recorded call. There's a highlighted transcript in front of them that they're reading and reading while we're going through the call. Then Mrs. Kaplan could have asked questions like, did Charlie say this? Was somebody's name mentioned? Instead, she's repeating again what's on the call. And that's not fair to my client. That's not following the rules of evidence, and I just want to make a record. Thank you.
Concerning that matter, I've already made my ruling. She is allowed to ask questions that go to context of what has been admitted. There's nothing more I have to say on the subject concerning this. Are there any other matters?
Nothing to say, Judge.
I'll review the recording that the state provided, and I'll have an answer to the court and the state in the morning.
Well, please report by 8:30. We will await the jurors and then we'll continue with the examination of it itself. Have a good evening, everyone.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, we are through with court for the day. And for those of you new to the case, you have now officially seen the bump involving Donna Adelson, where a pretend gang member walked up to her on the street and gave her a note that symbolized, let me just go ahead and pull everything out since we're through with that. And okay, so they gave her, I'm trying to rearrange everything since we're going to talk a little bit longer. And now I'm full screen, so I'm trying to figure all that out. All right, well, we are now partway through the trial of Donna Adelson. We're on day 4, and it has been quite a big day. A lot of evidence, a lot of information got presented today. What we're going to do is do a recap of everything that happened today. But before we do that, I want to make a couple of comments about what you heard about Donna Adelson talking to Charlie. What the prosecution is saying is everything about the way they communicated suggested they had they understood a lot about what was going on, and they were acting very sketchy, very sus. It was pretty clear that they knew something about what was happening. All of their actions, the way they interacted, the way they talked to each other in code, even the person Charlie called first, his ex-girlfriend, Katie Medbanua, all of those things showed they knew exactly what this was about and that Donna was connected to this. Not just Charlie, but Donna. The first person she went to was Charlie. And so she must have had some kind of information. Now, could this fit with Charlie and Charlie's story about the double extortion, which I assume the jury is going to hear? We did just hear that this testimony is going to keep going virtually all day tomorrow, that we're going to actually see that video of Katie and Charlie in the restaurant as we watch what they said to each other right after the bump and about the bump. We're going to hear Charlie and his dad in the bar as they were meeting for sushi. We're going to hear that tomorrow. There will probably be some more phone calls that we'll hear. And all of those things will come in evidence tomorrow. They're in evidence, but they'll actually be shown to the jury, and we'll see them tomorrow. So for sure, you want to be here tomorrow. It's going to be a big day. You're going to see some of the most important evidence about the entire case. So thank you, everybody, for being with me all day today. I really appreciate that. It has been a lot of fun, quite the case. I'm going to do a recap. So if I suddenly act like I've never seen you before, like we have not spent the entire day here together, that's what I'm doing. I'm starting with the recap. And I know a lot of you haven't been able to be with me every minute today. So you probably are going to want to catch some of this too. So what I'll do is you're here and we can just go through this together. I'll go ahead and do it live for you. Then afterwards, once it finishes processing, I'll cut that part out and I'll post it separately And so I'm going to start as if this is a brand new video. So that's what, if I suddenly act like we haven't been together all day, you'll know why. So, all right, let's get started. And y'all helped me with this, by the way, when we did lunch, and y'all voted on what some of the most important parts were. So help me focus down on what really matters in the case. And I want to thank all the people who have given me super chats over the last little bit. Thank you so much. Especially want to thank Alley Cat Artworks and Kara J. Let me write that down. Thank you both for that. But thank everybody for all the chats and the comments. It's been fantastic. All right, so let's get started on our recap. All right, so again, I've never seen you before, right? We're complete strangers after today, despite today, I should say. Hi, y'all, and welcome to the live stream where I'm going to recap day 4 in Donna Adelson's trial. Donna Adelson is on trial for the murder of her ex-son-in-law, Dan Markel. Dan Markel was murdered all the way back in 2014. So far, 4 people. What? Oh, they just broke in. Let me go ahead and stop that. I have to cut that part out. I hate it when I have to edit. Okay. Dan Markel was murdered in his own driveway with his car running as he drove into the carport at his house. And 2 hitmen came and shot him in the head as he sat there. As it turns out, those 2 hitmen are now serving prison time, Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera. They were hired by a woman named Katie Medbanua. And then the prosecution, law enforcement, traces all the way back to a family called the Adelsons. They have tried Charlie Adelson, and they believe he hired Katie to get the hitmen. Why? Because Dan Markel had been married to his sister, and they were in a very bitter battle over custody of the grandchildren. But law enforcement didn't stop there. They believe Donna Adelson, the mother of Charlie, was heavily involved, and now she's on trial for the murder too. So today, let's get into what we had happen today. First on the stand, and on the stand most of the day, was Sergeant Corbett, who is one of the people who has put together a lot of the evidence and information about what happened in the case. In 2013, he said that he talked about that divorce, the bitter custody battle between Dan Markel and Wendi Adelson, the daughter of Donna, the sister of Charlie, and that early on, shortly after the judge ruled that there was no possibility that the kids would be able to be relocated to South Florida where Donna lived, Donna found that out. Her excuse, which we've heard from time to time, that she had no idea about that. Her lawyers have suggested that. That doesn't really make sense. The biggest points of the day related to, and at least of the morning, because it's been quite a day. It's been a long day. But the biggest points were that Luis Rivera, and in fact, I'll go over to my notes. I think I'll be faster here. There was not just one trip by the hitmen from Miami all the way up to Tallahassee. There were 2, one in June and one in July. Both times they rented cars, and both times shared some similar circumstances. And there really was absolutely no reason for these 2 men to suddenly go from Miami to Tallahassee, and no reason for them to kill Dan Markel. They didn't know him. They never met him. And they rented a car. Why rent a car? They weren't going on vacation. They weren't going to Tallahassee for fun. They had no reason to be there. And law enforcement was able to prove they had been there to kill Dan Markel. Now, one of the next points he talked about was Charlie calling the landline at his mother and father's house whenever, right around the time of something significant happening. They were suggesting that maybe Charlie was paranoid. He thought that law enforcement might be listening in. Someone might be tapping in or listening to his phone. And he didn't want to talk about sensitive things when he was on the phone with his dad and particularly with his mother, Donna Adelson. So as a result, when he had something big to say, he would call the landline. They pointed out that in the course of about 15 months, he only called the landline something like 24 times. And one of the times he did it was right when the first rental car was rented, and the two hitmen made their way to Tallahassee in June. Then he did it 3 more times when the hitmen rented the car a second time in July and went up to Tallahassee and actually did murder Dan Markel that time. That it would be, and this Tallahassee trip is really impossible to explain away without there being some connection to Dan Markel. And one of the things they talked about was the fact that they knew exactly when to go. They knew when, the hitman did, when to go, and when Charlie Adelson, I said that wrong, when Dan Markel would be there in town. He went out of town a fair amount, but each time they knew when he would be there. How did they know? Of course, the prosecution thinks, well, the Adelsons told them. The Adelsons knew that, and so they passed that information to the hitman, who couldn't possibly have known that otherwise. There was also a brand new piece of information to me. You may have known this already, but in July, there was a party for Harvey Adelson for his 70th birthday. It was something that the state has talked about a lot in the course of these various trials related to the murder of Dan Markel, because this particular birthday, there was talk between Donna and Charlie about Harvey's birthday gift. And not just talk about it just out, oh, hey, let's talk about his gift. Instead, when they were talking about it, Donna wrote a text saying, we need to talk about it, delete this text. And then she also talked about the surprise for the 70th birthday. The state suggestion is the surprise was that Harvey was going to learn or find out, or at least that he was now going to be included in the fact that Dan Markel was going to be murdered, so that they would now have the grandchildren near them in South Florida. But on that July 3rd evite to Wendi Adelson, that evite actually named the two boys as having the last name of Adelson, not Markel. That's the part I had not heard about before. Dan Markel was their dad. They had typically gone by Markel. And so when they went to school, they were first name and Markel, and that was how they were known. But in this evite, they were listed as Adelson. And Donna there was a suggestion from the defense that maybe the reason that their name was listed was really due to Wendi and not due to Donna, because Wendi did say she had helped her mother with the evite. But the prosecution pointed out that Donna said she entered the invitees. She entered all the people who would actually be included. Ironically, Wendi would go on to actually change the name of the boys. This wasn't just a one-time thing, strange coincidence. Maybe it got put on as a result of evite just suddenly adding that for children. It actually was the case that she later dropped the name Markel and gave them the last name Adelson after their father died. So this is the first instance I know of it being used for them, for the evite for Harvey's 70th birthday party. They also talked about Wendi in Miami. The witness talked about the fact that Wendi was in Miami at her parents' home, having just been to the 70th birthday party, when she wrote Dan Markel and asked him, will you be in town? Will you be in Tallahassee July 14th through the 18th? Now, I believe the Adelsons would say all she was doing was arranging to deal with the children and figure out exactly how to deal with custody, make sure the kids were cared for. But the prosecution says, what a coincidence, because that is the exact time when the hitmen go up and when they kill Dan Markel. And she's assuring that he's going to be there. Why? The prosecution says it's because the Adelsons wanted him dead. Donna also was the one who wrote up the request for the TV repair, who contacted the people to come repair the TV in Wendi's home. The TV has lots of symbolism in the case, as well as maybe some meaning in terms of giving Wendi an alibi. Charlie Adelson made a rather off-color joke about how when she got her divorce, Charlie thought about hiring a hitman, but it was cheaper to buy her a TV. So that's what he did instead. It was a joke. But in this case, Donna actually was calling to get the TV repaired on the very day that Dan Markel was murdered. Wendi's TV somehow had gotten broken. The exact way it happened, not entirely clear. She says the boys, her young boys, had done something to it. The actual glass on the TV was shattered. There was no repairing it, but the repairman came out and it was scheduled under Harvey's name. We had heard about that before, but today they pointed out that Donna Adelson wrote up that TV repair request. That TV repair happened during the window when Dan Markel was killed. So it could have been an alibi for Wendi, and the state has talked about that. Although I can't say I think that would be a great alibi because it was a whole 4-hour window and the TV repairman was gone virtually about the time that the murder occurred. So it wasn't a great alibi, but that may have been what they wanted it to. But you'll hear more about the TV. It comes up in the conversation between Donna and Charlie later on. Now, on July 15th, Charlie was in the area of where Katie lived. Katie, his girlfriend, the one who hired the hitmen. Yes, a hitman. And on the 15th, he is visiting her. They know this from cell phone evidence. And then at 6:15 p.m., Luis Rivera, one of the hitmen, rents a car, a Prius, to go up to Tallahassee. That's the very car they drive. And law enforcement is able to track that, to trace it, following Dan Markel out of the gym where he worked out, several places along the route to his home. And then they're able to follow the car and the cell phone all the way back down to Miami. They even got a picture at a bank of Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia, clearly pictured at a bank when Luis Rivera got some money out. So back to the landline. Nope, I already told you that. We're good on that. Wendi and Dan, they showed us some text messages of Wendi and Dan talking on the morning of the murder. And they were really bickering, as I would call it, that she was being fairly tough and aggressive with him. He asked for some extra time to take the boys swimming. And she said no. And he said, well, I was nice to you last week when you wanted something. And her email to him may have been a text. Nice was fun while it lasted. See you at 4:30 at my house then. So she gave him, I think, a little extra time, but not significant. He had to bring the kids over, and she didn't give him what he wanted. That bickering was some of the last he had right before he died. He also made a phone call trying to reach his attorney and talk to his attorney that morning, the one related to the custody and divorce battle he had had. He was divorced, but custody had not really evened out yet, to say the least. They timed Wendi leaving her home very precisely. Let me sort of walk you through this. Sigfredo Garcia's phone went off or powered down. It stopped reaching any network for a period of several hours right at the time that Dan Markel was shot in his driveway. And the witness said it could well be consistent with it being powered down, that suddenly it's not receiving any information, any messages. So that was done. And at 12:18 and 12:19, there were calls made to the phone, but it didn't reach, meaning that it still wasn't turned on yet. But at 12:29, it must have been turned on because notifications came in. And then at 12:30, Sigfredo's first call after the hit was to Katie, his ex, and Charlie's girlfriend as well. And so he calls Katie, and then at 1 minute after that, that was at 12:30, at 1 minute after that, Wendi leaves her home. Wendi leaves her home on her way to buy bourbon. She's going to a liquor store, and the prosecution showed some maps. She could have gone to a liquor store that was closer to her. There were some. Instead, she went to another one. It was only 15 minutes away. It isn't like she drove an hour out of her way, but it was a little bit further. Specifically, though, she could have taken one of two routes. One would be the route she was on. It was a slightly larger road, or with not a lot more distance, she could cut through the neighborhood. It did have speed bumps. It might be a little less convenient. It just so happened to be the exact street she had lived on with Dan Markel, and where he still had the house where they had lived. So this is the home where Dan Markel was shot. When she gets partway down the street, she runs into a roadblock. And this roadblock, there's crime scene tape and police are stopping anyone from going down there. So she is on her way, and she says she was going to the liquor store when she runs into this. She turns around, goes back the other direction to the liquor store. And sure enough, that's at roughly 12:35 to 12:45. She runs into that roadblock that Sergeant Corbett estimated. And then at 12:47, she is at the ABC liquor store. And at 12:49, she has a receipt and that is available to show that she actually did buy the bourbon. Now, in the first trial, and it wasn't the first trial, there have been actually two more. In Charlie's trial, I should put it that way. In Charlie's trial, Wendi had bought a particular type of bourbon called bullet bourbon, and the prosecution made a fairly significant deal of that. But they haven't done that this time. They haven't pointed out to the jury, this is bullet bourbon. This is some kind of sick celebration about the fact that she had murdered Dan Markel. They haven't done that or pointed to it at all, but they did put in a photograph of the bourbon bottle in there without saying anything, which means they're free to mention that in closing. And at this point, there's not really a counter to that. The counter, as explained by Wendi in Charlie's trial, she brought an actual invitation that she had received to a party, and it was a stop the bar party for somebody's daughter. Everybody was supposed to bring something specific, and she had been asked to bring a bottle of bullet bourbon. So it was exactly what she had been asked to, but this jury won't know that. If it gets mentioned in closing argument, this will just go in. The jury will simply hear it for the first time. Oh, why, look, it does say bullet. What does that mean? So Wendi, when she hit that roadblock and turned back around, she knew it was within a few houses of where she had lived, where Dan Markel lived with her kids when he had them. But the prosecution pointed out that Wendi did not call anybody. She didn't call Dan, hey, you okay? Didn't call the daycare. Are my kids there? Are they okay? She didn't call 911. She didn't call law enforcement. At no point did she check into that. So she seemed relatively calm, despite the fact that this part had been blocked off. At that evening, Charlie writes to his girlfriend, Katie, saying, he was finishing up work and I'm not feeling good. Maybe we could just hang out at my house, that he would probably just hang out at his house. And she came over as well and spent the evening with him all evening. That same evening at 8:20, Donna and Harvey go north. And the reason they're going north, leaving their home in Miami, headed up to Tallahassee, is they now know, they've gotten the call from Wendi telling them that Dan Markel has been shot and that they don't believe he's going to make it. He did, in fact, die that evening. So they're going up to help and support Wendi. So Katie arrives at Charlie's home that evening. And we heard her testify during this trial that Charlie Adelson said his parents had been at his home earlier and that his mother had brought, Charlie said the money that was used for the hit was wet because Donna had washed it. Donna had laundered it, apparently thinking laundering maybe meant washing it in the washing machine. Over at lunch, I went over what her testimony was at Charlie's trial. It was not the same. That is not what she said at Charlie's trial. It was a lot less targeted at Donna than it was this time around. This was very pointed about Donna. So they went into the fact that there was evidence to support Katie's claim that she actually was that Katie was at Charlie's house, that she was at Charlie's house all night, and that she then went to Sigfredo's house, actually to Luis Rivera's house where Sigfredo was, and that supports what she says, in that she says she was at Charlie's house. The next morning, he told her the money is in your trunk, and she drove to Luis Rivera's house where Sigfredo got it out of the trunk. There was also evidence to tie in Donna being at the home that night. She texted Charlie saying, outside your house. And that text went from Donna to Charlie at 8:59 p.m. So the witness was asked, Is that possible? Could they have been together? And if you look at a response from Charlie, 10 minutes, 10 men at 9:19, then from 8:59 to 9:19, Charlie might not have been at home, but his mother and dad, in theory, could have been if outside your house meant in your driveway. And that would be a 30-minute. But then there was an entire extra hour that it took Donna and Harvey to get up to Tallahassee, more than it maybe should have. And not just all the way to Tallahassee, but along this road, the stretch running past Charlie's house. The witness said, I drove it, I timed it, and it should have taken them about this long, and it took them about an hour and 6 minutes more. So there's a 30-minute period of time that's used up with Charlie not being at home, but then there's about 30 minutes when, in theory, it could be the case that Charlie and Donna and Harvey are all at the house together. And so it's possible that they were there. It's possible that Donna could have brought money in that time period. During Charlie's trial, the argument made by Charlie's team was that there was no evidence, no proof that Donna's phone was actually there, was actually at Charlie's home. And we'll get into that. It did not come in nearly as cleanly in this trial as it did in Charlie's. So let's see. There was also, I'll go ahead and mention it because it's in our poll, that Sigfredo Garcia must have dumped his phone because there was a certain period of time after which it never began receiving any messages again. That was objected to, and it didn't fully come in other than through the question. Sigfredo must have dumped his phone, right? And then it was objected to, and there wasn't a clean answer to it. So let's see, we talked about that. I'm going to go ahead. Are we all the way up to lunch in our poll? I think we're all the way to our poll. So I'm going to go ahead and stop there, tell you what the poll results were, and then we'll go back into our discussion of everything else that happened during the day. So I asked everybody, okay, I'm giving you these 4 facts. There were 2 trips to Tallahassee by the hitmen, and they rented cars. Number 2, Charlie kept calling the landline. Number 3, Luis Rivera got that ticket on the way up to Tallahassee, and he pulled over and changed cars out. The prosecution suggested maybe the reason for that was he didn't want this ticket, which identified him personally, to be connected to the rental car he was driving. So he got a brand new car. And then Wendi wrote Dan while she was in Miami the day after the father's birthday, while she was in her parents' home. That's when she wrote Dan to find out if he would be there the 14th through the 18th. Which did you think was the most important? The 2 trips to Tallahassee and renting the car. 41% thought that was most important. Next most important, that Wendi wrote Dan while she was in Miami at her parents' house. The next set I blocked together was Donna calling for the TV repair. Donna, as opposed to Harvey. That being pretty important since this is Donna's trial. The proof that Katie was at Charlie's house and then drove to Luis Rivera's house, just as she said she did. That Wendi and Dan were bickering back and forth on the day of the murder, and that Garcia dumped his phone, which didn't come cleanly into evidence, but the jury did hear it in the form of a question. You thought the most important was that Donna called for the TV repair. 46% of you put that as most important. Second most was proof that Katie actually was at Charlie's house that night, actually was at Luis Rivera's house, just like she said. And the final poll I did was the timing of Wendi leaving 1 minute after Sigfredo calls Katie to go to the liquor store, Donna talking to Charlie and saying, outside your house, that text message, Donna calling Charlie after the bump, first person she called, Charlie, and then Wendi driving on Trescott, which was the road where she had lived and where Dan Markel lived and where he actually was murdered. So what you believe, 38% of you voted for Donna calling Charlie after the bump. You thought that was the most important, and especially because it is Donna's trial. And then 26% of you voted for Wendi driving on that very road where Dan Markel was killed and where she used to live. So thank you to everybody for voting, and we will zip back into our recap of what happened today. So after the lunch break, cross-examination began, and it was pretty generic is how I would describe it, because it didn't get a lot into the details about what Donna said, what Wendi said, what Charlie said. It's more general. Like, for example, just because you communicate with a specific cell site doesn't mean that's the one closest to you. So in other words, some of the things they're talking about might be inaccurate, but it did not get tied into anything specific. They talked about the maybe factors that cause a phone to hand off tower to tower. There are factors like topography and buildings that get in the way that might affect that. And but that's pretty generic. It just really didn't address directly, nailed in on this. I talked about the frequency report for Donna Adelson. I thought they made a little bit of headway with this, talking about the fact that they had not removed duplicates. So in other words, if they had Wendi's phone and they had Donna's phone, then they might double count it. If there was one communication, they might count it over here. And then if there was another communication, they might count it in the other person received it, then it might get counted twice. I thought that was relevant. One of the things the prosecution has talked about is the extreme amount of communication, and they focused in on the time frame around when some of the big events happened, like the renting the car to go up to Tallahassee, or like Dan Markel's murder. And so if this is really just something normal, they communicated this much all the time, well, that's not really all that effective. They also talked about Donna Adelson's text to Charlie about the 70th birthday party, and erase this text after you read it. That they don't actually know whether Charlie erased that or not, because they never got Charlie's phone. So they don't have that information. And I will say this, the prosecution has referred to a flurry of calls, or at least that sticks out in my mind, and it stuck out in the cross-examiner's mind too, Donna's attorney. He said, you referred to a flurry of communications, and the witness looked confused and said he had not actually done that. But it was true that if all of these communications were pretty much how much they talked all the time, it doesn't really suggest that they were unusually communicating around these key events. And he agreed that the number of calls between them was not a spike. It was normal. I thought that was pretty important. We already talked about the invite. They got less information from Wendi's phone than they did from Donna's phone. I almost thought that the only reason they could be asking that was to suggest that if Wendi had less information, if Wendi was getting just a small slice of information, and when it came to Donna, they were getting a lot more information, that maybe Wendi was more involved than they knew. That's what I thought the cross-examination was suggesting. In other words, Donna's team was suggesting that maybe Wendi was more involved. We have seen that over and over. They have not shied away from suggesting Wendi may have been involved. We've heard that repeatedly from Donna's team. All right. I think they did call, once again, they have been referring to Dan's death as a tragedy. That's very unusual. Typically, when you have the defense presenting in a case, they don't want to humanize the victim. They don't want people to think, oh, what a great guy, this is horrible what happened, for fear that that they may take everything out. Well, I'm not sure who did it, but for sure this defendant needs to go to jail. So typically they shy away from that. But again, Donna is aligning herself with that, saying, I wasn't involved. I was horrified when Dan died. That is a little bit more difficult to keep up after some of the text messages we've seen, where she talked about how angry she was with Dan. They tried to address that hour gap that could have been Donna stopping by Charlie's house by suggesting, well, you made this trip so quickly because you didn't stop for gas, you didn't stop for snacks, you didn't stop and get a meal, and because you're below age 55, and so older people drive slowly. Maybe, actually, I think he said he was 55. So maybe older people drive more slowly. And so all of that could suggest that maybe Donna Adelson was taking longer to get to Tallahassee because of these factors, not for anything related to stopping at Charlie's house. But the truth of the matter is, the prosecution did point out that during this gap where it took them a bit longer, well, they were real speedy on the rest of it. When you looked at the next section, they took the exact amount of time you would expect them to take. They could have stopped for food. There's no proving one way or the other about that. But it's just another thing the jury can add on top of facts that they can look at. They finally got to the point that was so important in Charlie's trial, I thought, that they cannot place Donna's handset, meaning her phone, at Charlie's house. They can't trace Donna's phone to Charlie's house. They can't put Donna and Harvey even connecting to the same tower as Charlie, even though supposedly they spent 30 minutes together at Charlie's home. Despite that, they never connected to the same tower, and they can't tell if Donna was at Charlie's home looking at cell records. That was a pretty important point, but it was made very quickly and kind of at the end after a sort of slow period. So I don't know if the jury even really picked up on that. I think it's important, but I don't think it was really picked up on. We next heard from an FBI agent whose face was not shown. He was the one who actually did the bump. He pretended to be, he was very careful to say this time, a gang member. Last time, he said he was a Latin Kings gang member. That would open up a big fight in this case. Donna's team wants to put in that he was a Latin King gang member, and that the reason that's relevant, she says, is she was extra afraid of the Latin Kings. They were a very well-known gang right there in Miami, and she was terrified of that when the bump happened. The bump being this man walks up to Donna Adelson while she's walking along the street on the way to pick up the children from school and hands her an article about Dan Markel's murder. Written on it is $5,000 and a phone number, and says, we know that you have taken care of Katie and Tuto. I always get them mixed up, but I think Tuto is Sigfredo Garcia. We know you've taken care of them. And now it's time to take care of my brother, Tato, who is Luis Rivera. And what they were doing was, this was all pretend. This is just by law enforcement. They are trying to get people talking again. They're trying to see what happens when they do this to Donna. They're trying to make sure they have the right people and maybe even generate evidence. Can they get them talking about it? Can they get them confessing? What happens next? So he comes up and says, he said, I was posing as a gang member and I give her this article. If it had been a Latin King gang member, what Donna wanted to do was, what Donna's team wanted to do was take that, not just for the fact that it was she was afraid of the Latin Kings, but that Luis Rivera, in fact, apparently is a member of the Latin Kings gang and apparently fairly high up in the gang. She wanted to offer evidence of that. She hasn't been allowed to do that. And this witness did not open the door for her to do that. She was hoping for that. It didn't happen. Cross-examination was, I have a question. When you said you were playing the role of a gang member, what does that mean? And he said, well, I was actually very friendly. He was a friendly gang member. And he was told to be very polite. And she said, well, her first statement to you was, oh, you scared me. And which she did. She said, oh, you scared me. It didn't seem like a run and scream kind of scared, more like, oh, you scared me, kind of startled. She was confused about why he was confronting her in daylight on the street. And that the text message, let's see. One important point, Donna never paid. $5,000 was demanded and she didn't pay. And the defense obviously thinks that's important. They also pointed out that it's the route she takes to pick up her grandchildren. In other words, she may have seen this as a threat, not just to her, but to the children, because she took this route every day at this exact time to pick them up from school. And that's when law enforcement chose to execute the bump and to confront her. So and it wasn't the only time that they engaged in some conduct around this bump. I don't even know how to describe it, but they kept going. When there wasn't a reaction, not enough, they kept doing other things. For example, there was a text at 2:09 a.m. one morning to Donna saying, "We still haven't heard from Donna, so you don't take me serious," and said, "You're effing crazy," or "I'm going after the whole 100,000," and some things like that. Made some rather threatening comments, much more threatening than had been the case on the street when he actually walked up to Donna. And there were some calls that we'll hear about more. One was played today. Donna Adelson calls, and what she tells him to do is go collect the $100,000 reward. I guess it wasn't played, it was just described. She says, "Okay, well, if you think that, go ahead and collect the $100,000 reward." And she doesn't ever pay the $5,000. There was a $100,000 reward for information leading to the person who had killed Dan Markel. And she said, well, it might be a good idea if you really know anything about this to go to the police. Special Agent Bronstein of the FBI testified next. Nothing really, he just was there to authenticate things. We then had James Keith McElveen, a forensic scientist out of Charleston, South Carolina. He is the person who clarified, he calls it, enhanced the videos around the meeting between Charlie and Katie at Dolce Vita after the bump, as well as the Matsuri video of Charlie and Harvey talking to each other, Charlie and his dad. Those recordings were incredibly difficult to understand. And what they've done is try to enhance them to make them easier for the jury to understand, to pull out some of the background noise, and to just allow people to understand what was being said by the people who are involved in this case. Special Agent Brian Kendall was next. Again, he's the guy who carried the recording bag. He sat next to Harvey as Harvey was waiting for Charlie to show up. They were having sushi together. And he has this big man bag, and he pulls it out and puts it on the counter between Harvey and where he's sitting. And it wasn't very smooth, I guess, because Charlie immediately figured that out and made a comment to his dad. And then they said absolutely nothing at all that was of any use. So it was really not something that ended up working. The prosecutor said to him, "Do you know what get made means?" And it says, because the expression to get made means to be caught doing something, like that you're trying to do something sneaky or undercover, and you got made. They figured out who you were and what you were doing. It didn't work. Next, Patrick Sanford, special agent with the FBI, was back on the stand. He's the one who closed out the day. He talked about the proffer that came in from Luis Rivera and how really important that was. So what had happened was Luis Rivera was arrested for a completely different crime. And he came in and made a proffer. He's trying to strike a deal. And he says, I've got some information. He gave three really important pieces of information that law enforcement did not have. Number one, that Sigfredo Garcia had actually shot a hole in the floorboard of the rental car. And there was a hole. They ended up having to get the gas line repaired because he shot a hole through the gas line. So that vehicle was not all that easy to find. It had been sold and repainted. So they had to track it down with its VIN number. They found it, and they found a hole still right there in the carpet in the car, and were able to connect that up. There was some physical proof. Then second thing he told them was that he had to, that the murder had to happen on the day it did. It had to take place that day because Dan Markel was traveling out of town the following day. Now, how on earth could they have known that? How did they know this was their window of time and they needed to get this done? He was, in fact, going out of town to a conference in New Jersey. Again, law enforcement thinks the reason they could know that is the Adelsons must have been the connection, the person, the group that told them that. The third piece of information he gave them was about the trip in June. Up until then, they had, obviously figured that the hitmen had gone up in July. They didn't know they had also gone up the month before. The witness also talked about Donna discussing with Charlie all kinds of things where she was trying to use Charlie to sort of handle Wendi. When Wendi wouldn't do things that clearly Donna felt like she ought to do, she was sending Charlie in to talk to Wendi and to try to get this done. So they played that phone call from last trial. Unbelievable phone call with Charlie just endearing himself to the jury and talking about women with high mileage, which would be Wendi at age 37. She clearly had high mileage. He personally wouldn't even consider dating somebody like Wendi, age 37 with 2 kids. Even if it was a Victoria's Secret model, he wouldn't be interested in a woman that old. Why would you? He said, when you could have a 25-year-old. So there also was the talk. So there was this long conversation. Notably, while Donna doesn't say those things, she also doesn't say that's offensive. She doesn't get mad at Charlie. She just, in fact, she mostly seems to agree, like, yeah, when's Wendi ever going to find a guy like Dave ever again? We need to convince her to stay with Dave. He's great, and she's not seeing it. There were also, the witness also talked about the bump, the undercover operation against Donna Adelson that moved up through the ranks of the Adelson. Well, I should say it differently. It moved down through the ranks of the chain that had been formed from Donna to Charlie to Katie to Sigfredo and then to Luis Rivera. That chain is extremely important as part of the prosecution's case and their theory of the case. So at the moment of the bump, when she is first talking to the guy handing her the note, Donna does say, I don't know what you're talking about. But within about 20 minutes, she gets the boys, gets back home, and she calls Charlie and says she's received some paperwork and I'm going to need to talk to you. He says, are you being sued? And she says, no, it's not that, but it involves both of us, the two of us. You probably have a general idea what I'm talking about. And she says she doesn't want to discuss it over the phone. And clearly they are worried that someone might be listening, and they're speaking very cryptically without saying very much. In other words, they share some kind of knowledge that they don't want known to somebody who might be listening. Donna talks about, she hasn't reported this to the police. She never did report this to the police. So Charlie is just trying to figure this out. What is his mother talking about? And this is really bothering him. So he calls her back again 20 minutes later and says, and Donna mentions, it being a particularly bad Yelp review. This is certainly a very bad Yelp review if you get arrested for murder. And Charlie's still puzzling over this. He asks if he should bring cash when he comes to see her. And she says, yeah, you'll want to take me to dinner. And he says, is someone trying to blackmail you? He's asking his mother that. And she says, that's a possibility. And Charlie says, no, that's crazy. And she says, this was addressed to me. And Charlie says, that's crazy again. She then states she has a pretty good idea of who sent it to her, which contradicts what she said before to the person who handed her the note, saying, I don't know what you're talking about. Now she's saying she has a pretty good idea who sent it to her. And she says she doesn't want the boys to tell Wendi that she went to see Charlie. So she wants Charlie to come down there. She doesn't want to head up there to see Charlie because she doesn't want the boys telling Wendi. There were a couple of facts today that could help Wendi. We talked a lot about whether or not the prosecution will ever charge Wendi, whether they will ever name her as a suspect and actually take her to trial. Will they ever do that? And thus far, they have not. There were 2 things that came out that suggest not involvement by Wendi. One is Donna's comments to Charlie about it involving both of us and the 2 of us. And here also the statement that she doesn't want the boys to tell Wendi that she went to see Charlie. It's not clear at all why they don't want Wendi to know. It's not necessarily because Wendi wasn't involved. We just don't know. But those things are just the sorts of reasons that maybe give the prosecution pause. I believe they haven't fully made the decision yet, and they'll make it at the end of this trial. That's just my theory is that they'll make that decision when they see how quickly and how firmly the jury responds to what they're arguing with Donna. So there are multiple reasons in here to suspect that Donna isn't particularly frightened of the guy who walked up to her on the street. That matters because Donna's theory, as expressed to the court in hearings, not yet to the jury, is that Donna was terrified of this person who walked up to her on the street. It was a gang member, and she didn't know what to do with this. But she said, for example, that the man who walked up to her was calm as could be. And of course, that she had a pretty good idea who sent it. So nothing about her sounded like she was terrified. Charlie said, you maybe need to go to the police. And she said, I may have to. Donna says, I don't want your father upset. And Charlie says, yeah, he flies off the handle. Don't say anything to him, suggesting that Harvey may not have found out for a while, for a time. Later, obviously, they're taping Harvey and Charlie at a restaurant. So maybe there was more that went on afterwards. And then Donna makes a very damaging and strange comment to Charlie. She says, the TV was probably about 5. That's really odd. Nothing is being said about a TV here. This has nothing to do with the TV. The bump had nothing to do with the TV. No one's talking about that. So why suddenly is she saying the TV was probably about 5? Now, 5 could refer to how much they were demanding, but TV could refer to the hitman joke that Charlie made. It could refer to the fact that they hired hitmen and that potentially Wendi's alibi was the person coming out to repair the TV. Donna said that the person mentioned an ex-girlfriend of Charlie's, but she never named who the person was. Charlie immediately, shortly after this, calls Katie, and during the course of this conversation, seems to realize he has made a really big mistake, because what he has done is call Katie when he didn't actually know that this was Katie who was involved. So he says at one point, you're my last girlfriend, so that's why I called you. I mean, might be true, but later, and Katie says, yeah, you have like 1,000 ex-girlfriends, making the prosecution's point that, in fact, there was no real reason for him to call straight to Katie. Why did he do that? And Charlie says, I may want to see you tomorrow. And then says, I thought she mentioned your name, which she didn't, and which doesn't make a lot of sense in the context of the fact that he just told Katie that the reason he called her was she was his last girlfriend. So now he's got 2 reasons he called her, neither one of which really, well, maybe because she was his last girlfriend, but it doesn't really fit. He doesn't really have a good excuse for why he called Katie Medbanua. She's the one who hired the hitmen. She came into court and told this jury. So why did he call her? He doesn't really have a good reason. Then after this, the next day, Charlie does drive down to talk to Donna, and law enforcement would love to get a transcript of this. They're not on the phone, and they meet outside by the water with a big space around them, so they are not able to get close enough to record this conversation. And as far as getting any kind of transcript of it, we don't know what they said. We have no idea what exactly they were talking about. Now, we are right in the middle of this witness. We are right in the middle of finding out all about the bump, the evidence that came from it, the recordings. We haven't yet heard anything about that important conversation between Katie and Charlie at the restaurant where they met. We haven't heard about the sushi meeting between Harvey and Charlie. There's a lot more to come, but that was where we ended the day. There was a comment from the judge telling Donna, you need to wear your headphones if you want to hear everything. I don't know where that came from. I'm so curious about that, but it was right around that time that we were hearing the recordings that were being made. So all of this to say, it was a heck of a day, and we've got a lot more to go. I'll take just a couple of questions. I'm probably going to pull these off so that we won't have too long a video that I post, but I'll take just a little bit. Is there, yes, there. Oh, good. Thank you so much for your comments. Mortal Clown, thank you for the super sticker. I appreciate your being with me this week at the trial too. Thank you. And Luca enjoyed the day. Great. I'm so glad. I'm having a really good time covering this trial too. This is my first time ever covering a trial live. So I've been in the courtroom taking notes and told you about it afterwards, but I've never done this before. It's very tiring, but it's a lot of fun. And I'm so glad to have you, M. Bahati, as a brand new member. Thank you for joining. All right, we'll do just a couple of questions. I try to do some during the day when we get to, I forgot to say, yeah, question marks at the beginning. So I try to do some during the day. So I don't want to do too much because I am pretty exhausted. It's been a very long day, but I'll do a couple if people have any questions and they want to talk about what happened during the trial day today. Not seeing any popping up right away, which might be my fault. I think I might be in the wrong spot, but I'm not seeing any. So I'm just going to say thank you. I have really enjoyed the day. It's been a great day. Thank you for being with me. I will see you in the morning. We will be live we are doing gavel to gavel coverage, finding out what is the fate of Donna Adelson in her trial for the murder of Dan Markel. So I will see you all tomorrow.